Chapter 101 Special Effects. Boom! In the remote training ground of the ninja school, the monster battle between the Azure Giant Eagle and the Green Light Giant is still going on. Every attack they made shone with brilliant light, and every collision produced a deafening sound. The battle was so magnificent that it was breathtaking. But if you look closely, you will find that their movements were not very subtle, and even a little stiff and rigid. But under the double pollution of glare and noise, the young ninjas who had never seen the world were still very excited. They all covered their mouths tightly with their little hands, fearing that they would accidentally exclaim and disturb the filming of the movie. At the same time, everyone endured the dazzling light effects and opened their eyes like copper bells, fearing that they would miss the slightest details on the scene. At this time, they had forgotten the questions just now. Why did playing with yo-yos turn into a monster war? Who cares? As long as it looks good, it's fine. It's a pity that they forgot something more important. That is, this epic duel was destined not to last too long. Boom! The two monsters suddenly used dazzling moves that were so bright that no outline could be seen. Instantly, a strong white light shot up into the sky. The little ninjas were like being hit by a flash bomb, and finally couldn't help closing their eyes. When the white light dissipated, when they opened their eyes again, the two monsters on the field had disappeared. Only Shisui and Genma remained there with their eyes closed, as if enjoying the afterglow of the battle. Okay. They were actually just in the center of the strong light and had been blinded several times, so they didn't dare to open their eyes so quickly. The little ninjas outside the field began to wail in their hearts. Ah! How did it end so quickly? Teacher, this is too short. At this moment, they remembered that the two of them only had 30 seconds to pose. Yes, only. I didn't expect that they complained about the 30 seconds being too long and meaningless at that time. Now it feels so short to them, and they wish they could stand here for the length of a movie so that they can continue to feast their eyes. It's a pity that Shisui and the others quickly continued to act and said the last few lines of dialogue in this scene. Although this plot is no different from the previous one. But after seeing the cool battle just now, the children suddenly felt that the two had become unfathomable, and the originally inexplicable dialogue became meaningful. What kind of grievances and hatreds did the two characters have in the past? Which is better, the Western speed fighting style or the Eastern mind fighting style? What will be the result of the rematch agreed by the two? Because the scripts in everyone's hands are incomplete, they can't help but imagine and scratch their heads to know all kinds of information about the two characters. So after Hideki called cut, the children quickly divided into two groups and rushed forward. One group was plot fans, surrounding Hideki and asking him about various settings and subsequent plots, which made Hideki, who was also half-baked, sweat profusely. The other group was special effects fans, surrounding Shisui and Genma, wanting to see why their yo-yos glowed. However, after inspection and testing, everyone found that the two yo-yos were not very special except that they were designed specifically for the characters. Obviously, the secret of the glow was not on them, but on the magical teacher Hideki. So they also gathered around Hideki and curiously asked about the principle of special effects. Especially Shisui and Yui Kurane. Both of them were good at illusions, so they soon realized that the effects of this special effect and illusion were somewhat similar. It's just that illusions act directly on the human brain, while this special effect directly creates real images. If the two can be combined, perhaps a new illusion system with stronger deception can be created. If the enemy still uses the method of dealing with ordinary illusions to deal with it, they will definitely be deceived and doubt their lives, and cannot distinguish the difference between reality and illusion. Facing everyone's eyes full of curiosity, Hideki, as usual, explained the secret without reservation. To achieve the effect just now, there are actually two ways. One is the Eastern mind playing method, and the other is the Western speed playing method. And the Eastern mind playing method emphasizes a state of unity between man and ball. The little ninjas who were originally listening carefully gradually froze their smiles as they listened. Who the hell is asking you about the setting in the story? Everyone was complaining fiercely in their hearts, and at the same time, they accused the teacher with resentful eyes, actually playing with their young hearts. Yui Kurane was the smartest, and she directly pulled Hideki's sleeve and said coquettishly, "Teacher, I want to spend points to learn this, can I?" The little ninjas couldn't help but brighten up. Although they don't have so many points yet, if Kurane can succeed, then at least there is hope. Shisui was a little hesitant. After all, he had already spent his points on learning breathing methods. If he spent points to learn this, it would not be enough to exchange for the guidance of the Hokage at the end of the term. Fortunately, his entanglement did not last too long. Because Hideki didn't agree immediately this time, but said apologetically, "It's okay if you want to learn, but I haven't completely completed this special effect technique. So if you want to learn, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a while." The little ninjas were not sad but happy to hear this. Anyway, they didn't have enough points now. As long as they could get the teacher's promise, they would learn later. Only Yui Kurane, who had already earned a lot of points through stalls, workshop apprenticeships and class performance, was a little depressed and was puffing up her cheeks. Hideki laughed and said, "Don't be discouraged, in fact, although the special effects technique is not easy, the principle is very basic, and everyone has even come into contact with it. So if you are really interested, you might as well take it as a subject to see if you can unravel the veil behind it yourself. And as an encouragement, I will add another prize. When I perfect it, the first student who cracks it will be able to learn for free." Although the prize is quite generous, the little ninjas still showed doubtful eyes on their faces. Because, why does this scene have a sense of déjà vu? It seems that the teacher also set a prize at the beginning, asking everyone to try to crack the mystery of the Rubik's Cube. As a result, to this day, no one has taken it away. There are even a few children of the Nara clan who are frustrated because of this. Now they will shiver when they see the Rubik's Cube. Not to mention such a cool ninjutsu as the special effects technique, how could they have come into contact with its principle before? So everyone thought that the teacher was fooling everyone to study hard again, and they thought that they would never be fooled this time. Only Shisui and Hong were still thinking, and they didn't know who could see through the fog faster. In fact, Hideki didn't fool them this time. It is not difficult to see that this so-called special effects technique actually uses the projection principle of the telescope technique. If you trace the source, you can find the same principle in a very simple ninjutsu. Even because it was too simple, Hideki couldn't remember it when he used the brainstorming technique to deduce the principle of the telescope technique, so he had to borrow it directly from the third generation. And this simple ninjutsu is one of the 3 body techniques that children must master when they graduate the clone technique. Chapter 102 The Riddler rolls out of Konoha. The clone technique, as a basic ninjutsu of D-level difficulty, is to create a clone that is exactly the same as the original body through chakra to confuse the enemy. These clones have no entity and it is difficult to make complex movements. As long as a ninja with a little experience can see through it, the effect is better than nothing. Therefore, only civilian genin like Sakura in the original work would use it in actual combat. But think about it from another angle. Isn't this ninjutsu that can create lifelike phantoms a high-tech holographic imaging technology? Thanks to the omnipotent chakra, which is far superior to Hideki's holographic technology in his previous life, even 5 or 6-year-old ninja school students can do it easily in the ninja world. So using it in battle is simply a waste of resources. Letting it shine in the entertainment industry is the most correct way to open it. Of course, the clone technique that can only create its own phantom cannot be used directly, and certain improvements must be made. The telescope technique is the best example. The principle is to perceive the surrounding optical information through chakra, and then reproduce it with chakra through the principle of the clone technique. So the film technology that uses the principle of the telescope technique can actually make naked eye 3D or even holographic movies without any problems. It's just that Hideki didn't bring them all out at once to avoid raising the aesthetic threshold of the residents of the ninja world too high, and to use them as a hot topic in the future. To be honest, compared with the precise knife skills of those high-tech companies in his previous life, Hideki felt that he was very kind. And the special effects technique that Hideki is developing is to imagine the picture in the mind first, and then use chakra to construct the corresponding image in reality. This is obviously much more difficult than the copy and paste of the telescope technique. In fact, the 30-second special effects blockbuster that made the children want more just now was barely created by Hideki after spending a brainstorming technique. And those fancy light effects are not because Hideki's aesthetic vision is not good. It's because only in this way can the rough modeling and stiff movements of the 2 monsters be covered. The best special effects are those that can't be seen at all. Even Hideki, a layman, understands this principle. It's just that time is tight, so he can only make do with these 5-cent special effects for the time being. Anyway, it is probably enough to deceive the residents of the ninja world. The enthusiastic response from everyone just now also verified Hideki's idea, which made him completely relieved. So in the following time, Hideki began to reshoot the parts where Xianjian had made mistakes before. In fact, In normal filming, a scene usually needs to be shot in different shots and then edited together. But Hideki's camera uses the perception principle of telescope technique. Although there is no barrier to assist, it can also capture images within a radius of 20 meters from any angle. So as long as the actors do not make mistakes, the whole scene can be shot in one go. Afterwards, Hideki can cut out the desired shots according to needs, which can save a lot of time. Because the children are all movie rookies, they didn't notice anything wrong with this, which made Hideki laugh secretly. After that, Hideki continued to work hard and took everyone to shoot several more scenes. Because the acting skills are not required, and it can be shot in one go, the shooting speed is amazingly fast, which makes Hideki finally have the confidence to catch up with the opening day of the toy store. It was not until dusk that the time was too late for filming, and Hideki dismissed the crew and asked everyone to go home and find their own mothers. The little ninjas left in groups of 3 or 5, and they were still chattering about the magic of special effects along the way. After packing up the camera, Hideki was ready to go home to edit it and see how it turned out. Just then, Shisui called him again. "Teacher Hideki, I actually have a small question. It's your special effects that can really make even the most ordinary yo-yo moves look good. But according to what you said before, if people later find out that it's just a special effect in the movie and the actual yo-yo doesn't glow, then maybe they will be less willing to buy it. Don't you understand this, Shisui?" Asuma, who was passing by or eavesdropping, suddenly jumped out and said proudly. "This is called artistic processing, just like the pictures on the instant noodle packaging, it's just a gimmick to attract customers." It seems that Asuma has really gained experience in setting up a stall, and he can apply what he has learned. And what he said is indeed reasonable. It's impossible that after every child buys an Ultraman transformer, the Kingdom of Light will send an Ultraman to Earth to work. But this is just the truth of Hideki's previous life after all. In the ninja world where everything is possible, perhaps the gap between art and reality is not as far as Asuma imagined. Hideki had actually thought of a solution to Shisui's problem. However, for the sake of confidentiality, he could only smile and remain silent. But when the two saw the teacher's appearance, they were shocked. "Oh my god! The teacher has triggered the smiling riddle state again." Even Shisui, after experiencing Obito's previous explanation and verification, also remembered this characteristic of teacher Hideki that was a bit annoying. So the two began to look at each other, and a bold idea came into their minds. Could it be that this yo-yo? Hush! Hideki quickly put his index finger in front of his lips to tell them not to make a fuss. "Don't make a fuss. Don't forget that our workshop now has a competitor." The two immediately understood the teacher's intention, and nodded in understanding, promising not to leak it. Hideki was slightly relieved, but also a little speechless. "It seems that I have to change my habit of riddle. For these little guys who are familiar with me, this is tantamount to confessing. Riddler, get out of Konoha." Yes, just as Asuma and Shisui guessed, it is not impossible to make the yo-yo achieve the cool special effects just now. Because just like the telescope technique has two ways to achieve it, ninjutsu and rune technique. Hideki's special effects technique can naturally do the same. So not only black and white movies are smokescreens, but color movies are just gimmicks. Hideki's real killer weapon to empty the pockets of children and even adults is actually a yo-yo that can really emit various dazzling special effects. Even in Hideki's original plan, he was going to imitate the method of his previous life and use lights and fluorescent paint to achieve the effect of making yo-yo glow. But after developing the special effects technique based on the principle of the telescope technique, Hideki, who pursues perfection, naturally made changes to the plan. In this way, the problem facing Hideki now is how to achieve mass production of this dazzling yo-yo in a short period of time. Chapter 103 Workshop Opening. Wednesday afternoon. Although it is not the weekend, there are still many workshop apprentices gathered in front of the orphanage, and they are looking around with great interest. It turned out that after nearly 2 months of hard work by the Konoha construction team, the workshops and ancillary buildings around the orphanage have been completed. Although everyone witnessed the process of their construction. But after clearing the construction waste and scaffolding, leveling the land and planting some flowers and plants, the scene around the orphanage has been completely renewed. The scientific and efficient factory layout and architectural design from Hideki's previous life, coupled with the Konoha-style decorative style, formed a fashionable and traditional atmosphere that made everyone marvel. "I thought that I could enter here in the future." Working in the factory, everyone suddenly felt a strong sense of pride. The reason why the children appeared here at this time was that with the completion of the workshop, the full implementation of the work-study program was announced. Although the specific details of the rules have yet to be improved, at least the teacher has announced that the workshop will be open to them every day, and they can come to work and earn points at any time. You should know that recently, as many people have successfully redeemed the rewards they want after accumulating enough points, proving the credibility of the points system, everyone's enthusiasm for getting points is even higher than at the beginning. Everyone has to fight for a few points in the ninja school every day. So the work-study program, which can steadily get points, is very precious. Especially after 2 months of training, everyone's level of controlling the chakra carving knife has been greatly improved, and even some simple deformations can be performed. Coupled with the characteristics of chakra tools that are like extensions of the body and easy to control, everyone's current manual skills are comparable to those of senior craftsmen. Therefore, their speed in making toys has become faster and faster, and the efficiency of exchanging for points has also become higher and higher. Now that the workshop is open, they can stay in the workshop with complete tools and materials every day to make things, which will be even more powerful. Thinking of this, everyone can't help but start to get ready to make a fortune, and at the same time, they tacitly laugh at each other with other classmates. It's a pity that after more than 10 minutes, these poor children will realize how naive their thoughts are at this time. Not long after, the long-awaited teacher Zayasha finally appeared. The little ninjas suddenly burst into the spirit of working, and they all expressed their desire to start working immediately. Zayasha was very satisfied with everyone's enthusiasm for working, and said with a kind smile that looked at silly "Oh dear. I know everyone is in a hurry, but please don't be in a hurry. Because time is too tight, the new apprentice studio for you is almost cleaned and arranged. So before that, don't you want to visit the ordinary workshop of the workshop and see the working conditions of the children in the orphanage? No, we just want to work and earn points. The children shouted in their hearts. But since the studio had not been set up yet, everyone had no choice but to nod in agreement. It was just right that they could pretend to be seniors in front of the little kids in the orphanage and show off their handcrafting skills that were comparable to those of senior masters. So everyone followed teacher Heidke, one by one, with their hands behind their backs, their heads raised, and walked into the so-called production workshop like a handcraft immortal. Then the next moment, the children were shocked by the scene in front of them. In the spacious, bright, and clean room, various huge and complex machines were running tirelessly, and the rhythmic mechanical sounds came one after another, but it did not seem noisy. The conveyor belts shuttled between the machines like blood vessels in the human body. Every time the materials and parts transported passed through a machine, they would change in a short time. The children in the orphanage were also wearing uniform green work clothes and safety helmets, dotted between the conveyor belts and the machines, working with focused eyes. They were mainly responsible for operating the machines and completing some detailed operations that the machines were temporarily difficult to complete, such as complex assembly and product quality inspection. Under the synergy of people and machines, the entire workshop seemed to have life, constantly devouring various materials and producing countless toys. Just like the helplessness of a small workshop in the face of large-scale industrial production. After visiting the workshop, the little ninjas all looked depressed, and even doubted their lives. The toys that took them a lot of time to make were being produced in the workshop like flowing water. My most proud knife skills could not take advantage of the fast and accurate manufacturing level of the machine. So what was the purpose of my hard work in learning chakra carving knives and manual techniques? With such a powerful machine, is there really a need for me in this workshop? Then is everyone's plan to earn points through work-study really possible? Seeing everyone's lost look, Heidke on the side couldn't help but laugh in his heart. In fact, if he spent more time and used the power of brainstorming, he could even build a more advanced fully automatic workshop. It was just that in order to avoid unnecessary covetousness, he chose to keep some spare energy. Even so, this workshop that was ahead of the ninja world still gave these little brats who had never seen much of the world a huge shock. However, Heidke brought everyone here not to attack them, but for a deeper purpose. Seeing that everyone didn't understand, he began to guide them and asked curiously. Why do you all look so dejected? Didn't everyone often complain before that it was boring to make the same toys over and over again? That's why I worked so hard to build this production workshop for everyone to do it for. Shouldn't everyone be happy after seeing it? Happy, so happy, we really thank you. The little ninjas almost rolled their eyes, and their hearts were bleeding. Today is like the setting sun. Active members like Hong and Ebisu didn't come because they had to film. So Xianjian, who had already finished filming Mike's scenes, said tactfully. Teacher, we mainly found that what we learned before seemed to be useless all of a sudden, so we are a little confused. The other little ninjas also nodded in agreement. Hideki asked curiously, why do you think so? Although you no longer need to make those simple toys, the skills and experience learned from them will never be wasted. Although those machines are very efficient, they still have many limitations in production. So as long as you work a little harder, you will soon be able to make products that far exceed the manufacturing limits of those machines. Even those machines themselves, you have enough ability to make them by hand. Unlike usual, Hideki's chicken blood was probably expired, and it did not boost everyone's morale, but had the opposite effect. The little ninjas couldn't help but start to flicker with suspicion. Although teacher Hideki has proved the credibility of his words with his actions countless times. But this time it was too exaggerated. We have only learned toy making for 2 or 3 months, how could we jump to making those extremely complicated machines at once? This is simply asking a ninja school student who can't even master the clone technique to learn the multiple shadow clone technique. No one can do it. Chapter 104 Simple and Easy to Learn Sealing Technique. Hideki naturally knew what everyone was thinking and began to show his signature mysterious smile. I think everyone may have some misunderstandings. Although the machines in the workshop are large, in order to reduce the possibility of failure, the mechanical structures used are as simple as possible, so the actual technical content is very general. Although the children in the workshop cannot make toys alone like you, they can make countless toys through machines and cooperation. Even for products with higher difficulty, everyone can share the difficulty by division of labor and cooperation. Even the largest machines can be decomposed into various simple parts. For you who have mastered the chakra carving knife, the manufacturing difficulty is not much higher than the previous toys. When the little ninjas heard this, their eyes, which had lost their brilliance, finally lit up again. Yes. Anyway, they are not asked to design products by themselves. If they just imitate according to the samples and avoid areas they are not good at through division of labor, then even if it is a more difficult product, they may not be unable to make it. And the higher the end of the product, the higher the points reward will be. Even if it needs to be divided equally among companions, the benefits will definitely not be bad. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't hold back and began to shout around Hideki. Teacher, let's start making more difficult products. The little ninjas jumped up and down, their faces full of expectations for a better future. However, what everyone never expected was that the teacher would score twice so quickly and kick them into the abyss again. I know everyone is anxious, but please don't be anxious yet. Hideki started a familiar pre-swing, which made some students feel a little ominous. Then he smiled and said, because higher-level puppetry products will use some rune spells. So before officially starting production, we have to learn the sealing technique briefly. Simple? Sealing technique? The little ninjas were a little confused. Because the sealing technique they knew had nothing to do with the word simple. A moment later, in the apprentice studio. Although the layout is similar to the temporary workshop in the orphanage, this newly built studio not only has a larger area, but also has more complete tools. There are even some large processing machines placed at the back of the studio for everyone to use. Let's start teaching how to draw seal runes now. Hideki, who was standing in front of a large blackboard, said with a smile. It's a pity that the little ninjas in the audience didn't respond too strongly, and even had strange expressions. As we all know, the seal technique involving the study of the essence of chakra has always been at the top of the contempt chain of all ninjutsu. Everyone has just regained confidence in handmade production. I didn't expect the difficulty to be so high next, and they had to challenge the most difficult seal technique to learn all at once. It's like just getting out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth again. Hideki smiled and said, I know you may be worried that you can't learn it well. But don't be afraid, because I, the teacher, have just started learning this recently, and I found it's not difficult at all. Hey, how can we compare with you, the teacher? Besides, you are also a beginner, where do you get the courage to teach us? The little ninjas complained in their hearts. However, some students noticed something wrong. Sure enough, Hideki quickly reminded them with a smile. Don't forget, although I just learned the seal technique, I have made many puppets and ninja tools using the seal technique rune spells before. The simplest example is the pocket puppet beast that everyone plays with every day. Seeing that the children began to think, Hideki explained with a smile. Because it's just like the toys you made before. In fact, I think there are many toys whose principles are not fully understood, and they are just copied by imitating samples. And I used to draw rune spells on ninja tools in the same way. The little ninjas looked at each other in surprise when they heard this. Will the legendary sealing technique really be so easy to fool? Hideki continued. Of course, as you think, it is not easy to achieve my previous usage. It requires considerable chakra control. However, just like machine production will gradually replace manual production, sealing techniques will also continue to improve and develop. Although, sealing techniques have not changed for hundreds of years. But recently, a new sealing technique revolution has quietly occurred in Konoha. Everyone should have learned about the Uzushio village. It was precisely because it had the best sealing technique in the ninja world that it was attacked and destroyed by multiple ninja villages. Fortunately, our first Hokage's wife, Lady Mito Uzumaki, was born in the Uzushiogakure village, so the inheritance of the sealing technique was not completely cut off. And she has a closed disciple, Miss Kushina Uzumaki, who is also from the Uzumaki clan. She inherited the inheritance of the Uzushiogakure village and Lady Mito, and after years of dedicated research without leaving home, she finally developed a more simple and easy-to-use sealing technique school. And that is the programming flow sealing technique that I am going to teach you. Yes, it has been almost 2 months since Hideki outsourced the development of the programming flow sealing technique to Kushina. With Hideki's research as a foundation, plus a long period of hard work, Kushina finally deduced the dozen basic runes that Hideki needed most before the workshop opened. And these simple and easy-to-learn basic runes that require the least from the user are the basis for Hideki to teach everyone the sealing technique. When the young ninjas heard this, their eyes lit up, and they had some confidence and expectations in their hearts. After all, they had heard of the names of the Uzushiogakure village, the Uzumaki clan, and Lord Mito. Although it had been passed around several times by teacher Hideki, there should still be some tricks. Seeing everyone's attitude change drastically, Hideki was both angry and amused. Sure enough, the name of the Uzumaki clan was useful. It was worth it that he decided to give the name of the inventor of the programming style sealing technique to Kushina. And this decision was not made on a whim, but after careful consideration and consultation with the Sandaime, Minato, and Kushina. After all, a big tree attracts the wind. Hideki was only self-taught in puppetry and taught classes, but he was already on the wanted list of Tsunagakure. If he had the name of the inventor of a new school of sealing techniques, he would probably immediately become a thorn in the eyes of other ninja villages, and they would not even dare to leave the village in the future. On the contrary, Kushina's identity as a member of the Uzumaki clan made this achievement seem less eye-catching. As a Jinchuriki, she couldn't leave the village, let alone worry about safety. And Kushina had no regrets in getting this title. After all, Hideki only provided the inspiration and the terrible initial structure, and the rest had to be completed by Kushina. So she was at least a CO inventor, and now Hideki's name was just temporarily hidden. With the guarantee of the Uzumaki clan, everyone finally had more confidence in learning this so-called simple and easy-to-learn sealing technique. So Hideki also started teaching. Of course, as Hideki just said, he was still half-baked and didn't have the idea of teaching everyone the sealing technique seriously. Instead, he was going to teach everyone how to draw the dozen or so basic runes directly. But before that, he had something more important to teach everyone. Hideki quickly drew a familiar palm meridian diagram on the blackboard, then patted the blackboard and smiled. As I said before, if you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. So before we officially start teaching the rune technique, let's create a dedicated chakra tool for it. Because it is specially used to draw seal runes, I also call it a chakra pen. Chapter 105 The teacher is a little weak. So in the following time, Hideki began to explain the construction method of the chakra pen. The pipeline that specifically transports chakra, the fins that control the flow, and the pen tip that outputs chakra. Although the structure of the chakra pen is quite complicated, the little ninjas are not slow at all in learning. This surprised everyone and reminded them of what the teacher had just said. Even if we no longer make simple toys, the skills and experience we have learned will never be in vain. Only then did they understand that the skills and experience the teacher mentioned were not limited to handmade production. What was more important was the chakra carving knife that they had mastered more and more without realizing it. Because everyone soon discovered that the construction methods of the chakra carving knife and the chakra pen were very similar. This was not simply because the two had similar shapes. It was because the chakra carving knife that the teacher had taught everyone before had already reserved space for the chakra pen parts. Under the chakra knife itself is a shortened and deformed version of the chakra pen. After the little ninjas figured this out, they couldn't help but be amazed in their hearts. Does teacher Hideki need to be so far-sighted? When he was teaching us the chakra knife, he was already preparing for this day. However, thanks to this, even if Hideki hasn't started teaching step by step, everyone can already build a relatively stable chakra pen. And at the moment of successful construction, everyone couldn't help but feel a strong sense of pride. Because they were able to master a sophisticated chakra tool so quickly, they felt their progress more clearly and were more grateful to teacher Hideki. However, they were still too happy too early. Building a chakra pen is only the first step in drawing rune spells, and the next step is the real problem. Although Hideki and Kushina have temporarily deduced a dozen very simple and easy to learn basic runes through the idea of programming flow sealing technique. But this is easy to learn for them after all. For the little brats who haven't even graduated from the ninja school, even with the help of the chakra pen, learning these basic runes is still a daunting challenge. Fortunately, Hideki had anticipated this situation and prepared a countermeasure early. After everyone had basically built a stable chakra pen, Hideki began to distribute a small piece of wood as a material for practicing drawing runes. After each of the little ninjas received 10 pieces of wood, they were a little speechless and complained about the teacher's thriftiness. Because this piece of wood is only 1 centimeter square and the thickness is quite thin, I'm afraid it will disappear if the wind blows. You really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. Hideki spread his hands helplessly. You know, this small piece of wood is a treasure that many sealing ninjas have been looking for in the past. You may not know that in the past, learning sealing techniques had to face a big problem. That is, the cost of practicing drawing runes is too high. This is because the key to runes is not the text on the surface, but the subtle chakra changes concentrated in the strokes when drawing. So if you just draw them on ordinary paper and observe them with the naked eye, you can't tell whether they are successful or not. So unless there is a famous teacher who is proficient in both sealing techniques and perception ninjutsu to practice with you. Otherwise, you have to use a large number of precious rune paper scrolls with chakra conduction properties to practice repeatedly. Such harsh conditions are the reason why sealing techniques are so powerful but are becoming less and less common nowadays. Even I, the teacher, almost spent all my savings on this. Most of the people here at this time are students from civilian families or small ninja families. So everyone felt a sense of defeat and almost gave up after hearing this. Fortunately, Hideki used another but to keep everyone for a while. But, times have changed, kids. Hideki smiled and said. The programming flow sealing technique invented by your teacher Kushina just solves this problem. Because it is different from the traditional sealing technique that emphasizes spirit over form and pursues the idea of reducing the number of runes through exquisite chakra changes. The programming flow sealing technique emphasizes form over spirit, that is, it achieves similar effects to traditional methods by stacking a large number of simple basic runes. Although this will consume more talisman scrolls when used. But because the basic rune structure is simple, the requirements for talisman scrolls are greatly reduced. At this point, Hideki picked up the small wooden piece and smiled. For example, this is what everyone knows. The small wooden piece that was despised is actually the lowest quality chakra conduction material. Although it is cheap, it must be processed many times before it can be made into paper that can be used to write runes, and it is still expensive in the end. But thanks to the characteristics of basic runes that are not picky about materials, we can now use it directly to draw runes, greatly reducing the cost of practice. In addition, these materials have always been produced by the Senju clan of our Konoha, and they gave our workshop a considerable discount. So our workshop has enough confidence to let everyone learn to draw seal runes together. When the little ninjas heard this, they subconsciously held the small wooden piece in their hands tightly, for fear that it would be blown away by the wind if they were not careful. Because no one dreamed that there were so many unknown ways hidden behind this small piece of wood. In order to enable these children to master the technology of drawing runes as soon as possible, Teacher Hideki, Teacher Kushina, and even the Senju clan have made so many contributions. This made everyone feel that the small wooden pieces in their hands began to become heavy, and they made up their minds to study hard and not let their hard work go to waste. However, Hideki's explanation was not over yet. And this small wooden piece I call the rune piece is so small, not because I am stingy, but because there is another mystery. As Hideki spoke, he used the chakra pen to draw a rune on a small wooden piece in the eyes of everyone's curiosity. Then he took out a strange wooden board the size of a palm, and then placed the drawn rune piece in the groove in the middle of the wooden board. Perfect. Have your hands been kissed by the six-path sage? Hideki looked a little superficial. Suddenly, a voice of praise rang out. However, the little ninjas did not think that the teacher was bragging, because they were surprised to find that the voice actually came from the wooden board. Where? Hideki first responded modestly, and then continued to explain in everyone's speechless eyes, Rune detector, this is the name of this wooden board. The function is just as you can see, it can detect the level of rune drawing on the rune sheet and give corresponding evaluations with voice. Don't think it seems no big deal. You should know that the traditional seal rune formula requires one-stop operation, otherwise it cannot be connected smoothly. And the effect of a single rune is generally not very obvious. So even if there is a mine at home, you can use a large number of rune paper scrolls to practice. Before you can draw a rune formula with obvious effects, it is still difficult for beginners to determine whether they have mastered the corresponding rune. Only the rune formula of the programming flow sealing technique can be reconnected like this, and even the runes in it can be replaced at will. Hearing this, everyone's curiosity has been completely ignited. However, some are interested in the magical programming flow sealing technique, and some are interested in the interesting rune detector. Many people wanted to hear what kind of comments they would get from the runes they drew. Seeing that the time had come, Hideki began to move on to the next step and began to teach everyone how to draw runes step by step, just like before. Unlike usual, this time, even if Hideki used the spider induction technique to the limit, it might be difficult to fully capture the most subtle changes in chakra when everyone drew runes. For this reason, Hideki secretly performed the shadow clone technique, just like when he used the chakra workshop technique to show off, and let it hide in a pre-prepared compartment. Then he connected it with the magic circle drawn in the studio and temporarily improved his perception ability by launching the brainstorming technique. And the result was just as Hideki hoped. With the blessing of the brainstorming technique, he finally had the capital to guide everyone on how to draw runes. However, there are gains and losses. Although Hideki only used one shadow clone, he also turned on the energy-saving mode as much as possible to reduce consumption. However, maintaining the brainstorming technique and spider sense technique at the same time still made his meager chakra even more stretched, and he had to rest for a while every 10 minutes or so. The little brats naturally didn't understand the mystery. Just seeing the teacher had to rest all the time and his face turned pale, they couldn't help whispering. Don't you feel that the teacher's body seems to be a little weak? You are weak, your whole family is weak. Hideki, who had a sharp ear, found that his reputation was damaged and almost burst into tears. He immediately made a decision in his heart. After the toy store opened, he had to start studying how to make up for the defect of insufficient chakra. In fact, he had already found a breakthrough in his previous research, and now he only needed time to study. Chapter 106 The time to witness a miracle has come. That night, in the leader's office at the root base. Advanced production workshop, chakra pen, rune tester. Plus the special effects used in the previous movie. Danzo, who had just finished listening to his subordinate's report, tapped the table with his fingers and pondered. Sure enough, sending people to keep an eye on Kimura Hideki. I didn't expect him to come up with so many new things so soon. He is indeed a genius inventor favored by Hiruzen. Fortunately, even if he cannot join the route for the time being, there are still ways to make him work for the route. Danzo's mouth curled up slightly when he thought of this. Danzo has been very proud recently. In order to cope with the crisis of insufficient funds for the route, he almost took out all his savings and invested in the toy store. So he was able to build the toy production line so quickly and opened the toy store before Hideki. And this decisive choice also gave him the most generous rewards, and he made a lot of money by taking the lead. At the same time, this also made Danzo realize the huge potential hidden in the inconspicuous blue ocean industry of the toy industry. Therefore, he has made a decision to let the roots absorb more nutrients from here, so as to thrive better and protect Konoha. In this way, Kimura Hideki became a person he loved and hated. He loved that he could provide him with new ideas and continue to implement the strategy of feeling Hideki's way across the river. Hated that he could not be fully used for himself, and that he would soon open a store and steal his business. It's a pity that Hiruzen has sternly warned him not to play dirty tricks and can only compete with him by formal business means. Otherwise, Danzo has 100 ways to make Hideki's toy store unopened for a lifetime. Unlike now, he can only secretly bribe the parents of several workshop apprentices and let them ask their children more about Kimura Hideki's situation in class and the workshop. Danzo didn't think there was anything wrong with this. After all, many businessmen would hire their ninjas to steal business intelligence. So for him, this is definitely a formal business method. For the time being, I have not sent anyone to the workshop to steal information directly, which is already a face-saving measure for Hiruzen. Danzo continued to think. Based on the existing information, Kimura Hideki should be holding back to get back at me on the day of the store opening. However, the workshop should not be taken too seriously. Although the production workshop is more advanced, the quality is not much better. Although the programming flow sealing technique invented by the nine-tailed Jinchuriki has a promising future, it will probably take a lot of time for those ninja school students to master it. So Kimura Hideki's killer move is still the movie. Danzo couldn't help but raise a sinister arc at the corner of his mouth again. Indeed, with the blessing of the magical special effects technique, the movie shot by Kimura Hideki should be quite interesting and can attract many customers. However, he had known the news for a long time, so he was naturally well prepared. First of all, of course, he used the same old trick. He had sent people to record the exclusive yo-yo shapes of the movie protagonists and imitated a warehouse of knockoffs. Just waiting for the movie to be released, and making a fortune by riding this favorable trend. In addition, Danzo also did something that made him applaud. That is, he had secretly bought the cinema and the surrounding shops. Although in order to avoid being caught, he did not force the sale, but spent a lot of money to buy the cinema and shops. But he trusted Hideki's business acumen very much, and felt that the reason why the other party was at a disadvantage was just because of his ordinary background and did not have as much capital as himself. So Danzo believed that as long as Hideki's movie was released, as the only cinema in Konoha, the place would definitely appreciate more than 10 times. At that time, it could be used to open a toy store to attract customers who had just finished watching the movie, and it could also be rented out at a high price, which would make money anyway. Of course, the most important thing was that this was equivalent to holding Hideki's key point. Danzo knew that Hideki's workshop had received a lot of investment from the village, and it must be effective as soon as possible. In the short term, it is impossible for Konoha to have another cinema. So if Hideki wants to release the movie and make the factory profitable, he must cooperate with me. Even if I want to recruit him, I only need to whisper in his ear. Kimura Hideki, you don't want the children in the orphanage to be without work, right? Danzo thought about it and felt that his plan was almost perfect. This is a sure thing. JPG. To be honest, he can't wait for the day when Hideki's toy store opens. So time passed day by day, and soon it was the end of November. There was only one day left before Hideki's toy store opened. During this time, Hideki was still busy, mainly doing various preparations for the opening of the store. However, he has not participated in the filming of the movie recently. Because after the filming got on track, Hideki became a hands-off boss again, basically leaving everything to the students. The name is to cultivate everyone's independent ability. He only occasionally took time to go to the set to shoot special effects scenes and was responsible for the final editing. As for the usual director position, he gave it to Ebisu. At that time, Ebisu was so happy that he patted his chest and promised not to disappoint his teacher's trust. This made Hideki feel a little guilty. Because he chose Ebisu simply because this kid wore sunglasses all day and looked like he should be good at making movies. Fortunately, Ebisu's reputation as a know-it-all was well deserved, and even the filming of movies quickly became well made, which made Hideki worry less. If there is a shortcoming, it is that this kid really values this task, so he is too meticulous when shooting. He would take the shots that Hideki would basically go through once, but he would take 10 shots in a row without getting tired of it. Fortunately, he was still shooting according to the script, otherwise Hideki would have to wonder if he had also been infected with the problem of a certain director with sunglasses. Because of this, the filming progress of the movie began to fall behind, and it seemed that it would not be able to catch up with the opening day of the toy store. However, Hideki did not urge Ebisu, and encouraged him to continue at his own pace, and he seemed not to be in a hurry at all. Perhaps this was related to the fact that the progress of the workshop was not smooth. As the proficiency of the children in the orphanage improved, the production of the ordinary toy workshop was also getting better. A large number of toys have filled the newly built warehouse, just waiting for the opening day of the toy store. But in the apprentice studio, the students' rune learning progress was not as ideal. The main problem was similar to the monkey picking corn. Under Hideki's hands-on guidance, the children learned the basic runes very quickly. But once they learned a new rune, their impression of the previous rune would quickly become blurred, and they even had to ask the teacher to guide them again. As a result, after the guidance, the new rune they had just learned was forgotten again. It was not that they were deliberately making things difficult for Heidki. In fact, Heidki's quick method of learning was useful. However, the children knew nothing about the runes they had mastered, and there was no connection point to consolidate their memory. They could only rely on the feeling similar to muscle memory to force them to remember. So once learning other runes interfered with this feeling, they would immediately forget the old runes. It seemed that Heidki had no better solution for this. He could only slow down the pace and let everyone practice on their own first. He also began to explain the sealing technique and the effects of these runes, hoping to help everyone consolidate their memory. However, the day when the children draw a complete rune formula seems to be far away. The setbacks in both the movie and the workshop made the Sandame and Minato a little worried, and they each sent condolences to Heidki. They all felt that even if Heidki wanted to return the favor to Danzo, he didn't have to rush, and it wouldn't be too late to open a toy store and make the workshop profitable. Heidki just smiled bitterly and nodded, as if he had accepted his fate and accepted the suggestions of the two. That night. Okay, we've practiced for so long that we've had enough time. Everyone should go to bed quickly so that you can have enough energy to cope with tomorrow's test. In the lobby of the orphanage, Heidki said helplessly to a group of little kids who were pestering him. These older children, about 11 or 12 years old, will be the clerks of the toy store in the future. Although they had practiced a lot before. But when the time came, they began to feel a little unconfident, so they pestered Heidki to practice the etiquette of receiving guests again. Just do it again. Please, brother Heidki. Me too. Fortunately, Aunt Kelly showed her power. Mikazuki. Takaki. Yamaki. Read. I'll count to 3. If you don't go to bed, you won't have breakfast tomorrow. 3. Swish. In the blink of an eye, there was no one beside Heidki. The little devils all ran away at a speed that would make Minato Namikaze ashamed. There was no other way. For them who had just eaten a full meal for a few days, the punishment of not being able to eat breakfast was too terrible. Sure enough, it's Aunt Kelly who can control these little monkeys. Heidki wiped his sweat and smiled at Kelly. Who knew that Aunt Kelly still had a stern face and said, Heidki, you too, must be very busy tomorrow, you should go to bed quickly. Recently, I saw that the lights in the attic have to go out late at night, you should also pay attention to your health, don't always stay up late. Okay. Heidki realized that he was also a monkey in Aunt Kelly's eyes, and in order to avoid Aunt Kelly's nagging, he ran away. However, Heidki did not really go to bed, but secretly went to the warehouse. Because in order to open the store tomorrow, he still had an important preparation to complete. He walked into the warehouse holding a large wooden box and put it down casually. It seemed to contain rune pieces for children to practice drawing runes. Then, the time to witness the miracle has come. Heidki said softly, and then clasped his hands together. In an instant, countless toys in the warehouse flew out of the packaging and then all floated in the air. Chapter 107 How did it come out? The next morning, in the orphanage cafeteria, Heidki yawned repeatedly and ate the breakfast prepared by Aunt Kelly with sleepy eyes. Even his favorite strawberry milk didn't make him much energetic. I saw that the attic was not lit last night. Why are you so sleepy, Heidki? Even Aunt Kelly couldn't help asking when she came to collect the plates. Maybe you didn't sleep well. Heidki held back a yawn and said perfunctorily. Otherwise, I can't say that I spent most of the night working in the warehouse. However, Aunt Kelly easily accepted Heidki's statement and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Today is indeed a big day. It's normal for Heidki to be so nervous that you couldn't sleep last night. Heidki scratched his head when he heard it. Isn't it just the opening of a toy store? Is it necessary to make it so serious? How could you think that I was so nervous that I couldn't sleep? But after leaving the cafeteria, Heidki found that Aunt Kelly was not the only one who had such thoughts. The dozen or so children who were going to work as toy store clerks had already put on their work clothes and stood in front of the orphanage waiting for him, but their expressions looked a little stiff. In addition to them, Dean Kemp, Matt Dye and his son, and other children in the orphanage also gathered here to cheer them up and see them off. If you don't know, you might think these children are going to the battlefield. Heidki touched his forehead helplessly. It seems that I have done a good job of keeping secrets, which makes everyone a little worried about the future of the toy store and workshop. Although the children's current life of child labor was enough to sue Heideke's boss into bankruptcy in his previous life. But for them, this is already the happiest time in their short lives. No wonder everyone is so worried, afraid of returning to the hard days before. Seeing that everyone's eyes are gradually focusing on him, Heidke also feels the need to say something. So he stretched out his hand and a small earthen platform suddenly rose from the ground. Then he gently with a light jump, he stood on it. The exquisite method made everyone quiet down and wait for Heidke's speech. Ahem. After clearing his throat, Heidke said generously. Today the sky is clear and the waves are magnificent. The rise and fall of the workshop depends on this battle. You must work hard. No wonder. Plop. Everyone was originally ready to shout on board, but they didn't expect to be greeted by no wonder, so they all fell to the ground. After they got up speechlessly, Heidke jumped off the stage and smiled. Based on my many years of experience fighting on the front line of the Second Ninja World War, the outcome of a battle often depends on how much preparation is made before the war. So everyone might as well think back to how much preparation we have made for this, and you will find that there is nothing to worry about at all. After Heidke's joke just now, everyone has relaxed a lot. Now, thinking back to what Heidke said, and thinking of the efforts they had made during this period, everyone's restless mood finally calmed down, and even began to emerge with confidence and expectation. Heidke nodded with satisfaction, and then said to several adults. Dean Kemp, Aunt Kelly, Senior Dai, the orphanage is handed over to you. After getting the response from the three, Heidke turned around and took a step, then waved his hand and said. Okay, let's go. Don't let our guests wait too long. Not long after, in the office of the root leader. With a pot of tea and a book, Danzo was leaning back in his chair, enjoying the leisure time between work. The tea was the best Gyakuro fragrant tea, which exuded a unique green seaweed aroma. Danzo, who always advocated the simplicity of traditional ninjas, certainly would not spend money on such expensive tea. This was actually a gift from some foreign businessmen, in order to wholesale toys from him and then bring them back to their own country to sell. Danzo would not be bribed by a few pieces of tea leaves, and was ready to leave them alone so as to gain greater benefits. These principles were learned from the business course he had recently started to study. Perhaps it was because of the fanaticism of the converts. Danzo, who once disdained the business of vendors, actually developed a strong interest in it after being forced into the sea. After taking a sip of tea, Danzo smacked his lips and muttered to himself. Today is the day when Kimura Heideke's toy store opens. What a pity. I didn't expect that his movie has not been completed yet, so my plan can only be postponed. But he didn't postpone the opening time because of this, which means he is really eager to make the workshop profitable. This is good news for me. Just as Danzo was drawing on the experience in the book and thinking about how to take advantage of this situation, a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside the door from far to near. Master Danzo. Then there was a hurried knock on the door. I have urgent information to report to you. Come in. Danzo said lightly. Then a root ninja wearing a mouse mask walked into the office quickly, panting and ready to speak, but was interrupted by Danzo. Don't worry, rat, drink some tea first. This rat was sent by Danzo to monitor Kimura Heideke's toy store. So he had guessed that Kimura Heideke must have come up with some new tricks to promote his newly opened toy store. But Danzo was not in a hurry. Because in the face of absolute power, all tricks are in vain. He has already taken the lead, and he has great wealth and power, and a strong scientific research department to rely on. As long as he doesn't make mistakes, he doesn't know how to lose. So no matter what new tricks Kimura Heideke comes up with, he will only be quickly imitated by him and become the nutrients for the continued growth of the root. In a distant different dimension, a boss named Ma was giving a thumbs up to Danzo's idea. Zishu admired Danzo's calmness and respectfully took a sip of tea. Tell me, without the killer movie, what new things did Kimura Heideke come up with to promote his toy store? To Danzo's surprise, Zishu's expression suddenly became a little strange. This gave him a bad feeling, so he took a big sip of tea to calm down. Just then, Zishu gritted his teeth and said. Report to the Lord, it's nothing else, Kimura Heideke is playing an open-air movie at the door of the store. Poof. Before he finished speaking, Danzo sprayed a mouthful of strong tea on Zishu's face. A moment later, outside the root base, Danzo, who was a little impatient, decided to go and find out in person. Because Zisha's report was too incredible. Colorful images, huge screens, and the most outrageous thing is that the images can be clearly seen in broad daylight. Danzo did not think that Hideki could improve the film equipment. As an inventive genius favored by Hiruzen, even if Kimura Hideki could really improve the equipment mentioned by Koroshi, he would not be too surprised. But the premise is that Hideki has to go through a long period of research. Although Danzo does not understand film equipment, he also knew that neither ninjutsu nor technology could be achieved overnight. You should know that the display effect of current movies is still very poor. Not only are they black and white, but they can only be viewed in specially manufactured cinemas. Even if they are played outdoors at night, the picture cannot be seen clearly as long as the moonlight is brighter. If you want to improve from this level to the level that Zisha said, the time it takes must be measured in years, right? And this is also the reason why he wants to use the cinema to threaten Hideki. But now it has been more than half a month since Hideki said he wanted to make a movie. No matter how smart he is, it is impossible to improve the film technology to such a high level all at once. Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, Danzo stopped not far away, and the only trace of luck in his heart completely disappeared. Because the screen that Zisha said was even bigger than he imagined. Even if he was still far away from Hideki's toy store, he had already seen the screen. Of course, this is also due to the fact that the location of the screen is very conspicuous, which made him find its existence at once. Look, isn't that huge screen projected on the cliff just below the Hokage rock? Thanks to Shensia and Philosophy Book Friends for the 100 rewards. Chapter 108 to be continued. Look, there seems to be something glowing under the Hokage rock. It seems to be true now that you said it. How about we go and have a look? Will it be dangerous? Hehe, the Hokage building is nearby. If there is danger, the whole Konoha will not be able to escape. That's right, then let's go there quickly. I heard that a new toy store seems to have opened there today. What the hell, why didn't you say it earlier? Seeing several civilian children running past him excitedly, Danzo was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Because according to a rough estimate here, at least half of Konoha can see the huge screen under the Hokage rock. Even if the villagers didn't have the ninja level vision like him, the colorful images were enough to make them curious and walk over to find out. This also meant that his plan to use the cinema to blockade and blackmail Kimura Hideki had completely failed. Not to mention that there was such a colorful giant screen that was clearly visible under the sun. Who else would be willing to squeeze into a narrow and dark cinema to watch a movie in black and white? God has doomed me. Thinking of the cinema and nearby shops that he had bought with almost all his money, Danzo's heart was bleeding. Fortunately, the ninja's self-cultivation prevented him from losing his composure, but he just sat with his hands in his sleeves and fell into deep thought. This made the rat on the side admire him very much. As expected of Danzo, who was known as the dark of the ninja world, he was still so calm after seeing such a shocking scene. However, what he didn't know was that the Danzo he admired was pinching his forearm with his fingers to barely calm himself down. Soon, Danzo sorted out the pros and cons. It is true that this film technology, which is many years ahead of the current one, did catch him off guard and caused him to suffer heavy losses in cinema-related investments. But in terms of the toy store, he is actually making a profit. After all, he has prepared a large number of movie-related yo-yos. If the movie is popular, he can also take advantage of it and make a fortune. And the huge movie screen is actually a double-edged sword. Although it attracted countless customers at once, it also reduced Kimura Hideki's geographical advantage. Because Danzo's own toy store is also within a good viewing range, there is no need to worry about the customers being completely snatched away. If not, he only needs to open another toy store near the square, and he can get the movie's promotional halo 100%. Plan.jpg. However, Danzo still has some doubts. That is, the movie has not been finished yet, so how dare Kimura Hideki show the semi-finished product to everyone? No matter what, Danzo decided to go over and find out before making more plans. This freeloading behavior made Hideki, who was standing at the door of a toy store, laugh and cry. Asuma, Obito, Kai, please go and call the children back. Hideki waved his hand and said. It seems that no one will buy anything unless they finish the movie. After saying that, Hideki found that he didn't get a response, turned his head and sighed. Because the three little guys were also staring at the screen intently, and didn't hear their own what I said. Pa. 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 Hideki hooked his finger lightly, and a lazy black cat beside him suddenly jumped up, leaving a cat paw print on the top of each of the three people's heads. There is an assassin. The three people woke up as if from a dream, looked down at the black cat who was looking up with a smug look on his face, and then looked up at teacher Heidke who was smiling beside him. They all covered their heads and looked at each other, not knowing what they had done wrong. Heidke had to say it again, and then watched the three people reluctantly move their eyes away from the screen and go to find the children separately. At this time, Ebisu on the side couldn't help but regret. Teacher, if I had known that this movie was in color and the screen was so big, I would definitely design the picture to be more beautiful. Then the shooting progress would become slower, right? Heidke said with a hint of sarcasm. Ebisu immediately wilted, and said with a face full of shame. I'm sorry, Mr. Heidke, I still couldn't finish the whole movie in the end. Then his face showed worry again. What if the movie ends halfway through? I'm afraid everyone will have opinions. Don't worry, it will never happen. Heidke said wisely. Because today I didn't plan to have so much content halfway through the movie. Ebisu, who was originally a little relieved, staggered on the spot when he heard this. Hey, mister, you said it won't happen, you mean halfway through the movie? Heidke laughed again. Ebisu, don't you think it's a pity to watch such a good movie all at once? So I plan to play a little bit every day, and everyone will get used to it after a while. Ebisu was speechless, straightened his crooked sunglasses and muttered. Will this method really work? Before everyone gets used to it, teacher, are you sure this toy store won't be demolished by everyone? Soon after, Ebisu's worries seemed to be fulfilled. At this time, the screen was showing that the male teacher played by Inyazuka Tachibana finally found the protagonist played by Shisui. In order to save the school that is about to be closed, please join our yo-yo team. In order to enhance the tension of the plot, Heidke added the popular plot of the school's crisis. Sure enough, the audience's emotions were instantly raised, and they were very curious about what kind of response the protagonist Uchiha Fei would have. However, at this moment, the screen they were staring at suddenly went black, and then 4 big words appeared. To be continued. Then the screen disappeared and turned back to the bare cliff. The audience was stunned. What is this for? Hasn't the story just begun? Why is there no picture suddenly? Is it broken? The feeling of being neither up nor down made everyone feel uncomfortable as if being scratched by a cat. Either you don't show it to me, or you should watch it to the end. What the hell is it to just watch the beginning? Fortunately, at this moment, the huge screen lit up again. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was just a technical adjustment and there was nothing to be afraid of. Who knew that the next screen was not a continuation of the previous plot, but a handsome young man with a high ponytail? After everyone was surprised, the young man on the screen began to smile and said, Hello everyone, I'm very happy to meet you here. My name is Kimura Heidke, a teacher at the ninja school, and the owner of the newly opened Bandai toy store on your left. And the movie Fire Boy King that you just watched was made by me and my school students. The simple opening remarks caused an uproar. No one thought that this huge movie that amazed them was actually made by this young man and his students. However, what everyone is most concerned about now is the sequel of the movie. When they see the main character, they immediately shout loudly. What is the plot like after that? Hurry up and play the movie. Play it. Play it. Play it. Luckily, Heidke was doing a live broadcast in the toy store at that time, otherwise they would be yelling at the screen and it would be like talking to a cow. Heidke pressed his hand to let everyone quiet down temporarily, and smiled slightly. Don't worry, there is indeed a sequel, but it will be played tomorrow. Hey Dante rushed to scold, because I didn't deliberately tease you. I don't know if you have ever watched an ordinary movie and complained that the movie was too short to tell a long story. And it is for this reason that I created this new form of movie, called a TV series. It will tell all kinds of magnificent long stories in a much longer time than a movie. Because the production cycle is too long, it is impossible to shoot all the plots before broadcasting. So we can only adopt this form of shooting and broadcasting, please forgive me. Yes, the movies shot by Heidke are not movies in essence, but TV series. Because the movie is too short, no matter how carefully it is made, it is difficult for customers to have enough stickiness. As long as you don't buy related peripherals after watching it, the desire to buy later will be gone. Will be greatly reduced. Compared with this, it is better to use shoddy long-running series to bombard customers for a long time. The reason why Heidke didn't tell everyone before was because he wanted to beware of Denzo, and even the script only gave part of the content in the front as a smokescreen. The audience could barely accept Hideki's statement. Although most of them have never seen ordinary movies. But they have at least read serial novels or listened to storytelling, so they quickly understood what Hideki meant and were curious about this new movie model. Of course, the most important thing is that they didn't spend a penny, so how could they have the nerve to be so picky? Of course, not everyone is so reasonable. Some unscrupulous hooligans rolled their eyes and soon came to the door of the toy store and shouted. It seems that they want to use their usual tricks to encourage everyone to attack this newly opened toy store so that they can fish in troubled waters and buy it for free. Who knew that at this moment, several ANBU ninjas wearing animal masks suddenly appeared on the roof of the toy store, staring at them in the crowd with cold eyes. The hooligans who always bullied the weak and feared the strong suddenly calmed down as if they were poured with cold water. They now knew that this toy store was definitely not something they could afford to provoke, and they quietly retreated from their hearts. However, the appearance of the ANBU also made the atmosphere on the scene a little cold, and the guests who were originally preparing to enter the store stopped. Hideki was a little speechless. Because he had his own way of dealing with it, and the appearance of the ANBU was not in his plan. It is estimated that this is the good intention of the third generation, but it is a pity that good intentions have done bad things. Fortunately, this is not a big problem. Under Hideki's instructions, the shills who were planted in the audience group beforehand began to make noise again, begging Hideki to play one more episode. The audience's attention was also diverted, and they also shouted like they wanted to join in the fun. Finally, all the shouts gradually unified and became a uniform sentence. One more episode. One more episode. Hideki on the big screen also pretended to be entangled, and then said helplessly. Okay, but it won't happen again next time. The next moment, the whole square was enveloped by warm cheers. The sound almost spread throughout Konoha, and attracted many villagers to come and watch curiously. After everyone calmed down a little, Hideki raised a cunning arc at the corner of his mouth and said. Because it takes a little preparation time, in the meantime, please watch our carefully crafted commercials first. Chapter 109 Why does my firepower warrior glow? In the fields around Konoha. A huge wild boar was destroying the fields crazily, and 3 ninjas were dealing with it. Suddenly, the wild boar charged at one of the skinny ninjas. Dingzo, hold on! Bang! The ninja called Dingzo was still hit by the wild boar and flew through the sky with a scream. The scene changed, and the 3 were hiding in a farmhouse, and the wild boar was still rampant not far away. A pineapple-headed ninja frowned and said. Dingzo, you should block it. Dingzo, who had a big bump on his head, said weakly. I think I have blocked it. You are unreliable at the critical moment. Blame me. A blonde ninja took out a black ball and said. You are weak when you are hungry. Hungry guy. Have a Bing Liang pill. Dingzo was immediately delighted, took the Bing Liang pill and took a bite. How is it? Yeah, it's exciting. With a rub, the skinny Dingzo immediately turned into a big and strong man. The scene switched again, and the wild boar dug the ground with its front feet and charged at them. Dingzo smiled confidently, stepped forward and stretched out one hand to block it, then punched out with an uppercut, and with a bang, the wild boar flew into the forest. Then he raised a Bing Liang pill, looked at the camera and smiled. Akimichi Bing Liang pill, sweep away hunger, be yourself. Then a line of small words floated across the bottom of the screen at a speed so fast that it was hard to see. This advertisement is for reference only, please refer to the actual product for specific effects. Outside the screen, in the square. The audience who just watched this commercial were all stunned, and their mouths were full of Bing Liang pills. Before hearing Hideki say that he was going to broadcast an advertisement, everyone thought it would be like a merchant usually soliciting customers at the door of the store, just finding someone to hold the product and brag about various benefits, without any technical content. Unexpectedly, the screen broadcast a battle scene of 3 ninjas fighting a wild boar without a word, which made them completely confused. What they didn't expect was that when they gradually immersed themselves in the story, they found out that it was actually an advertisement. The audience felt that their emotions were being played. Fortunately, the story of this advertisement was interesting and well made, and it received unanimous praise from them. Many people were even discussing whether the Akimichi clan's Bing Liang Guan was really so magical, and they were discussing buying some to try later. Of course, except for the girls. Seeing this, the Akimichi clan members on the side couldn't help but celebrate and were happy. I have to laugh until my back teeth come out. Then several more ads were played on the screen. It doesn't matter how long it lasts, it only matters that I once had it, the Mountain Flower Shop. Which company has the best ninja tool making technology? Look for Mandiantang in the east of Konoha village. Nara brand kidney tablets, he is good. I am good too. A large number of ads with different styles appeared in turn, making the audience dazzled. Although there are a lot of ads, everyone who is still in the fresh period still looks focused and can't take their eyes off. In the projection room of the toy store, Hideki saw this scene from the window and also showed a cunning smile. Compared to those viewers who got angry after watching 1 second of ads in their previous life, the villagers who were concentrating on watching the ads in front of them looked too cute. In this way, the movie playback equipment that he had exhausted his merits and spent a lot of effort to create finally had another profit point. You should know that Hideki spent a lot of time on these ads. Not only did he have to take time out of his busy schedule to shoot them himself. Besides, because there was no precedent, he couldn't find a sponsor who was willing to pay, so he had to work for nothing, and those ninjas and merchants would be willing to give it a try. Fortunately, judging from the audience's response, it is estimated that Hideki will not have to look for them in the future, but they will come to ask Hideki to shoot advertisements for products. For a while, Hideki's sinister laughter rang out in the screening room. Not far away in the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office. The Sandaime was standing in front of the windowsill, holding a pipe and watching the grand occasion of the square below the Hokage rock, and he didn't even know that the tobacco had been burned out. The movie and the advertisement were certainly good, but he was more concerned about the audience's reaction. Perhaps these audiences themselves did not realize that everyone's expressions were changing unpredictably with the changes in the pictures on the screen. Sometimes they were happy, sometimes nervous, sometimes curious, and sometimes laughed. And the synchronization rate was terrifyingly high, as if they were a group of puppets dancing under the control of a puppeteer. This made the Sandaime shocked, and finally understood what Hideki meant before. This movie equipment is really a killer for publicity. There is no need for a movie, even a short advertisement has amazing magic. Even though he strictly abides by the 2 taboos of ninjas and has always restrained his desires, he is also quite interested in the products in the advertisement. For example, the Narashenbeo tablets. Ahem. Imagine how terrible the publicity effect would be if a large-scale advertisement of the Will of Fire was made in the form of a movie or a TV series. Thinking of Hideki's ambition to spread the Will of Fire throughout the ninja world, the Sandaime felt a surge of excitement in his heart. If Hideki helps, then this feat that the first and second generations have not been able to achieve may really have a chance to be achieved during his tenure. Unlike the Sandaime who was overjoyed. At this time, Danzo was overwhelmed by the new things that Hideki threw out one after another. Colorful giant screen, TV series, advertisements. The business books he has read recently did not teach him how to deal with these at all. Especially the advertisement, it was a killer. After all, good wine needs to be hidden in a remote alley. For merchants, how to promote their products and brands has always been a time-consuming, labor-intensive, and costly problem. Although now everyone can promote by distributing flyers or advertising in newspapers. But compared with the advertisement on the huge screen in front of him, the effect is simply a small matter. Danzo could even imagine the scene of a lot of businessmen waving money to ask Kimura Hideki to advertise for them. For some reason, when he thought that Hideki would make a lot of money, it was more uncomfortable than losing money himself. The only thing that comforted Danzo was his own toy store. Fortunately, there was not much difference between the two sides in terms of toys, which gave him some breathing space and time to think about how to fight back. Just then the audience suddenly cheered. It turned out that the advertisement was finally over, and the next episode of Fire Boy King finally started. Although he had already read the script by heart, Danzo still collected his thoughts and started reading, fearing that Hideki would give him another surprise. Unfortunately, he really guessed right. This episode follows the previous one, and Uchiha Fei decisively rejected Inuzuka's invitation to join the team, which made the audience sigh. Then he met a few older children who were bullying a little fat boy. Then there was another scene of helping others when seeing injustice. Of course, the way to resolve the conflict was still to rely on a yo-yo duel. After the baptism of the first episode, the audience gradually adapted to this peculiar worldview, and even felt that this setting was quite interesting. If everyone in reality could also resolve all conflicts by playing yo-yo, then their lives would be much more peaceful. The plot soon reached its climax. The protagonist Uchiha Fei suddenly shouted, "Toy windmill!" Then he quickly operated with both hands, making the yo-yo fly up and down between his fingers and the ball rope. Although the action is not complicated, it has the advantage of the fancy glare, which makes it look very cool. So the audience is still fascinated by it, and they wish they could use this cool glare move. Of course, the Oriental mind-playing method introduced in the play, the setting of making the yo-yo glow by combining people and the ball, is something that only young kids would believe. After discussing it, many people concluded that this glare must be very difficult to achieve. Either it only exists in movies, or only ninjas can do it, or it must be sold at a very high price, which is not something that ordinary people like them can get their hands on. When they thought that they had no chance to have the glowing yo-yo, many people's interest suddenly decreased. So when the movie was over and many people crowded into the toy store to buy yo-yos, these picky guys still did not move and hesitated. And at this moment, not far in front of the toy store, a little boy had just bought a yo-yo, unpacked it, and was imitating the actions of the protagonist in the movie, using the simplest sleep. The next moment, he opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Ah! How come my firepower warrior glows?" Chapter 110 3 Rules. At first, no one cared about the little boy's speech. Everyone thought it was just a child's mistake, delusion, or simply a sensationalism. However, whenever the eyes of the people around accidentally swept in the direction of the little boy, a not too conspicuous light would always lock their sights firmly. The unbelievable scene made everyone just stare blankly, which made this area seem particularly quiet, out of tune with the lively atmosphere around. "Fuck! Your yo-yo is really glowing." It was like a domino being pushed down. When a fat man who was hit by the immobilization spell reacted and shouted, everyone finally woke up from their dreams and screamed in surprise. Because the yo-yo in the little boy's hand was really emitting a faint light. This made them subconsciously want to get closer to the little boy and try to figure out why the yo-yo was glowing. Adults from all directions rushed towards him with glowing eyes, and the little boy was almost scared to death. Just when he could only choose to squat with his head in his hands, a platform suddenly rose from the ground under his feet, lifting him up to a height of more than 2 meters before stopping. The people who were swarming in were startled by the sudden appearance of the earthen platform and stopped in their tracks. But after a few seconds, there was no new movement. Everyone regained some confidence and began to shout indignantly, fighting for their legal rights. "Why don't the yo-yos we bought glow? The prices are obviously the same. This is too unfair." As the saying goes, it is not the lack of things that is worrying, but the inequality. If everyone's yo-yos didn't glow, that would be fine. Now that others can do it but they can't, of course they feel a little psychologically unbalanced. Even some customers who were preparing to buy yo-yos in the toy store began to wait and see. This made the clerk and Asuma a little confused. Because even they didn't know why the little boy's yo-yo glowed. No need to ask, this must be the masterpiece of Mr. Hideki who likes to be a riddler. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but cast a resentful look at the projection room. Just at this moment, Hideki's image appeared on the huge screen again, and he began to say apologetically, "I'm very sorry, but please be patient. In fact, the reason why the glowing yo-yo appeared has been written on the notice at the door of the toy store, and I'm about to tell everyone here. I can only say that this child is really lucky to win the prize in one go. Everyone hasn't had a chance to understand the rules yet, so there are some misunderstandings." Many customers took a closer look and found that there were indeed many notices posted on the outer wall of the toy store, with dense text written on them. It's just that everyone was either busy watching movies and advertisements or rushing to buy toys, so who would care about so many words in the notice? Hideki understands that people don't read too many words, and he starts to explain to everyone very considerately. First of all, you have to know that the reason why the yo-yo can glow is because the rune of the sealing technique is added to it. This is a technique that can achieve a similar effect to ninjutsu as long as chakra is injected. Because the consumption required for glowing is very small, even if you are not a ninja, the chakra naturally generated in your body is enough to support the glow of this yo-yo. Many civilians were surprised and excited when they heard this. Because they only now know that they have the same chakra as ninjas in their bodies. Even if it is far inferior to the level of ninjas, it can be used to make the yo-yo glow, and it is not bad to light up your boring and gloomy life a little. Then Hideki said. But everyone should know that because it is very difficult to learn, even in Konoha, there are very few ninjas who can master this technique. Not to mention that the rune formula must be drawn on precious and rare materials to work. So it is not difficult for everyone to see that the cost of making a glowing yo-yo is quite high. But even so, I believe there will still be many people willing to pay a high price to buy it." Hearing this, everyone was silent again. There were also many ninjas at the scene, and the young boss could not lie to them. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. So even if he sells the dazzling yo-yo at a high price, it is understandable. It's a non-thing. But in this case, the dazzling yo-yo is probably not something they can get their hands on, which feels a bit regretful. However, at this moment, Hideki smiled gently again and changed the subject. "But you probably don't know that my background is not good. I even grew up without parents. I grew up in the orphanage in the south of the village. The reason why I opened this toy store now is also partly to maintain the operation of the orphanage and find some work for the children. So when you see that the clerks are all children, please don't be surprised, and please be more tolerant." Everyone didn't expect that this young and promising store owner would come from that dilapidated orphanage, and they couldn't help but admire him. Not to mention that he tried his best to give back to the orphanage after he became capable, which made everyone feel good about him. Then Hideki smiled again. "So I understand everyone's current thoughts very well, and I also hope that more people can experience the fun of the flashing yo-yo. For this reason, I have temporarily formulated 3 rules. The first is that among the ordinary yo-yos sold normally, 1 flashing yo-yo will be mixed in for every 1,000. And the child just now is the first lucky person in our store. The second is that after shopping in the toy store, you can get a certain amount of points, which can be used to redeem time to try out the flashing yo-yo in the store. The third is that the toy store will hold various yo-yo competitions every weekend, and the prizes also include flashing yo-yos. In this way, everyone can also do what they can and choose the most suitable way to experience the flashing yo-yo." "Good. Well said." The square suddenly burst into warm applause and cheers. "They are indeed children from poor families. They are our own people. It is too thoughtful for them." After the applause died down, Hideki added a little embarrassedly. "Of course, if everyone is willing to buy it directly, that would be the best." Many people laughed when they heard this, thinking that this young store owner was really interesting. With the blessing of these 3 rules, everyone naturally burst into great enthusiasm, and all squeezed into the Bandai toy store happily, wanting to try their luck. However, when some people are happy, others are sad. After listening to Hideki's 3 rules of the toy store, Danzo felt that his lips were shaking uncontrollably. "It's over, it's all over. Don't listen to Hideki's bullshit theory that the poor don't cheat the poor." By judging others by himself, Danzo determined that these rules were aimed at his toy store. Especially the rule that there is a 1 in 1,000 chance of getting a dazzling yo-yo is even more shameless, and it actually takes advantage of the bad nature of humans who like gambling. You know, even the ninja god Senju Hashirama couldn't resist the temptation of gambling, and his granddaughter is even better than him, both inexperienced and playful. Therefore, even though everyone knew that the quality of the 2 stores was similar and the chances of winning were slim, they would choose to spend a higher price to buy the yo-yo from Hideki Toy Store. If they wanted to compete with them, they could only engage in a price war and lower the price as much as possible to keep a small part of the market share. Just when Danzo thought of this helpless plan, he suddenly felt a chill rushing from his tailbone to his brain. Because he suddenly had a strange idea. Isn't this situation where Hideki eats meat and he drinks soup what the other party wants to see the most? It doesn't delay making money too much, and it can prevent him from overturning the table and using tricks. No, it must be just a coincidence. Although it is in the business field that he is not good at. But Danzo still doesn't want to believe that he is being played around by a kid who is less than 20 years old. Even now that he can survive, he still depends on the other party's charity. Feeling that continuing here will only make him more and more angry, Danzo decided to make a strategic transfer and return to the root base to make plans. In fact, at this time, he had already vaguely understood where he had lost this time, and was ready to use this as a breakthrough point to blow the horn of counterattack. Therefore, at the end, he deliberately looked back at Hideki who was still introducing the yo-yo to everyone on the screen, and said to himself, "Kimura Hideki, whether intentionally or unintentionally, you will definitely regret it. Regret not defeating me completely now." After saying that, Danzo found that there was no door to fall, so he had to stride away. Chapter 111 Guess Who I Am. First, relax your body as much as possible. Then imagine that the power hidden in various parts of your body flows to your right hand. Finally, throw the yo-yo down with force. Swish! A yo-yo fell down immediately, spinning at high speed in the air, while shining with bright red glare. Wow, it looks so good. Manager brother, did I succeed? A little boy was shouting happily. Hideki touched his head to show his approval, and then said to the audience outside the screen. This is the trick to make the dazzling yo-yo glow. Depending on the different moves, the glare will change differently, for example. At this time, Hideki was broadcasting live in the projection room, explaining the playing methods of the dazzling yo-yo to the people in the square. The little boy next to him was the lucky winner just now, and was also drafted by Hideki to serve as a model for demonstration. Of course, the main reason was that Hideki just found that many greedy eyes were focused on the dazzling yo-yo in the child's hand. In order to avoid the possibility of excessive joy and tragedy, he brought the child here temporarily. Fortunately, Hideki had anticipated this situation and had already made a plan to deal with it. In the end, the dazzling yo-yo has a special mechanism, I have to explain it to everyone. After introducing the usage, Hideki on the screen said with a serious face. That is, after it is used, it will record and bind the user's chakra characteristics, and it can no longer be activated by other people's chakra. So once it is bound to a user, this dazzling yo-yo is no different from an ordinary yo-yo in the hands of others. Many high-level ninja tools also have similar restrictions to prevent them from being taken away by the enemy and hurting themselves in turn, so there is no need to doubt its reliability. Hideki's words caused another commotion in the square. Because at this time, there are really many people who are calling friends and preparing to pool money to buy a dazzling yo-yo to play with in turns. After Hideki did this, didn't their plan completely go down the drain? Seeing that everyone started to protest loudly, Hideki could only smile bitterly. The purpose of doing this is not to restrict everyone from sharing yo-yos, but a helpless protection measure. As everyone knows, dazzling yo-yos are still valuable to ordinary families, and there is no guarantee that no one will take risks because of it. In order to protect the safety of everyone's lives and property, I will deliberately set such restrictions. Hearing this, the protests in the square gradually subsided, and people began to think about it. Obviously, everyone just wanted to play with the dazzling yo-yo as soon as possible, and had not thought so far. Indeed, if there was no such restriction, even if they were lucky enough to draw a dazzling yo-yo, they would probably only be able to play it secretly at home and dare not show off in front of others. There is no way to pretend, what's the point of playing with yo-yos like this? Then Hideki added considerately. At the same time, our store also provides unbinding services, but the original owner needs to come to our store in person to do it, and a certain fee will be charged as a price, please forgive me. And if you are willing to take the risk, you can also completely disable this function in our store. Of course, if the yo-yo is lost later, our store will not be responsible. After that, Hideki switched the screen content to advertisements and simply ended this live broadcast. The people in the square were completely convinced. Although it was a bit inconvenient, for the sake of safety, this seemed to be the best way. Even those who were ready to pool money to buy dazzling yo-yos gave up the idea. Because they didn't dare to propose to disable this function, for fear of being targeted by bad guys. However, what they didn't know was that they had already been targeted. Some gangsters who had been eyeing them were now calling it bad luck, and they hated Hideki even more. After the envy just calmed down, they naturally didn't have the courage to cause trouble to the toy store. But they still had the courage to bully these ordinary villagers and snatch their dazzling yo-yos, and they were very brave. But with the binding function, unless someone was really stupid enough to cancel this function, they would not be able to make any profit at all. With no choice, they could only hitui and leave a mouthful of thick spit in the square, and then leave cursing. Seeing this, Hideki, who was secretly watching them, sneered in his heart. Then he gave the little boy another warning, and found a ninja school student to send him home, and asked him to explain the situation to the boy's parents. Then Hideki got up and left the screening room to inspect the toy store. At this time, the toy store was of course very lively. All kinds of new toys were displayed on the shelves, dazzling the customers. Of course, the most popular ones were the various new yo-yos that the toy store was selling. Everyone gathered in the yo-yo area, carefully selecting boxes containing yo-yos. They shook, slapped, or muttered to themselves, trying to find the location of the dazzling yo-yo through metaphysical means. Hideki naturally sneered at this, until he found that several Hyuga children walked into the store. Fuck, the guys with perspective hacks are here. Hideki quickly found a few shop assistants to keep an eye on them to prevent these little guys from cheating with their eyes. It turned out that Hideki was judging others by his own standards. The Hyuga children, who always thought highly of themselves, walked straight to the counter specializing in selling dazzling yo-yos as soon as they entered the store. They had no intention of taking advantage of them, which made Hideki feel ashamed. Then at this moment, a little shop assistant's somewhat troubled voice came from nearby, which attracted his attention. Sister, because the inventory is limited, each person can only buy 5 boxes of yo-yos now. In fact, the toy store still has a sufficient inventory of yo-yos. The reason for the purchase limit is that even Hideki could not predict how destructive this gambling-like promotional method would be in the ninja world. After all, even in his previous life, many people who had received higher education were still addicted to the vicious circle of drawing cards and blind boxes. In order to prevent someone from playing yo-yo and Getigonli when the family is bankrupt, Hideki will temporarily take measures to limit purchases and see how things go. And the female customer who is still entangled with the shop assistant seems to prove the correctness of his measures. Don't be so stingy. Actually, I know your boss very well. We are one family. As long as you don't say it and I don't say it, no one will know. This, do you really know Brother Hideki? Seeing that the shop assistant was about to be overwhelmed, Hideki shook his head and smiled, and began to walk over in search of the sound. He wanted to see who this guy who said he was an acquaintance of his was. However, when he approached the two and saw the girl who was hugging the shop assistant and saying devilish words, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Because this black and straight lady made him feel inexplicably familiar, but there was no impression of him at all in his memory. The other party seemed to be waiting for Hideki. As soon as he saw the real owner, he let the clerk go, stood up and smiled slyly. Finally, I saw you in person. I just don't know if you, the store manager, recognized who I am. Hideki looked at the other party's long black and smooth hair, and asked in surprise. Lord Orochimaru. Bang! The girl fainted instantly, then quickly stood up and approached Hideki, pointing her index finger at her face and gritting her teeth. How does my face look like that guy Orochimaru? Sorry, I'm face blind. Hideki said apologetically, and then asked. Then may I ask if you are from the Hyuga clan? You are not face blind, you are blind. No matter how I look at it, I am not from the Hyuga clan. The girl was so angry that her hair was about to fly. Fortunately, at this moment, Minato's gentle voice suddenly sounded. Okay, Kushina, Hideki is just joking with you, don't take it so seriously. Chapter 112 The Wonderful Use of Rune Tablets. As soon as he finished speaking, Minato walked out from behind the shelf nearby. It is estimated that Kushina asked him to hide just now, and wanted to see if Hideki could recognize who he was. In fact, if Hideki had not activated the perception ninjutsu as soon as he saw the other party's suspicious behavior and noticed Minato's existence, it would be difficult to recognize at once that this black-haired woman was Uzumaki Kushina. It seems that they really listened to their advice and used the transformation technique to turn the conspicuous red hair into black when they went out to avoid attracting attention. Why are you here? Since Minato showed up, Hideki couldn't tease his girlfriend anymore, so he asked casually. Of course, although he asked you, he actually asked about Kushina's situation. You should know that Kushina is still unable to completely suppress the nine-tailed fox in her body, so she basically stays at home and is under the most stringent surveillance. Even her boss Hideki has always been able to communicate with her through letters using the water-signed postman. How can you suddenly come to a place with so many people? Aren't you afraid that a rampage will wipe out all the Konoha residents here? Kushina, who was originally pouting, also understood what Hideki meant, and immediately put her hands on her hips and raised her head proudly. Of course it's because I have recently studied the programming flow sealing technique and have made a breakthrough in the original sealing technique. I can now completely suppress the nine-tailed fox temporarily. Otherwise, how could the Sandame uncle let me out without any worries? Hey, Kushina, is it appropriate for you to show off this in front of Hideki, the real inventor? Minato complained in his heart, and at the same time, he sincerely thanked Hideki. It's thanks to your programming style sealing technique, Hideki, that Kushina has provided a lot of inspiration. Otherwise, she should have to study for a long time to achieve this level. No way, I was just a little bit short before. Kushina was no longer proud, and began to mutter softly. Minato looked at her helplessly. Kushina's little bit was simply a fingertip universe, which had been stuck for more than half a year. It was not as easy as she said to break through the bottleneck. Kushina was urged by Minato's eyes, and then she thanked Hideki a little shyly. Thank you, boss Hideki. It doesn't matter, I also benefited a lot from you, Kushina. Hideki waved his hand. In fact, when they were communicating in letters, he felt that Kushina's attitude towards him was a little strange. It was not hostility, but a strange competitive mentality. Hideki guessed that it was because he proposed the idea of the programming style sealing technique, which made Kushina, a genius of sealing technique, feel threatened, so he developed this competitive spirit. However, he didn't know that Kushina was thinking at this time. So this guy is Boss Hideki. There's nothing special about him except that he's handsome. Why does Minato like to go to him all day, and he doesn't even have time to spend with me? Poor Kushina didn't know a cruel fact. That is, boys actually prefer to play with other boys as long as they are not dominated by their lower body. Then the three of them started chatting again. Since Hideki and Kushina often communicated by letter, they were considered half acquaintances. In addition, Kushina and Naruto were both very outgoing, so after a while, they became friends. Kushina could not suppress her curiosity and asked Hideki furtively. How did you do it, Hideki? What did you do? It was the glowing yo-yo. Kushina looked at the counter selling glowing yo-yos not far away, where there was a long queue. Although this thing was expensive, Konoha had many rich people. So from the beginning, Kushina saw a steady stream of people buying glowing yo-yos there and leaving the toy store happily. But in this way, the number of glowing yo-yos made her feel something was wrong. Kushina asked in confusion. Although I can make this kind of gadget with some time. But the apprentices in the workshop have just learned to draw 2 or 3 basic runes, and they can't help at all. It's impossible for Hideki to make so many dazzling yo-yos in a short time. So how did you do it, Hideki? Kushina, you can't just ask about this kind of thing. Minato quickly reminded Kushina, but Hideki quickly waved his hand and said. It doesn't matter, as the workshop's sealing consultant, I also want to hear Kushina's opinion. But it's not convenient to talk here, let's go to another place. So Hideki took the two to the employee lounge of the toy store. Seeing that there was no one inside, Hideki continued the previous topic. Just now, Kushina, you said that the apprentices couldn't help much, but you were wrong. Because to be honest, most of the runes in these dazzling yo-yos were made by them. How is this possible? Kushina said in disbelief. Just now I saw them find that there are yo-yos that can glow, and they were as surprised as the guests. And they have only learned a few runes now, how can they draw rune spells that can make yo-yos glow? Wait. Kushina. Minato seemed to realize something and began to think. Hideki just said that the runes in the yo-yos were made by the children, and didn't directly say that they drew the rune spells. Haha, you are worthy of being Minato, you are close to the answer so quickly. Hideki nodded and smiled. Kushina looked at the two people admiring each other with empty eyes, feeling sour in her heart, she simply gave up and surrendered. Anyway, I am the dumbest one, reveal the answer quickly, Hideki. Minato helped Kushina save face and said. I don't really understand how it was achieved, so I'd like to hear what brilliant ideas you have, Hideki. There is no such thing as a brilliant idea, it's just a little cleverness at most. Hideki said modestly, and to be honest, I have to thank you for your help in this matter, Kushina. Me? Kushina looked confused. Not bad. Hideki said, shaking his sleeves, and then spreading his hands, with a small pile of small wood chips in his hands. I think you should remember these rune chips. When I went to the Senjo clan to buy materials before, it was thanks to your introduction by Kushina that I was able to get such a big discount. And do you remember the rune detector? I wrote to Kushina and asked you for your suggestions on the modification of some rune formulas. Seeing the two nod, Hideki smiled again. The biggest feature of this rune detector is that after putting in different rune chips, it can form a rune formula circuit that can be run, thereby detecting the level of rune drawing on the rune chip. Then have you ever thought about what would happen if it was not just one rune chip inserted into the rune formula? But the whole rune formula is composed of rune chips. As Hideki spoke, the rune chips that had been drawn in his hand began to float in the air, like puzzles. However, they did not directly form a large whole, but formed a three-dimensional structure with intertwined roots. Then Hideki gently clenched his right hand, and the three-dimensional structure quickly folded and compressed in the air. Finally, it was folded into a fist-sized cubic wooden block and fell into Hideki's hand again. It can be seen that this cube is like a Rubik's cube, with each side consisting of 9 rune pieces. The runes drawn on each rune piece are connected to each other, emitting white light that is sometimes bright and sometimes dark with the rhythm of breathing. Minato and Kushina opened their mouths slightly when they saw this, and they both felt a strange beauty derived from order. Then Hideki explained with a smile. As you can see, even if the children cannot draw rune spells yet, as long as the rune pieces they draw are put together like puzzles or building blocks, a complete rune spell can be obtained. Minato and Kushina came back to their senses at this time, and finally understood what Hideki meant. They couldn't help but open their eyes wide and looked at each other. Chapter 113 Invitation to Spar. It's no wonder that Minato and Kushina were so surprised. You know, they just came into contact with the programming flow sealing technique 2 months ago. At that time, the two were shocked by its feature of allowing the rune spell to be reconnected at the breakpoint, and their 3 views were refreshed. They thought it was a major breakthrough in the history of the development of sealing techniques. Unexpectedly, only 2 months later, Hideki once again overturned their 3 views, and actually formed a complete rune spell through independent runes one by one. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that such a crazy method could actually succeed. Because even if they were using basic runes to reconnect the breakpoints, they couldn't guarantee 100% success. Not to mention Hideki's method of reconnecting the breakpoints at least hundreds or thousands of times. As long as there is a failure, the entire rune spell will not work, right? However, the most outrageous things are more than that. After thinking for a while, Minato finally couldn't help but ask. Wait, Hideki. If all these rune pieces were drawn by you, Hideki, with your amazing chakra control, it is indeed possible. But you said that most of these rune pieces were drawn by children, and each person was only responsible for a few runes. Even if the basic runes have a simple structure and do not require high chakra characteristics. But if you want to connect all the runes of so many children with different chakra characteristics together to form a complete rune spell, it is an impossible task no matter how you think about it. Kushina on the side also nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, with a puzzled look in her eyes. Hideki smiled and nodded. This is indeed the biggest difficulty I faced when designing this rune building block system. But after much thought, I still thought of a solution, and this solution is unexpectedly simple. Seeing that both of them showed half belief and half doubt, Hideki did not hide his secrets and began to talk. I think you should have guessed that I actually mastered a very accurate perception ninjutsu. Usually I rely on it to guide children to quickly master the chakra carving knife, fountain pen and the drawing of basic runes. After Minato and Kushina looked at each other, they both nodded. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it seemed that Hideki had no intention of deliberately concealing it. Then Hideki spread his hands and smiled. Then it's easy to explain, because the secret is hidden in it. In fact, when I use this technique to teach children to draw runes, I not only teach them how to shape chakra to form basic runes. I also teach them how to adjust their own chakra characteristics or frequencies to get closer to the same standard. In this way, the chakra characteristics of the rune pieces drawn by all children will be very similar, and the frequency will be controlled within a certain standard range. Of course, with the current level of children, the success rate is only 50% at most. That's why I introduced the rune detector to detect and screen the quality of the drawn rune pieces. Only rune pieces that meet the standards will enter the next stage as parts for assembling complete rune spells. In this way, even if more rune pieces are used to form a rune spell, it is difficult to fail. Don't you think this is simple? No. It's not simple at all, okay. Minato and Kushina were both complaining in their hearts. The process behind was easy to understand. But the biggest difficulty was guiding the children to adjust their chakra characteristics at the beginning. Why was it so lightly passed over? How outrageous was Hideki's chakra perception and control to be able to do such an anti-human thing? Minato and Kushina looked at each other again, realizing that Hideki's level in these two aspects might be much better than they had guessed before. But since Hideki didn't elaborate, they didn't go into it too much. At the same time, Kushina also solved a problem that had troubled her for a long time. The basic runes she deduced were as simple as possible, and with Hideki's hands-on teaching, why did the apprentices still learn so slowly? Now the case has finally been solved, and the culprit is Hideki. Not only did he make the children learn to draw basic runes, but he also had to draw them with a specific chakra frequency. The difficulty has increased, so of course everyone's learning speed will be greatly slowed down. Thinking of how depressed she had been for several days, Kushina couldn't help looking at Hideki with resentful eyes. However, she didn't understand yet that it was necessary for Hideki to do this. Because standardization is a necessary condition for organizing modern production. The development of sealing techniques has stagnated for many years because there is no unified standard. This has led to each sealing technique ninja having to fight alone, unable to improve efficiency and promote technological development through division of labor and cooperation. In order to avoid repeating the same mistakes, Hideki would rather spend more time and energy to let the children draw runes of unified standards from the beginning. In this way, the basic runes, which are the cornerstone of the programming flow sealing technique, are truly completed. As for why it was kept secret before, of course it was to guard against Danzo. For this reason, Hideki didn't assemble all the rune techniques in the warehouse in one go until last night, and then assembled them into the yo-yo, which made him exhausted. A moment later, at the door of the toy store. In the end, Kushina bought 5 boxes of yo-yos, but there was no the version with dazzling light was drawn. She was not convinced and bought 5 more boxes in the name of Minato, but still got nothing. But Kushina still did not choose to buy it directly, but decided to challenge again tomorrow, and she must draw it sooner or later. Then she put on a sullen face and borrowed a dazzling light yo-yo from Hideki in the name of the workshop sealing technique consultant to play. No, to study it. Outside the toy store, the lively young girl and the glittering yo-yo complemented each other, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Minato was also looking at Kushina with a gentle look. After a long while, he retracted his gaze and said to Hideki beside him. Kushina hasn't been as happy as today for a long time. Thank you, Hideki. You're welcome. Hideki said, Minato, you don't seem to be in a good mood today. Is there something wrong? Is it so obvious? Minato was a little surprised, and then explained. To be honest, I asked for leave to return to Konoha mainly to learn an S-level ninjutsu called Flying Thunder God technique. Hideki asked with concern, is it because I didn't learn it well? No, I have learned it. Minato shook his head and sighed. Then why are you sighing? Is it unfair for you to learn S-level ninjutsu? Hideki looked weird and complained crazily in his heart. Minato also felt that this was a bit inappropriate, and said with a bitter smile. It is indeed a good thing to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, but it also means that my vacation is about to end and I will return to the front line. This time I am no longer worried about Kushina. With the work in the workshop and this toy store and open-air cinema as entertainment, she will not be bored even without me. I just regret that the work-study program has only started, and I can't continue to bring new changes to Konoha with you, Hideki. Hideki knew that what Minato said was true. Compared to fighting and killing, Minato, who is gentle and kind by nature, is indeed more inclined to build Konoha with his own hands. But thinking that Minato will soon rely on the Flying Thunder God technique to kill on the battlefield and make a big name, Hideki really finds it difficult to sympathize with him. The ones who are really sympathetic should be Minato's next opponents. Hideki couldn't help but gloat in his heart. I don't know which unlucky guys will become Minato's stepping stone to become the name of Yellow Flash. However, at this moment, Minato, who had already calmed down, suddenly said. By the way, Hideki, I actually have another unwelcome request. I just wonder if you can find time to practice with me and help me test the actual combat effect of the Flying Thunder God technique. Hearing this, Hideki's expression froze. I didn't expect that the first unlucky guy might be himself. Chapter 114 Transition. As we all know, ordinary ninjas are almost all glass cannons. In a battle with little margin for error, the difference in intelligence between the two sides is often the key to determining victory or defeat. So in order to reduce the possibility of information leakage, everyone basically only practices with relatives, friends, and teachers. Especially when testing new techniques, because they are not yet proficient in covering up the flaws of the new techniques, they can only find the most trusted people to assist. So when Hideki heard Minato's request, he was still very relieved. In 2 months, the favorability of the future 4th generation has been raised to such a high level, which can be regarded as exceeding the task. However, Hideki was still a little hesitant about Minato's request. Because even if Minato, who had just mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, had already entered the realm of cage level, the only thing he needed to do before the 4th Hokage, who could fight the Nine Tails alone, was more combat experience and a powerful sealing technique. Although it was just a sparring match. But in order to test the new technique and let Minato gain something, Hideki estimated that he would have to play most of his trump cards to barely do it. He always liked to keep a low profile, so he naturally resisted this. But Hideki thought about it and soon realized that with the opening of the toy store and the open-air cinema, the workshop would inevitably attract more jealous eyes. Before, it was the Sandame and Minato who protected it. After Minato left, it was really unreliable to rely on the Sandame alone. He kept a low profile to avoid trouble. But if he continued to hide, he would probably cause more unnecessary trouble because he looked weak and could be bullied. So if Hideki didn't want to play the game of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, he still had to show enough strength to continue to carry out his plan safely. The competition with Minato is a very good opportunity. Wait. Hideki looked at the smiling Minato suspiciously. Could it be that Minato wanted to remind him of this before he left, but he couldn't open the lid directly, so he invited him to compete? Even to show his sincerity, he took out the killer flying thunder god technique he had just mastered as an excuse? Hideki was grateful for Minato's gentleness in a roundabout way, but he also felt a little amused. In order not to disappoint the other party's kindness, Hideki decided to accept the other party's invitation. It happened that the end of the semester was approaching. It was really suitable to use this competition as a final exam to test the results of one's semester. But before that, Hideki had to complete several studies that had been put on hold due to filming a movie, so that he could face Minato in the best condition. So Hideki smiled and nodded. I am very happy, but in order to help as much as possible, I need some preparation time. Minato naturally had no objection to this. So the two agreed to set the competition 10 days later, the day before Minato left Konoha. Hideki was not a bellicosity. But being able to compete with the popular Minato Namikaze in the original work still made Hideki a little excited, and he wanted to start preparing for the battle immediately. However, as he had several duties, he still had to arrange various things before he could really prepare for the battle with peace of mind. The first one was naturally the newly opened Bandai toy store. After all, the dazzling yo-yo was worth a lot of money. In order to be on the safe side, Hideki still had to find some people to watch the scene. After the introduction of Might Dai, Hideki hired several 10,000-year-old genin who were familiar with him and had a good reputation. There is no need to think about their strength. It is enough to be able to deter hooligans and deal with minor troubles. As for the most important projection room in the toy store, they can't be relied on to protect it. So Hideki and Minato Kushina have set up various barriers in the projection room to protect it, to prevent anyone from targeting the equipment inside. Once unregistered chakra fluctuations appear in the projection room, alarms and traps will be activated. Even if the enemy has the ability to crack it, it will be enough for the Anbu in the nearby Hokage building to arrive during this period. At worst, once the projection equipment leaves the projection room, the self-destruction program inside will be activated, so that the enemy will not get away with it in vain. If someone can still steal it intact, Hideki said that he would just give it to the other party. As for the open-air cinema, the progress has been quite smooth in the past few days. After the first appearance on the weekend, all the villagers of Konoha suddenly became captives of the huge screen. Although there are too few programs now, basically it is the Fire Boy King and advertisements that are replayed in turn. But the audience who have not yet worn out the novelty period still gather in the square as soon as they have free time, enjoying the images that they have seen over and over again, and even reading the lines along. Although it seems that everyone will not get tired of it soon. But Hideki is still actively launching various programs that do not require consumption. Programs that took up too much of his time. For example, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Might Guy's radio gymnastics would be broadcast, and it was quite popular. Many adults and children would come to the square early and imitate Might Guy's movements to do gymnastics. When Might Guy knew about this, he was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes, and he felt that he had reached the peak of his life. If it weren't for the teaching task at the orphanage, he would probably run to the square every day to teach everyone to do gymnastics. In addition, there is a yo-yo program that the apprentices take turns to be responsible for, to continue to promote the yo-yo game. Inyazukaja was also drafted by Hideki to take pictures of the beautiful scenery around Konoha while taking the dog for a walk, becoming the first outdoor travel anchor in the ninja world. The popularity of this program far exceeded Hideki's imagination. Probably because the ninja world is full of crises, many villagers have never left the village in their lives. So being able to enjoy the beautiful scenery they have never seen before through the super giant screen is a rare enjoyment for them. And Akimichi Choza, who recently became famous for shooting the commercial of Bing Liangguan, was invited by Hideki again and had his own eating show. This time, he didn't even have to say the lines, he just had to find a restaurant to eat and drink. But even this kind of shoddy eating show can always make people's appetites wet and their mouths water. When it's time for dinner, many people will come to the square with lunch boxes and rely on this eating show to eat. Many vendors have also realized the business opportunities and opened stalls in the square at dinner time. Among these people, Hideki even saw the figure of the handmade one, and they all began to wonder whether to ask him to shoot a cooking show. With the rapid enrichment of the program, various ninja merchants also began to ask Hideki to shoot commercials, and even wanted to have their own programs. This time, Hideki was not in a hurry, and began to decline them with reasons such as being too busy at the end of the semester and not having enough cameras. After the villagers have completely developed the habit of coming to the open-air theater every day, Hideki will naturally get a higher offer. There is not much change in the school. The most noteworthy thing these days is that Ebisu and his school-wide pocket puppet beast obstacle race finally found time to be held. Since everyone is still at the level of rookies pecking at each other, there is nothing to watch, so Hideki just watched the beginning and ran away. There are quite a few teachers and other students who are watching with relish, which makes Hideki think that maybe this can be moved to the screen as a competitive program. It just so happens that Ebisu and his friends are discussing holding an obstacle race for the entire village of Konoha next semester, which should be quite interesting. However, what surprised Hideki the most was that the student who won the championship in the end was actually a student who was not optimistic before the game. Chapter 115 Chakra Line Second Stage Teaching. Nohara Rin. When Hideki learned that the champion of the first pocket puppet beast obstacle race was actually this child, he was indeed a little surprised. Because Rin usually did not show a very high level of operation in obstacle races and battles. But when Hideki asked about the details of the competition, he couldn't help but laugh and found that this was actually a matter of course. The key turning point was when the obstacle course was halfway through, Lin made a mistake and let the handle line be cut by the trap. Normally, she could only spend time to connect the handle line before she could continue the game. But Lin probably considered that she was already far behind, so she simply chose to give it a try and directly use the chakra line to connect the handle and the puppet beast. Although she had never tried to do this before. But Lin had practiced chakra lines many times before, so she quickly mastered the trick. Then from this moment on, the result of this obstacle race was no longer suspenseful. Because the biggest difficulty of the obstacle race now is not the puppet beast or the operator, but the need to protect the very cumbersome handle line when breaking through the trap obstacle. So once it is changed to a chakra line that is difficult to cut and can be reconnected at any time, all obstacles and traps suddenly become smooth roads. Therefore, Lin not only achieved a reversal in the end, but even won the championship with a lead of several minutes over the second place. Although the little ninjas were a little speechless about this, they were still convinced. After all, if you really want to be serious, using chakra lines to control puppet beasts is the right way, and those who use handle lines are the evil ones. Hideki originally laughed it off. What he didn't expect was that Lin's performance suddenly aroused everyone's desire to learn chakra lines, and they began to pester him every day, hoping to enter the next stage of teaching as soon as possible. Hideki, who originally planned to take a few days off to practice in seclusion, was finally defeated by everyone's eager eyes and had no choice but to agree to their request. In response to everyone's strong request, we will enter the second stage of chakra line training from today. Hideki announced at the beginning of the puppetry class on Thursday. The little ninjas in the audience cheered immediately. Hideki just shook his head and chuckled, thinking that everyone might be too happy too early. He continued. In the first stage of training, we simulated chakra lines through handle lines, so that everyone could focus on practicing how to output chakra stably. In the second stage, we will no longer use handle lines, and begin to formally learn how to make chakra lines. Some boys touched their increasingly sparse heads and secretly shed tears of relief. Finally, we don't have to pull hair to make handle lines. First of all, everyone knows that chakra lines and real ropes have many similarities. Just like ropes are made of multiple strands of wire twisted together. In order to improve performance, the chakra lines used by puppeteers are also made of multiple thinner chakra lines twisted together. To distinguish, I usually call the latter chakra threads. At this point, Hideki gently raised his hand and raised his index finger, releasing a large number of blue filaments that were as thin as hair but visible to the naked eye from his fingertips. The little ninjas in the audience blinked their eyes curiously, looking forward to the teacher's next performance. Only Nohara Lin, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly opened her eyes wide, then looked around, and when she saw that no one had an obvious reaction, she felt a little amused. Teacher Hideki is here again. In what should have been a simple class demonstration, he secretly used such a difficult technique. You should know that the farther the chakra is from the body, the harder it is to control it. So the chakra lines need to be restrained by twisting multiple strands of wire to stably maintain the shape of thin wires. Otherwise, even if she relied on her 80% chakra control, she could only barely release a single strand of chakra line as thick as her little finger, and the length would be maintained at most about 1 meter. However, the chakra threads released by the teacher in front of her completely overturned the experience she had summed up from books and practice. These chakra threads are not only really as thin as silk, but even more outrageous is that they can be seen with the naked eye. This means that the teacher not only gathered the chakra into threads through chakra control, but also compressed them to achieve a density visible to the naked eye. So how many points does Hideki have in chakra control, who can easily create such chakra threads? 10 points? 100 points? Anyway, Lin is very clear that even if she wins the championship of the puppet beast obstacle race, she still has a long way to go to keep up with the teacher. Perhaps, the purpose of the teacher using such difficult moves in class is to make students continue to work hard like this. Lin suddenly thought so. No, this guy is just enjoying the happiness of pretending to be cool invisibly. Hideki then introduced, similar to real ropes, the texture, quantity, and twisting method of chakra threads will affect the performance of the finished chakra thread. And learning how to make chakra threads with different performances to deal with various situations will be our main task for a long time to come. After that, a large number of chakra threads on his fingertips began to rotate and twist together quickly and precisely with a thicker filament as the core. Finally, a chakra thread that emitted a deep blue glow and looked very strong was born. It was the first time for the little ninjas to see such a finely crafted chakra thread, and they all made a sound of amazement. The next moment, the blue chakra thread suddenly disappeared, and Hideki clapped his hands and said, "Of course, what everyone saw just now was just a demonstration for easy observation. Although it is simpler to do this, in battle, the enemy will not wait for you to twist the chakra thread outside your body obediently. So how to directly release the formed chakra line is the focus of our next study." Many young ninjas' eyes lit up when they heard this. Because after seeing Lin's chakra line, everyone would of course try it privately. The result was just as the teacher said. They were still smooth when practicing twisting the line outside the body, but they were stumped when trying to do it in one step. That's why everyone was so eager to ask the teacher to start teaching at this stage. Hideki continued. But even if it is the most basic chakra line, if you want to complete it at the moment of release, you still need to have a very strong chakra control ability. The reason why puppet masters have always been so scarce is also because of this reason. Many young ninjas felt nervous when they heard this. They began to worry, do they have to practice until they have the same chakra control as Nohara-rin before they can start this stage of training? However, this does not include the apprentices in the workshop. Because they have spent more time with teacher Hideki, they are already familiar with the teacher's routine. In addition to the riddle man routine, the teacher's favorite thing is to exaggerate and make things more difficult than crossing the chasm. When everyone is discouraged, he will take out the newly invented teaching aids or training methods, and turn the chasm into a thoroughfare in a blink of an eye. So the apprentices are all calm and fearless at this time, which makes Hideki a little angry. These children are becoming less and less cute. Hideki couldn't help sighing in his heart. They are not willing to provide the teacher with even a little emotional value. This time he was not in the mood to keep it a secret, and directly revealed the answer. Yes, just like many clever ghosts guessed. In order to reduce the difficulty of learning and save everyone's practice time, I, the teacher, specially created a new chakra line manufacturing method for everyone to use. Because this method will use the meridian system, I call it the meridian spinning method. Then Hideki added with some evil humor. Of course, if based on its specific principles, you can also call it the 6 meridians divine line. Chapter 116 Meridian Spinning Method. 6 Meridians Divine Line. When all the little ninjas heard this name, they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, as if they felt a quaint breath from another dimension. Yes, it's the 6 Meridians Divine Line. Hideki was very happy in his heart, but on the surface he explained seriously. You should have learned that the human meridian system is composed of 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians. Among the 12 meridians, there are 6 meridians whose ends will directly reach the fingertips. This is actually why our fingertips can easily release chakra. Seeing that most of the children who usually attend the class nodded to show that they knew except Obito, Hideki continued to explain, the teacher's idea this time is actually very simple. Since it is difficult for everyone to produce chakra lines in one breath, just rub them in the body first, and then release them from the fingertips. Even students with good chakra control can use this method to produce better quality chakra lines. Obviously, these 6 meridian roots with fingertips as the endpoint are the most suitable places to produce chakra lines, so I gave them such a nickname. The young ninjas were both confused and expectant when they heard this. After all, they were not very good at rubbing chakra lines outside the open space, let alone completing such delicate work in the narrow meridians. So what magical method did the teacher come up with to help them solve this problem? Hideki turned around first, and then remembered that this was not an apprentice studio, and there was no big blackboard for him to draw meridian diagrams. But it was not a big problem. He shrugged and raised his hand gently. Then the next moment, a huge and three-dimensional human meridian map appeared in the air. It's a special effect technique. The crew members couldn't help but exclaimed. The other students who had only heard of this ninjutsu were stunned and their jaws were about to drop to the ground. After being surprised, everyone quickly whispered excitedly. Because they didn't expect that in addition to movies, the teacher would actually use this special effect technique in class. It seems that the puppetry class in the future will be even more colorful than before. Hideki clapped his hands to quiet everyone down, and then smiled. Meridian, as the name suggests, Jing is the path, which refers to the main road in the meridian system that runs through the upper and lower parts and communicates the inside and outside. And Luo is the network, which refers to the branches that crisscross the meridian system and spread throughout the body. When we usually call chakra, we usually try to go through the spacious and unobstructed main road, and the branch road is just a supplement. But in the meridian spinning method, or the 6 meridians, these usually inconspicuous branches will play an important role. Take the Shaoshang sword line on the right thumb as an example. The chakra will start from Zongfu, pass through Tianfu, Chais, Kengsui and other acupuncture points to reach the Shaoshang A cup ointment on the thumb. It runs along the Han Tei and Lung meridian. As Hideki spoke, the human meridian map in the air highlighted the chakra flow route and acupuncture points he mentioned, making it clear at a glance. Hideki continued to explain. I think everyone should know that if you want to separate and shape several chakra strands in such a narrow meridian and then twist them into a line, it is undoubtedly like making a dojo in a snail shell, which is quite difficult. But don't forget that there are many inconspicuous branches around this Han Tei and Lung meridian. If we don't take the main path for the time being, but force the chakra to take the branch, an interesting phenomenon will occur. Then the little ninjas saw in the human meridian map that when a large group of chakra is squeezed into several branches, it will immediately become thin lines. Ah! The extremely intuitive picture made many clever little ninjas understand the teacher's intention, and their eyes began to sparkle. Then the chakras that were squeezed into thin lines quickly converged on the main road and twisted together. Finally, a chakra line made of a large number of chakra strands, which was absolutely strong and durable, shot out from the tip of the right thumb. Oh, wow! The other little ninjas also understood it now, and made a sound of sudden enlightenment. Because the principle of this 6-pulse divine line is really simple. The key is to squeeze the chakra into chakra threads through the narrow branches of the meridians like a dough press. This way, the biggest difficulty of separating and shaping chakra threads can be avoided directly, and the density of chakra threads can be increased by squeezing, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then, the difficulty of twisting such high-quality chakra threads into wires on the main road will be greatly reduced, and the effect will be even better. If there is any difficulty, it is that except for the Hyuga clan, ordinary ninjas can hardly observe the condition of their own meridians. Even if they want to, it is also very difficult to figure it out by yourself according to the human meridian map. Because humans are white Zetsu who have not been transformed, the appearance of their meridians is completely strange. The main road is okay, those who can become ninjas are generally quite complete, but the branches are very different. So if you don't want to accidentally hurt the meridians, you must have the assistance of ninjas who can accurately sense the condition of the meridians. After many hands-on teachings, it is no secret that teacher Hideki has mastered this ability. The children all began to look at teacher Zayashu with expectation, and the meaning was very clear. Teacher Zayashu, please teach us the 6 meridians with your invincible step-by-step teaching method. You think it's easy? Can anyone pity me who will use the spider sense technique to instruct 108 students? Zayashu complained in his heart. The only thing that comforted him was that the children would know that this practice was not as easy and simple as they imagined. It seems that everyone has understood the principle, so I won't go into details. Zayashu began to smile. Just like in the workshop, I will instruct everyone one by one how to practice correctly. Since it should take a long time, it may take several classes to instruct everyone, please be patient. Well, I wonder if anyone is willing to volunteer to be the first to come on stage to help me demonstrate the practice process of this technique. By the way, it seems that the points for this class have not been used yet. Then if this student performs well, then reward him with 5 points. Swish, 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 swish. As soon as Hideki finished speaking, countless little hands all stood up. Is there such a good thing? The little ninjas couldn't help but think so. Not only can they master this set of 6 meridians as soon as possible, but they can also get 5 points as a reward. This is too profitable. If everyone didn't know that teacher Hideki didn't like noisy guys, the classroom would have exploded at this time. The little ninjas either looked pleading or winked, hoping that the teacher would turn over their cards. Hideki looked at the children's funny expressions with interest. After scanning several times, he fixed his eyes on Obito. Suddenly, a chill surged from Obito's coccyx and rushed straight to his brain. After accumulating the experience of being cheated by the teacher many times, Obito has gained a certain degree of foresight. So he suddenly realized that this deal was indeed too good to be true, and it was not something that teacher Hideki would do at all. There must be a trap. For a moment, Obito seemed to be able to see the top of the teacher's head, and a big word of danger began to appear. Obito, realizing the danger, quickly put his hand down. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. At the moment when Obito began to put his hand down, Hideki had already said with a smile. Obito-san, it's decided to be you. Chapter 117 6 Advanced Chakra Lines. Ah! After a while, a shrill scream resounded throughout the puppetry classroom. Even from the outside, I'm afraid you would suspect that this is not a place to teach and educate people, but a place to slaughter livestock. At this time, the young ninjas in the audience all turned their heads and covered their faces, trembling as if a horror movie was being played on the stage. However, this was actually just teacher Hideki helping Obito practice the meridian spinning method. At this time, Obito was slumped on a recliner on the stage, sweating all over, his face twisted, and constantly making uncontrollable screams. And teacher Hideki, who made him suffer so much, didn't even touch him, but just shot a few chakra lines from his fingertips and drilled into his body through the acupuncture points. However, the young ninjas can still see from the human meridian map in midair what a terrible project is going on in Obito's body. You must know that the key to the meridian spinning method is to force chakra into the branches of the meridians to form basic chakra threads. But just as the teacher said before, everyone doesn't have much chakra now, and they are used to taking the wide main roads when dispatching chakra, and don't pay too much attention to these narrow and difficult branches. In this way, just like long-term lack of exercise, the body's muscles will atrophy. These meridian branches that rarely have chakra passing through will gradually shrink or even be completely blocked. So the first step in practicing the meridian spinning method is to continuously infuse chakra into these branches to dredge and widen them. Since the young ninjas cannot observe the condition of their own meridians with their naked eyes, and their ability to dispatch chakra is not yet at home. So this time, teacher Hideki will not give verbal instructions as usual, but will directly use chakra to assist. The method is to transform the chakra line that extends into Obito's meridians into a piston, and by blocking and squeezing on the main road, Obito's chakra is forced to be squeezed into those narrow and blocked branches. And this is not as easy as the noodle press everyone imagines. To be honest, it may be more like a pile driver. Watching the narrow and fragile meridian branches gradually become the shape the teacher wants under the repeated impact of the strong compression chakra. Although it was just a simulated scene, the children were still scared and trembling. Just watching it scared them so much, not to mention how painful it was for Obito, who was experiencing this process in person in the special seat. Because the teacher was in control, he couldn't stop feeling so painful. Feeling that his body was about to break down, Obito finally lost his face and started begging for mercy loudly. "Teacher, wait a minute. That kind of place is not allowed." Hideki was immediately furious. "I am teaching seriously, you little brat, please don't say something that is so easy to be misunderstood." However, he still encouraged. "We have reached halfway, just hold on a little longer. The thumbless business line you chose needs to be widened as much as possible to achieve the best effect. If a complete channel is not established, the meridian branches that were previously dredged will soon shrink again, and all the previous efforts will be wasted. Obito, you don't want to suffer in vain, do you?" The magical thing is that as soon as Hideki finished speaking, Obito's screams really stopped, and he began to hold his mouth tightly and grit his teeth to persist. The little ninjas were amazed at this and looked at Obito with some new eyes. They didn't expect that he could really hold it. Obito naturally had his own considerations. First, giving up now would be a waste of all previous efforts, which is obviously not worthwhile. Second, based on his experience of being cheated, even if he wanted to give up, the teacher might not let him do so. And the last and most important reason is, damn it! Why can't I open my mouth at all? It's like it's been sewn up. I can't give up like this. No need to think, this must be the work of teacher Hideki again. Obito wanted to cry but couldn't, and could only start thinking about how to end this torture as soon as possible. Hideki also took advantage of the quiet time to continue explaining to the young ninjas in the audience. Just like what I just said to Obito, I actually tailored the most suitable chakra line type for them according to the characteristics of the 6 meridians in each finger. For example, the hand Tei and lung meridian selected by Obito, the Xiao Shang line of the thumb. Although the thumb has only 2 sections, it is the strongest and most flexible one among the 5 fingers. So I deliberately designed the Xiao Shang line to be strong and solid, and it is more like a slender rod than a line. Then, like the main rod for controlling the puppet's body in puppet shows, the Xiao Shang line, which is easy to control and exert force, is mainly used to support the puppet and control its movement. Of course, with its powerful force, it can also play a good role in attack. Next is the hand Yangming large intestine meridian, the index finger Shangyang line. Because the index finger is flexible and difficult to figure out, I designed the Shangyang line to be as thin and strong as a steel wire. In this way, it can be used to control the limbs of puppets and ninja tools. Even after practicing to a certain level, it can be used directly to kill the enemy like a real steel wire, which is even more difficult to be detected. Then is the hand Zhuiyin pericardium meridian, the middle finger Zhongchang line. The middle finger is indeed very mediocre, which makes the Zhongchang line itself mediocre and a panacea. But this also allows it to take shape faster in the meridians, and then in multiple meridians with the combined force of chakra, it can be ejected from the fingertips faster. So in addition to being used to quickly replace the cut chakra line, it can also be used for sneak attacks, which are hard to defend against. Next is the hand Shaoyang Sanjiao meridian, the ring finger Guanchang line. The ring finger is the least flexible of all the fingers, so I deliberately designed the Guanchang line to be very elastic. In this way, it can be used to connect various parts of the puppet's body, and reduce the impact force by stretching and deforming, and it can play a good defensive effect without too much operation. Even if it is broken apart, the parts will not be too damaged and can be assembled again with the help of elasticity. The last little finger is a little special. Because the 6 meridians are actually on both hands, the little finger has both the Shaochang line of the Shaiyin heart meridian and the Shao's line of the Taiyang small intestine meridian. Since the little finger is not very flexible, in order to reduce the amount of operation, they are generally responsible for triggering the mechanism in the puppet together. Among them, the Shaochang line is responsible for the mechanical mechanism, and the goal is to branch into as many branches as possible to control more mechanisms. And the Shao's line is responsible for the rune mechanism, so it is similar to a catheter that can transmit the chakra signal used to trigger the mechanism. The above are the 6 types of chakra lines that can be produced by this meridian spinning method. At the same time, these are also the 6 advanced chakra lines that must be mastered if you want to become a good puppeteer. Chapter 118 Quick Method and Conventional Method. Advanced chakra lines. And there are as many as 6 types. When the little ninjas heard this, their eyes lit up and they couldn't help but whisper excitedly. Because they didn't know that there were so many details about chakra lines, and they sounded so cool. But this is not what makes everyone excited. It is that everyone has not even mastered the basic chakra lines yet, but they didn't expect that the magical meridian spinning method can allow everyone to directly master these advanced uses. However, it is not difficult to see that no matter which advanced chakra line, it takes a lot of time to master it. This makes everyone fall into a happy trouble. Because as an advanced version of chakra lines, each of them has its own unique advantages. Strength, dexterity, speed, elasticity, bifurcation, transmission. The little ninjas can only reluctantly exclude the types that are not suitable one by one according to their own situation, trying to find the type of chakra line that can bring them the greatest improvement. Because there are only about 20 days left before the final exam and the martial arts competition. If they can master it before then, maybe they can get better results and earn more points. Just when many young ninjas began to dream about such a dream, a shrill scream suddenly sounded, pulling them back to reality. Everyone then remembered that Obito seemed to have been put on play for a long time, and hurriedly looked at the stage. This look surprised everyone again, because they saw that a stick-shaped object that seemed to be real and emitted blue light condensed at the tip of Obito's thumb. Even Obito, who looked weak as if he had just given birth, also admired his achievements with an intoxicated look, as if he was looking at his newborn baby. Wait, this doesn't seem right. It was the young ninjas in the audience who realized the problem first. Although the teacher said that the Shaoshang line is like a pole, this looks more like a stick. The reason for this, Hideki, who was a little amused, naturally knew it very well. It was because after being silenced by him, Obito probably decided to suffer a short pain rather than a long one, so he directly activated the breathing method to mobilize more chakra to impact the meridian branch. It really worked for him, and because too much chakra was accumulated when blocked, this Shaoshang line became fat. However, in Hideki's opinion, this glowing stick-shaped object is actually more like a lightsaber than a stick. Thinking that he had given Obito a Darth Vader helmet out of bad taste before, Hideki couldn't help but look a little strange. It feels that Obito has taken another big step on the road to becoming a Jedi Knight. Of course, although this thing looks cool, it is actually no different from a solid stick. And because it requires a lot of chakra to condense, Obito soon couldn't keep it up. In less than 30 seconds, his lightsaber softened and then dissipated into the air. It seems that if you want to use it in actual combat, I'm afraid there is still a long way to go. Uchiha Obito, 5 points. No matter what, Obito's efforts are worthy of praise. So Hideki took the initiative to give the points to the poor kid, which was also a compensation for sealing his mouth with chakra lines just now. Real hush money. Then Hideki smiled and said. Next, who is willing to volunteer? There are still 5 points in this class, no one wants it. Unfortunately, unlike before, no one raised their hands this time, and there was complete silence. Although the 6 advanced chakra lines are although it was very tempting, everyone was still frightened and hesitant by Obito's miserable condition. Even if they wanted to challenge this kind of training, everyone would rather ask the teacher for help after class. 5 points were not enough to make them die in front of everyone. After a long time, until Obito trembled and returned to his seat, no one volunteered. And this was actually within Hideki's expectations, or it was the effect he wanted to achieve. Otherwise, when he was instructing Obito just now, he only needed to slow down the pace a little, and Obito, who had already experienced suffocation training, would not have cried so much. The reason why Hideki did this was very simple. He began to realize that he probably used too many tricks to help students practice in order to speed up the class, which made everyone's mentality a little impetuous. Just like when the children encountered difficulties just now, they subconsciously wanted him to break through the difficulties by teaching them step by step. This is not a good phenomenon. Because this will only cultivate everyone into flowers in a greenhouse. Although they can grow quickly, if they cannot shelter themselves from the wind and rain, they may be broken by a small storm. In order to reverse this impetuous trend, Hideki deliberately demonstrated the meridian spinning method so painfully. In this way, the children can know that becoming stronger is not an easy thing. If there are children who are willing to endure the pain to learn these advanced chakra lines, Hideki is still very happy to accompany them. But if everyone retreats in the face of difficulties, Hideki has also prepared a relatively simple but conventional training method for everyone to choose. No matter which method, it should be able to benefit the children a lot. As for whether to endure the pain that ordinary people cannot bear, or to work hard honestly, it depends on their own decision. It seems that no one is willing to demonstrate on stage. Hideki spread his hands and shook his head. It seems that this quick method is not suitable for all students. But it doesn't matter. If you are willing to try it later, you can still find me after class, but you will have to spend some points at that time. As for now, I will use a more relaxed way to guide you. Of course, this way of efficiency will not be too high, you will know later. This time, Hideki did not ask anyone to demonstrate on stage, but jumped down himself and gave instructions to everyone one by one. Because this conventional practice method is very simple to instruct. Hideki just walked in front of the child and gently inserted the chakra line into the other's meridian for a few seconds to complete the task. In fact, the principle is very similar to the previous quick method. It's just that Hideki no longer actively acts as a piston to promote the chakra activity in the children's bodies, but uses chakra to block several specific acupoints. Yes, this is actually similar to the acupoint pressing skills that the Hyuga clan is best at. Although it is not possible to instantly inject a large amount of chakra into the opponent's body to block the acupuncture points like the Hyuga clan did during the battle. But when the children are not on guard, Hideki can still easily build a temporary diaphragm with very little chakra at their acupuncture points. After that, as long as the children continue to refine chakra, the increasing chakra will involuntarily flow into the meridian branches under the blockage of the diaphragm, playing the role of dredging and widening. Of course, since the children's own strength is too small and the targeting is not enough, the efficiency of this method is not too high, and it is quite boring. But this can be used to temper everyone's temper. And it doesn't take Hideki much time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After instructing all the children, Hideki finally nodded with satisfaction when he saw everyone practicing. Among them, several students like Nohara Rin, Genma, Ibiki, etc. finally used their points to apply for the after-school crash course. But fortunately, there are not many people, so it won't take up Hideki's time too much. In this way, the school was finally settled, and he could finally put all his energy into the sparring with Minato in a few days. And the first thing Hideki had to do was to complete the previously shelved goal and find a way to increase his chakra. Chapter 119 Beiming Divine Art and Absorbing Stars. In the attic of the orphanage, Hideki, who had arranged all the affairs, finally entered a state of retreat and could start preparing for the battle with peace of mind. At this time, there were only 5 days left before the sparring with Minato. What Hideki was doing now was the first phase of the chakra increase plan. He was sitting at the desk in the corner, flipping through a somewhat old notebook. And what was recorded in it was the record of Hideki's previous research on related aspects. Normally, the way for ninjas to increase the upper limit of chakra is nothing more than increasing physical energy through physical exercise and increasing spiritual energy through mental training. But in essence, both of them are actually just tapping their own potential and turning talent into strength. Because just like the size of the meridian system, the upper limit of human chakra is determined at birth. Once the ceiling of talent is reached, no matter how much practice is done, there will be no improvement. And Hideki himself is the best example. Even though he knows the importance of physical skills and body, he has never relaxed his practice in this area since he was a child. In the past few months, he has often followed Senior Dai to exercise and exchange ideas. Physical skills. But he still hasn't made much progress in chakra. Using the 8 ninja data formulated by Konoha, Hideki's essence representing chakra has been fixed at 4 points. What does this mean? You should know that Kakashi, who almost died of essence in every battle in the original work, has 6 points of essence. Even Uchiha Itachi, who suffers from an unknown terminal illness and spits blood for fun, has 5 points of essence. The people at the same level as Hideki are not Ebisu, a special jonin who is also a civilian ninja. Or Gecko Gale, a special jonin who is weak and sick since childhood despite being a ninja. From these 2 young ninjas, we can know that if there is no accident, the special jonin is the upper limit of Hideki. Even with the help of the brainstorming technique, it is obviously wishful thinking to rely on such a small amount of chakra to compete with the gods who can drive Gundams at any time in the future. Therefore, Hideki started to study how to increase his chakra amount a long time ago. Fortunately, he is not the only one in the ninja world who wants to change his fate, and his predecessors have done a lot of exploration in this regard. The most famous method is of course to seal the tailed beast in the body and become the so-called Jinkraki. It's a pity that the premise of becoming a Jinkraki is to have enough chakra to fight against the tailed beast. If Hideki can meet this standard, he won't have to worry so much now. For situations like Hideki, Orochimaru, who has always been committed to not being a human, also provides services such as human body modification, organ transplantation and curse seal injection to increase chakra amount. It is said that after the operation, the praise rate is as high as 100%. However, unless he is desperate, Hideki will not choose this way of sacrificing potential or being restricted by others to become stronger. Since it is temporarily difficult to achieve with the help of plugins and self-transformation, Hideki has to lower his requirements and study ways to temporarily increase his chakra amount. Thus, methods like Hoshigaki Kisame's Samehada and Nagato's Hungry Ghost Path that can absorb chakra for their own use came into Hideki's sight. At that time, he didn't have the ability to hit these 2, so he could only settle for the second best and began to study ninjutsu with similar effects. In fact, such ninjutsu appeared several times in the original work. For example, Akito Kai's chakra absorption technique and Jirobo's Dorokudamu. Even Hoshigaki Kisame himself actually has a move of the Great Samadan no Jutsu that can devour the enemy's chakra, but unfortunately he encountered Kai's Day Tiger brand air cannon. However, after Hideki spent a lot of money to buy a set of Darokudamu from the black market, he found that they didn't seem to be as useful as he imagined. Because the chakra absorption ability that Hideki pursued was to be able to completely turn other people's chakra into his own. In this way, he can use them freely and freely perform various ninjutsu. Just like the Fourth Ninja World War in the original work, when Naruto passed his chakra to the Ninja World Alliance, he had to adjust his chakra to the characteristics of the other party's chakra before he could succeed. If you want to completely use other people's chakra for your own use, you also need to thoroughly analyze the characteristics of the other party's chakra before you can perfectly transform it. To do this in a fierce battle, the difficulty is as difficult as climbing to the sky. You should know that Hideki has always been aiming for this. Whenever he has the opportunity, he will use the spider sensing technique to sense the characteristics of other people's chakras to practice. Before, he could adjust the chakra characteristics of the apprentices within a certain range to achieve the interconnection of the rune pieces, which was actually the result of his years of practice. But even now, Hideki still cannot achieve the perfect transformation of chakra. So most of these so-called chakra-absorbing ninjutsu use a trick. That is, simply do not transform, but just use the method of coercion to mix other people's chakras with your own chakras. Just like the difference between Beiming Shenggong and Xi Xing De Fa, the mixed chakra obtained by doing this is very difficult to control. So the user can either be as tough as Jirobo and use it to perform physical skills and some simple and rough earth escape. Or it can be used to enhance the power of the original 5 elements escape technique like Tsuchiyadomu and Oyoden no Jutsu. Unfortunately, these two uses are not very compatible with Hideki's fighting style. However, with his strong chakra control ability, Hideki can still use it to create chakra lines as long as he controls the ratio of mixed chakra. Generally, keeping the ratio of his own and others' chakra mixed at 8:2 will not have much impact on the control accuracy. In this way, Hideki's chakra amount is equivalent to a quarter increase. Although it sounds good, there is still a very helpless premise here. That is, Hideki must first absorb chakra from the enemy in battle to achieve this effect. And in order to absorb the opponent's chakra faster, it is best to keep in physical contact with the opponent. So the problem is already obvious. If you have the time, you might as well just stab the enemy to death with a kunao. So for a long time, this set of skills has been shelved by Hideki because of its lack of practicality. Until today, Hideki brought it out of the dust. Found it in his memory. Because in the recent research on sealing and barrier techniques, Hideki happened to find something that can make up for most of their shortcomings. That is the container used to store chakra, which is common in large barriers, the chakra capacitor. Chapter 120 The Wonderful Use of Chakra Capacitors. In fact, when inventing projection equipment, Hideki used chakra capacitors to store images captured by telescope techniques, and the effect was very good. At that time, he had a bold idea. That is, if you store excess chakra in chakra capacitors at ordinary times, and then draw it out for use in battle, wouldn't it be a perfect solution to your own chakra shortage problem? But Hideki guessed that things might not go so smoothly. Because if it could be so, Tsunade would not have to work hard to build a yin seal on her forehead to achieve the same effect. And the sealing ninja has studied chakra capacitors for so many years, it is impossible that he has not thought of such a simple and practical use. If it really comes true, then perhaps the current ninjas will carry a huge chakra capacitor scroll every day. When fighting, just compare the amount of chakra on both sides to roughly determine who wins and who loses. My chakra is 530,000 calories. I still have 2 chakra capacitor scrolls like this. Do you understand what this means? In the end, Hideki's guess was unfortunately fulfilled. It is probably because ordinary chakra will lose contact with the main body after being sealed in the chakra capacitor. So the characteristics from the main body will deteriorate rapidly, or the mark will fade quickly, becoming a group of ownerless chakra, which is difficult to drive. The reason why Tsunade set the yin seal on her body is probably to be able to link and synchronize the chakra inside at all times. Only in this way can she use it as easily as her arm when launching the 100 healings technique. Although the effect of the yin seal cannot be achieved directly. But this chakra capacitor still solved Hideki's urgent need. Because as long as it is added, his previously shelved chakra absorbing star technique will finally be useful. The biggest flaw of this technique before was that it could only be used after absorbing the enemy's chakra in battle. But now Hideki only needs to carry the chakra capacitor with him, and he can mobilize the chakra in it at any time through the technique of envelopment, which means that the amount of chakra is permanently increased by 1 level. And Hideki does not need to consume his own chakra to fill these capacitors, and can let others do it for him. Even because other people's chakra will also degenerate into ownerless chakra, it will be easier to control than the chakra absorbed in battle. Roughly speaking, Hideki's chakra amount is basically equivalent to an increase of 50%. If some accuracy is sacrificed, it can even be doubled directly. In this way, the gap between Hideki and Minato in chakra amount has been slightly narrowed, so that they will not be completely powerless in the competition. However, this is not the most powerful part of the chakra capacitor. You have to know that the real purpose of this thing is to drive the rune spell of the sealing technique. So if Hideki doesn't use it for himself, but uses it on puppets or ninja tools that use rune spells, then the amount of chakra he can dispatch will be unlimited, depending only on the capacity of the chakra capacitor he can carry. With this idea as inspiration, combined with the gains of this semester, a new way of fighting began to take shape in Hideki's mind. While he was writing furiously on his notes, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up with a playful arc. Perhaps in the competition a few days later, he can give Minato another big surprise. At the same time, in the R&D laboratory of the root base, Shimura Danzo was standing in front of a work table with his hands behind his back, looking at the dozens of burnt and scrapped yo-yos scattered on it. His face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. Behind him stood several researchers in white coats, all of whom were counting ants with their heads down, and they didn't even dare to look directly at Danzo's back. Because the yo-yos they broke were not ordinary ones, but expensive flashing yo-yos. Of course, with the huge size of the root, dozens of flashing yo-yos were nothing. The real problem was... You mean, after spending so much time and destroying so many yo-yos, there is still no progress? Danzo's voice sounded slowly, and it seemed to suppress a lot of anger and anxiety. You know, Hideki's Bandai toy store had only been open for a few days, and it had defeated his Teibon toy store with a combination of open-air cinemas and flashing yo-yos. Not only could the yo-yos stored in a large warehouse not be sold, but other toys also began to be unsaleable, and the turnover plummeted. In the end, he barely managed to stabilize the situation by reducing prices and promoting sales, and did not lose all customers. Because the prices were inflated before, it was not a loss now. But in this way, the toy store's previously high profit margin no longer exists, and it becomes like chicken ribs, tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. This makes Danzo, who has not had a good life for a few days, hate the Bandai toy store. But he has no intention of giving up for the time being. Because Danzo understands again. He has realized that Kimura Hideki's greatest value is not the business acumen that can come up with all kinds of new ideas, but the ability to support the amazing development of these new ideas. Ming Tianke. To this day, he still doesn't understand how Kimura Hideki managed to create a set of movie equipment that is beyond his time in just half a month. He also hasn't figured out how Kimura Hideki managed to quietly create so many dazzling yo-yos. It is precisely because of this huge gap in R&D levels that he misjudged the situation, was caught off guard, and was defeated all of a sudden. So after learning from his mistakes, Danzo decided to catch up with the opponent in this regard before he could start to blow the horn of counterattack. So he started to use the same trick again. A few days ago, he sent someone to buy a large number of dazzling yo-yos and asked the R&D department to reverse engineer them first. And this time, it was not just the ninja tool development team that was responsible for reverse toy and production line design that participated in this project. Even researchers who were engaged in forbidden technique development, curse seal development, and even human body transformation experiments gathered together, hoping to crack it as soon as possible. However, what Danzo never expected was that this small yo-yo actually stumped these elites in various fields. After several days, so many yo-yos were dismantled, but there was still not much progress. The head of the ninja tool development team, who had been keeping his head down, could feel that Danzo's eyes were focused on his slightly sparse head, and could only say tremblingly, "Danzo, it's not that we are not careful, it's really that Kimura Hideki is too cunning. They actually set up restrictions that only high-level ninja tools have in the toy. Once it is disassembled, the self-destruct program will be activated, and the rune formula will be completely burned." Danzo interrupted in a deep voice. "You said this a few days ago. Restrictions like this that can be mass-produced should be. It's not too complicated, why hasn't it been cracked yet?" The leader of the ninja tool development team touched his head and smiled bitterly. "In fact, I just wanted to report this matter. Indeed, although this ban is quite sophisticated, it is not completely impossible to crack. But the most cunning thing about Kimura Hideki is that in addition to the ban of the sealing technique, he also set up a sophisticated mechanical trap at the same time. The two are closely linked. If you only remove one, it will trigger the other. Only a ninja who is good at both mechanical and sealing techniques can remove them at the same time. Danzo was silent when he heard this. Because just by listening to this introduction, he could feel how difficult this anti-theft ban was. For a small yo-yo, is it necessary to go to this extent? Who is Kimura Hideki, guarding against? Chapter 121 The Targeted Workshop. In the laboratory at the root base, Danzo was frowning, feeling a headache for the double restrictions of this dazzling yo-yo. After all, these researchers are only elites, not geniuses. It is unknown how much time and resources they will spend to break the restrictions. Is it possible that the only genius who can fight against a genius is another genius? Instantly, a pair of cold and thin golden snake eyes appeared in Danzo's mind. Orochimaru. Should he ask that guy for help? As an inventive genius, he should be able to break this restriction quickly. Although he is now at the front line of Kirigakure and does not have much time for research. But if it is this dazzling yo-yo, it should be able to arouse his interest a little. However, Danzo still hesitated. Because Orochimaru is nominally his subordinate, but in fact he is a separate system. So he is not afraid that Orochimaru is not interested, but he is afraid that Orochimaru is too interested and directly intercepts Kimura Hideki. Orochimaru, who always likes to collect geniuses as assistants and test subjects, is definitely capable of doing such a thing. In order to avoid losing both the wife and the army, Danzo suppressed this idea. At this moment, the leader of the ninja tool team spoke cautiously. Danzo, we are not completely without gain. The leader of the Curse Seal team and I are practicing to work together to crack the restrictions of this yo-yo. I am responsible for the mechanism restrictions, and he is responsible for the rune restrictions. Although it has not been successful, we have also rescued some rune fragments that were not burned in time. Danzo was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he scolded in a deep voice. Why didn't you tell me at the beginning? Quick! Show me! Yes. The leader of the ninja tool team quickly took out a few broken pieces of wood from his arms and presented them with both hands. Danzo frowned again when he saw this, but still reached out and picked up a small piece of wood to observe. He barely recognized two unfamiliar runes on it, and nodded slightly. Although not much, it was finally some progress. Seeing this, the leader of the ninja tool team also lowered his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't you say it at the beginning? Of course, even if you really said it, I'm afraid that you, Danzo, would not look down on these junks. Only by explaining the difficulties clearly first can you lower your expectations. These small achievements can temporarily make you reluctantly accept them. The researchers on the side also secretly looked at the leader of the ninja tool team with admiration. He is worthy of being an old hand who has been in the Anbu R&D department for many years. He really understands the art of reporting. The leader of the Curse Seal team also stepped forward at the right time with a nervous look on his face. Reported. Master Danzo, based on the shape of the fragments and the style of the runes, I have come up with an incredible conjecture. The rune formula inside the yo-yo is likely to be made up of the rune pieces that the workshop apprentices use to practice drawing runes. Do you know what you are talking about? Danzo is also quite knowledgeable about sealing techniques, so he subconsciously questioned. Even if the programming flow sealing technique they learned can reconnect the rune formula breakpoints. But in such a short time, they can only learn a few runes at most. How can they draw a complete rune formula? Do you still want to say that these rune formulas are still made up of the runes of so many people? The leader of the Curse Seal team was a little lacking in confidence, but still argued for his professionalism. But, if that's not the case, it can't explain why the workshop can continuously produce so many dazzling yo-yos. Danzo was silent again. Because this problem has actually troubled him for several days. He even began to wonder if the Jinkriki had tamed the Nine Tails, so he could create a lot of shadow clones every day to draw runes on the yo-yo. It's a pity that there is no evidence to support his guess. Excluding all impossible situations, no matter how unbelievable the remaining situation is, it is the truth. Danzo suddenly realized that perhaps the truth is even more bizarre than he imagined. But if the programming flow sealing technique can really achieve this effect, Danzo dare not imagine how great changes it will bring to Konoha in the future, no, to the ninja world. A trace of greed flashed in Danzo's eyes. If it is true, the two young men will definitely not be able to grasp such a divine weapon. For Konoha, he must master it. Danzo then turned his gaze to the leader of the Curse Seal team and said, I remember that I asked you to start studying this programming seal technique before. How is the progress? The leader of the Curse Seal team shook his head with a look of trepidation. I am very sorry, Danzo-sama. Although we have mastered some runes through some apprentices' parents. But Kimura Hideki didn't teach the specific principles at all. It is difficult for us to deduce its full picture with just a few runes. But as long as we can get more runes, we are still confident that we can restore it. You said it lightly. Danzo cursed in his heart when he heard it. It was easy to bribe a few parents of students before, but it is easy to alert the enemy when there are too many people. Not to mention that there are several ninjas among those apprentices, even Asuma is among them. You can't bribe his father, your Hokage-sama, right? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hiruzen is watching so closely, I am afraid it is not so easy to get information from her. As for Kimura Hideki, Hiruzen had just warned him before, so it was better not to attack him directly for the time being. Then there was basically only one way left, which was to get it from the workshop. After all, now the apprentices would go to the workshop to practice drawing rune pieces whenever they had time. Kimura Hideki couldn't just stay there every day, there must be a place to store the rune pieces. As long as they got a relatively complete set of runes, even if these researchers were not geniuses, they should be able to deduce the programming flow sealing technique. Danzo was not worried about the consequences of attacking the workshop. Because he was well informed and knew that there were also many ninja clans and forces that were drooling over this workshop that made a lot of money every day. Not to mention that there was only one special jonin and a group of old, weak, women and children guarding there. By the way, it seemed that there was also a ridiculous 10,000-year-old genin acting as a security guard there. If it weren't for the cooperation between the workshop and the school, which made everyone a little cautious, I'm afraid that the workshop would have been emptied by them long ago. The business war in the ninja world was so plain and simple. So even if he wasn't there, someone would sooner or later attack the workshop. And he could just use these guys as bait and take advantage of the situation. Danzo, who had made up his mind, clapped his hands lightly, and then a root ninja appeared instantly, half kneeling in front of him. Let the rat come to see me. After that, Danzo pondered for a few breaths, and then added. Also, let someone notify the rabbit, don't delay any longer, and finish the current spy mission and come back quickly. I have a more important task, which needs to be handed over to this walking priestess. Thanks to the book friends for the 100 rewards. Chapter 122 External Upgrade. At night, in the attic of the orphanage. At this time, Hideki didn't know that his workshop had been targeted by Danzo and even more guys with bad intentions. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care now. Because Hideki was inspired by the chakra capacitor, he had thought of a way of fighting that could integrate all his life's learning. Before he figured it out, he probably wouldn't leave the orphanage unless the moon in the sky suddenly turned into a 9-Magadama Sharingan. According to the normal routine, Hideki should have taken out his thinking hat and started developing it with brainstorming. But this time it's a little different, because Hideki has to do some important preparations first. At this time, he was standing in front of a work table, concentrating on making something. On the table was an inconspicuous black belt with 3 scrolls commonly used by ninjas hanging on it. But if you look closely, you will find that this is not an ordinary scroll, but it is similar in appearance and is actually made of wood. And what Hideki is making is the 4th such wooden scroll. Under the control of slender fingers, several condensed chakra lines easily cut a small piece of wood into various small parts. Then Hideki moved a little, put one of the small parts under an old-fashioned microscope, and began to draw miniature runes on it with chakra threads thinner than hair. For such delicate work, there are probably few people in the ninja world who are better than Hideki. But he didn't intend to show off his skills. It's just that the biggest feature of the programming flow sealing technique is that the function of a single rune is single, so the rune formula will be very lengthy. For a super simple luminous effect like the dazzling yo-yo, it's okay, you can use rune pieces to make do. However, a more complex rune spell would probably require a room full of rune pieces to assemble. In order to save materials, Hideki had to make a dojo in a snail shell and use microcarving to draw the rune spell. As for the microscope, he bought it a long time ago in order to save the chakra used for the spider induction technique during microcarving. However, as his chakra control ability gradually improved, Hideki was no longer satisfied with the display effect of this microscope. The method of improvement is actually obvious, but Hideki has to finish this period of work before he has time to do it. It took more than an hour before Hideki drew dense and neat rune spells on all the parts. However, if you look at it with the naked eye, it looks more like strange lines. Then Hideki released a large amount of chakra lines to pull various parts for assembly. In a short while, a wooden scroll that was exactly the same as before except that it had not been painted was basically completed. Finally, Hideki stretched out his finger and tapped the scroll, injected chakra and let out a long breath after confirming that the process was smooth and there was no leakage. Finally, it was done. It is not difficult to see that this is actually a chakra capacitor that has been improved by Hideki and miniaturized. Since the inspiration came from Boruto, he also made it into the shape of a scroll. And compared with the previous 3 capacitors used as training, this chakra capacitor has improved a lot in terms of material rarity and rune precision. So it is naturally more superior in performance. These chakra capacitors are mainly used to store ownerless chakra. Hideki can call them out at any time and mix them into his own chakra in a certain proportion, so as to achieve the effect of increasing the amount of chakra. Although it is easy to do this with Hideki's chakra control. But in order not to be distracted in the fierce battle and to be able to mix in precise proportions, Hideki still added this function to the rune formula of the chakra capacitor. That is, Hideki only needs to inject his own chakra into the capacitor on the belt, and it will output mixed chakra according to the set ratio. For convenience, Hideki also directly set a special purpose for each chakra capacitor. The first capacitor is responsible for the chakra that powers the puppet or ninja tool, so there is basically no need to input your own chakra. The second capacitor is responsible for providing chakra for activating the body and strengthening physical skills, so there is no need for too high precision, and the mixing ratio is directly 1:1. The third capacitor is responsible for providing chakra for normal control of chakra lines, and the mixing ratio is half of its own chakra. And the last capacitor is responsible for providing mixed chakra enough to perform ninjutsu, so only 1/4 of chakra is mixed in. In order to keep it within the critical value and not cause the ninjutsu to fail, Hideki will deliberately use better materials and technology to make this capacitor. Although it seems that the improvement is not great, this kind of chakra that has basically no side effects and can be used at will, every little bit of improvement is precious to Hideki. Because he just happened to have a self-made plug-in that the more chakra he had, the more terrible the effect. Brainstorming technique. For a long time, Hideki had been troubled by his lack of chakra and could only create 3 shadow clones to perform this technique. Even the most basic 6 thinking hats could not be put on. And this mere quarter of chakra allowed Hideki to create another shadow clone. In this way, the effect of this brainstorming technique will be significantly improved. Although Hideki wanted to test the effect immediately. But he had just consumed a lot of energy and chakra and decided to rest for a while to achieve the best effect. So Hideki left the room and went to the cafeteria for dinner. By the way, he found Senior Dai and asked him to fill the chakra capacitor with chakra for use. Afterwards, in order to relax and wait for Senior Dai's chakra in the capacitor to completely deteriorate, Hideki stayed in the cafeteria to tell stories to the children. In order to increase the sense of substitution, he also told a warm story that happened in an orphanage. The name is The Promised Neverland. After scaring the children into huddling together and Aunt Kelly raising the frying pan to kill him, Hideki ran away at the speed of light with satisfaction and returned to his room. However, he did not expect that the punishment from heaven for his bad taste would come so soon. After taking precautions as usual, Hideki put on his belt, installed the chakra capacitor and started it, and finally began to make seals. Shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. Bang. Although it was a little reluctant, Hideki still successfully created 4 shadow clones. The most likely place to fail was finally passed, and the next part of the brainstorming technique was actually a smooth road. Everyone had the same idea, and they were all happy for this success, and they all smiled at each other. It was just a little different from the slight smile of the original body. The shadow clones all put their thumbs straight up and grinned at the same time, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Hideki, who began to feel something was wrong, took another look and found more problems at once. The most obvious point was, why do these shadow clones have such thick eyebrows? Thanks to the 100 reward from the book Friend Tea and Rice Life. Chapter 123 New Direction of Puppetry. How strange. Let me take another look. However, the 8 eyebrows of the 4 shadow clones in front of him were still black and thick, which looked particularly funny on his handsome face. Just in case, Hideki ran to the bathroom to look in the mirror. He was slightly relieved to see that he was still extremely handsome. Fortunately, he was not infected with some strange thick eyebrow virus because he was often with Senior Dai. The reason must be that Senior Dai's quarter of chakra was used in the mixed chakra used to perform the shadow clone technique. This is a very interesting phenomenon. When Senior Dai transmitted chakra to the capacitor, he clearly did not issue any specific instructions. But the shadow clone mixed with his chakra showed some of Senior Dai's physical characteristics and personality traits. This means that chakra itself may carry at least part of the original body's genetic information and memory data. Just thinking about it for a while, Hideki thought of a bunch of cool operations that can use this phenomenon, and he wanted to conduct in-depth research immediately. But he quickly calmed down. There is too little data now, and it is not certain whether it can be reproduced. There is no point in thinking too much. Even if it can be reproduced, this topic has already involved the essence of chakra. My current level is still slightly insufficient, and if I really force the research, it will only be twice the result with half the effort. So Hideki can only temporarily suppress his curiosity and focus on the brainstorming technique again. Well, anyway, it's just thicker eyebrows and a hot-blooded personality. It shouldn't have much impact on the operation of the brainstorming technique. After comforting himself, Hideki walked out of the bathroom quickly. This hat is mine. No, I touched it first, it should belong to me. As soon as Hideki came out, he found that the shadow clones were fighting for the thinking hat, which was indeed no different from usual. However, after walking a few steps, Zayasha's face suddenly turned black again. Stop fighting for the green hat. The 4 shadow clones who were holding the corner of the green thinking hat stopped their actions after hearing this, and fell into deep thought while looking at the green. Yes, why should I fight for the green hat? When they thought of this, everyone immediately became humble. Hey, this is your green hat. No, it's your green hat. Hideshi's original body held his forehead helplessly. You keep pushing and pushing, but in the end, it's not me who will bear it all. After stopping everyone's show-off, Zayasha first confirmed that everyone's thinking was normal and was not affected too much by Dai's chakra. Only then did he feel relieved, and he and the shadow clones each put on a hat and sat cross-legged on the floor in a pentagonal formation. The topic this time was to integrate what they had learned before and create their own fighting style. In order to analyze as objectively as possible, Zayasha did not choose the red hat representing emotions this time, but chose the other 5 hats. After everything was ready, Hideki pointed his sword in front of his chest and said, "Brainstorming technique modified." The next moment, the gems on the thinking hats shot out blue chakra lines, connecting with other hats to form a pentagram shape. The shadow clones also tilted their heads back, their eyes white as they fell into a state of deep thinking. White Hat Hideki was responsible for sorting out the information and began to present Hideki's lifelong learning one by one like a revolving lantern. Before returning to Konoha, Hideki used a dirty style of fighting that would not meet the enemy if he could. Hide underground through the earth dragon hiding technique, lock the enemy through the spider sensing technique and the radar sensing technique, and then attack the enemy from a distance through various small puppets or dummy puppets. With this set of silky combos, Hideki was able to gradually emerge and be promoted to a special jonin. But it is not difficult to see the limitations of this tactic. It is safe to hide underground, but there will inevitably be some delay when controlling the puppet, and the lethality is insufficient. If the sneak attack fails, it is not easy to stop the enemy from running away. With the promotion to the special jonin, the enemies that Hideki faces are also stronger. So there are often embarrassing situations where neither he nor the enemy can do anything to each other. It was a 50-50 split for the first generation. But this is already good. Because once he encounters a jonin with perception or proficiency in earth escape, he will be helpless and can only retreat. It is precisely because of this that Hideki chose to return to Konoha to teach, trying to use the power of Konoha to become stronger, and then continue to improve this tactic. For example, by teaching and opening a workshop to take the opportunity to acquire knowledge of sealing techniques, and at the same time create a puppet development system centered on himself. By opening a store to make money and exploring the Valley of the End to solve the material problem, and create a puppet with stronger lethality. There is no problem so far. Hideki's original body looked at his past experiences and nodded slightly, feeling that although he would occasionally take a detour, the overall idea was fine. However, the subsequent development began to be a little wrong. Through the shadow clones sorting out from the perspective of an observer, Hideki began to find that some of his actions seemed to deviate from his previous goals. For example, it is quite normal to develop breathing methods to make up for his own shortcomings. However, whether it is reasonable to prepare to popularize it to students for rapid development, or even to teach it to Obito who will become a villain in the future, is debatable. It is okay to give the children the product of a Dieter the mechanical fluid technique for self-defense. But it is a bit dangerous to spend a lot of time to improve it with Senior Dai, and it seems that he intends to use it in actual combat. There is also the barrier technique that he has spent a lot of energy on recently. Although it is to deal with a Barame Shikuro, there are more than one way to deal with phosphorus bugs. Why is it so urgent to master it? The doubts of the shadow clones are actually reasonable, but Hideki still doesn't feel that there is anything wrong with what he did. The reason for the disagreement between the two sides is actually obvious. Hideki also figured it out quickly, and couldn't help looking at the remaining red thinking hat on the work desk. It's emotion. Hideki realized that in addition to his strength, his thoughts have quietly changed a lot in the past few months. It is not difficult to see from the wretched tactics how insecure he was in the past. In those days when he was in danger of losing his life, he chose to close his heart and rarely made friends with others, even his teammates. This way, no matter which party suddenly disappeared, the other party would not be too sad. But probably because of the improvement of strength, it was not so easy to fall as long as he stayed in Konoha, and Hideki also unknowingly opened his heart a little. So gradually, he also formed some ties with many people. Everyone in the orphanage, the teachers and students of the school, of course, Minato and Kushina. Even the Konoha villagers who served as the background board gradually became friendly in his eyes. Although this still cannot make Hideki a true successor of the Will of Fire, risking his life for everyone. But when he can protect himself and do his best, he is still willing to help everyone. But in this way, his original set of dirty fighting methods that focused on saving his life and running away is a bit out of date. What Hideki needs is the power to protect himself and the people around him. Of course, he didn't realize this deeply before, but was moving in this direction driven by his subconscious. So he would teach Obito in order to advance the research of breathing method as soon as possible. And the research of mechanical fluid technique is also an exploration of his frontal combat ability. Although it was not very successful, it also made him realize that his foundation was too poor. Before there was a fundamental improvement, breathing method and mechanical fluid technique could only play a role in making up for the shortcomings, and could not be the key to victory. So he would unconsciously put his hope on the barrier technique. Because the barrier technique itself is the most powerful ninjutsu in all ninjutsu. Whether it is to protect himself or to protect the people around him, it can become Hideki's biggest helper. And it seems to be destined by God. The circuit of the barrier technique has always been quite complicated, so it can only be set in a fixed place, or it has to rely on several ninjas who are proficient in sealing techniques to perform together. Hideki's programming flow sealing technique and rune microcarving technology can just solve the problem of miniaturization of barriers that has troubled the ninja world for many years. Although the process of barrier technique using high concentration chakra to create a barrier is complicated, it does not involve changes in chakra characteristics. That is to say, this process can be completely driven by chakra capacitors, without consuming Hideki's own precious chakra. Before Hideki masters more advanced sealing techniques or finds a way to completely transform ninjutsu into rune techniques, this barrier technique is the way he can maximize the effect of chakra capacitors. It's really a barrier technique. Hideki's original body began to mutter to himself. In fact, after tinkering with the chakra capacitor, he realized that the barrier technique happened to be used in conjunction with it in actual combat, so he came up with the idea of a new combat method. But after the shadow clones sorted it out, he realized that this was not a coincidence at all, but a fate that had been destined under the impetus of his subconscious mind. Hideki couldn't help but smile. The image of a puppet master has always been sinister and cunning, and he likes to hide in the dark and use traps to plot against the enemy. Because they are prone to accidental injuries, even their own people don't like them. I didn't expect that I, who always regarded them as role models, would end up combining puppetry and the ability to protect everyone. The root of combining barrier technique. That's fine. Hideki has always wanted to improve the image of puppeteers in Konoha. Besides the nurse who saves the dying and the wounded, who can be more popular than the tank who can protect everyone? Of course, Hideki is also very clear that defense alone cannot win. So how to integrate everything he has learned before into the barrier technique and create a unique fighting style for him is Hideki's next task. Chapter 124 Where is the barrier technique? A few days later, in the Konoha forest. The morning sun shines through the dense branches and leaves, falling on the moss-covered thick branches, forming golden spots. Two brisk and agile figures are shuttling quickly between the towering ancient trees, and from time to time they startle one or two sleepy birds. One of them has golden hair on his head and wears a Konoha ninja uniform, and the other has a black hair high ponytail and wears a dark blue kimono with wide sleeves. They are equally handsome. These two handsome guys are Minato and Hideki, who are heading to the sparring site. The reason why they didn't do it in the village training ground is that in addition to Minato's talent for space-time ninjutsu, his Flying Thunder God technique also requires high spatial thinking ability. In order to achieve better testing and training results, Minato expressed his hope to spar in an unfamiliar and complex environment. Of course, this is also to avoid information leakage. The reappearance of the Flying Thunder God technique after many years is a king bomb that can change the outcome of a battle. As long as the Konoha high-level officials are not confused, they know that they have to keep this trump card warm until the critical moment to play it out in order to get the greatest benefit. Of course, Hideki has no objection to this. It just so happens that his new tactics are also just a new creation, and he doesn't want to be seen by others for the time being. It was even his suggestion to come to the Konoha Great Forest for sparring, because he is quite familiar with this area, and he can just take advantage of the home field and make up for the gap with Minato. After all, he is just a special jonin with little frontal combat experience, while Minato is an elite jonin who has experienced many battles. If he didn't pay attention to the details, he would be easily defeated and not even qualified to be a sparring partner. Just like the current journey, after running at full speed for a long time, Hideki's forehead began to ooze fine sweat. If he hadn't been practicing breathing techniques recently and his lung capacity had increased a lot, he would have been out of breath. However, Minato, who was standing next to him, looked like nothing had happened, and he easily matched his speed and seemed to be at ease. He even chattered on the way, introducing the basic information of the Flying Thunder God technique to Hideki. After all, it was just a test of ninjutsu, and explaining it first could save some time for flipping cards in the front. After the introduction, Minato smiled and thanked. Speaking of which, it was thanks to your programming flow sealing technique, Hideki, that Kushina could help me simplify some of the difficult rune techniques into the form of basic runes. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to master this technique so quickly. So it was the programming flow sealing technique? Hideki was a little surprised. No wonder it took Minato just over 2 months to learn this extremely difficult S-level ninjutsu. I didn't expect that I had a share of the credit. I hope they didn't simplify the Flying Thunder God technique for positioning. Because the length of the programming flow seal rune technique is taken into consideration. Hideki is worried that if Minato uses this technique on someone else in the future, he will directly turn the other person into a native of Kumagakure. Since Minato has introduced his ninjutsu, Hideki also began to reciprocate and said, Minato, in fact, I have also gained something from studying the barrier technique recently. I have developed a new technique. I hope you can help me test it later. Barrier technique. Minato was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he quickly replied. Of course there is no problem. The reason why he was a little surprised was because he remembered that Hideki started asking questions about his and Kushina's barrier technique, but it was only a month ago. In such a short time, how could Hideki have mastered it and developed a ninjutsu that can be used in actual combat? Then he blinked his eyes, looking forward to Hideki's next introduction, wanting to hear what this ninjutsu is all about. Who knew that Hideki began to smile without saying anything? Riddler, go away. No, this doesn't seem to be Konoha. Minato felt depressed and accused Hideki with a resentful look. I was careless. Although he was quite familiar with Hideki's Riddler behavior, he didn't expect Hideki to be so unrefined. But Minato was also a little curious. So what kind of new technique was it that made Hideki reluctant to say it directly and must give himself a surprise? Fortunately, even if Hideki didn't say it, he could still infer it a little. The barrier technique can be divided into 2 parts, the barrier that isolates the inside and the outside, and the rule design within the barrier. Hideki was able to develop a new technique in a short period of time, and he should have only borrowed the part of creating a barrier by condensing high concentration chakra. With his chakra control, it is indeed possible to do this. And according to his routine, he should use ninja tools or puppets to assist. But even so, it is still very impressive, and it is worthy of being evaluated by the Hokage as being comparable to the second generation and inventive genius who can rival Lord Hokage and Lord Orochimaru. After the admiration, Minato continued to think. High concentration chakra barrier. This is indeed in line with Hideki's character of seeking stability. Is he going to hide in the barrier and then use puppets to attack the enemy? If the barrier is strong enough, this is indeed a difficult tactic. Then the key to the victory of this competition depends on whether my Flying Thunder God technique can break through the blockade of this barrier. Thinking of this, Minato's fighting spirit began to surge. Soon the two came to a deeper part of the Konoha forest, surrounded by lush trees and vines growing messily, which met Minato's requirements. Let's spar here. No one should come to this place. Hideki stopped on a slender treetop and looked around with his hands on the pergola. However, just in case, he still used the radar perception technique to scan the area. Hey? There is actually a panda nearby, and it's a female. After complaining about the chaotic ecosystem of the ninja world, Hideki heard Minato say, "This place is indeed suitable. How do you want to spar, Hideki? Do you need to practice your new technique first?" Hideki shook his head and said, "No, just test it in actual combat. I don't have as much chakra as you, so I can't stand practice." After that, he jumped onto a flat and thick branch and took a stance. "I can start at any time, Minato, just start when you are ready." Minato was a little confused and felt uncomfortable. As a puppeteer, he stood there openly without even releasing the puppet. Can this be called being ready? Could it be that Hideki only wanted to test the effect of the barrier technique today, so he didn't release the puppet? Although he had some guesses, Minato, who had witnessed Hideki's various magical operations, still didn't dare to be careless. Just in case, he decided not to use the Flying Thunder God technique for the time being, and to try it out with his usual fighting methods. After finishing his calculations, Minato loudly warned, "Then Hideki, be careful." After saying that, his figure suddenly disappeared on the branches. Those who don't know the truth may really think that he used the Flying Thunder God technique. However, this is just an ordinary instant body technique, but Minato's speed is too fast for people to see clearly. In fact, this is how Minato fought before he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. That is, he moved around through the instant body technique, and then suddenly approached the enemy and killed him with a knife. Although it sounds simple, when Minato performed this operation, he was often in the center of the enemy's position, moving around in countless shurikens, kunao, and even ninjutsu bombardments, and finally took the enemy's head and retreated unscathed. Without a bold and careful mind, extraordinary reactions, and lightning-fast body movements, it is absolutely impossible to achieve this best operation of the whole game. In a flash, Minato's figure had flashed back and forth between the trees around Hideki several times, and quietly came to the right side behind Hideki not far away. Then, the chakra under his feet burst out, and with the reaction force, he rushed towards Hideki instantly, and at the same time, he used his palm as a knife to chop at his back. Just then, Minato vaguely saw something floating out of Hideki's right sleeve silently. But before he could see clearly, the thing suddenly flashed with blue light, and shot towards him with a whoosh sound. Minato always had some spare energy when he was instantaneous, and he immediately stopped his steps when he saw this, and moved his upper body to the left, avoiding the unexpected attack of the blue light. Taking advantage of the moment when the blue light flew by, Minato quickly identified it and found that its body seemed to be a cube the size of a Rubik's cube, with a black background, but many glowing blue lines appeared on it. At the same time, the round hole in the center of one side was spraying blue tail flames, which seemed to be made of chakra. This cube was able to fly so fast because of the reaction force of the tail flame spray. Although Minato wanted to praise the exquisite design of this object, he was most concerned about another question. Where is the barrier technique? Why did he suddenly play with ninja tools? However, Minato didn't have time to think about it, because he saw 3 identical cubes flying out of Hideki's sleeves. They began to emit blue tail flames after leaving the sleeves, flying towards him at high speed like meteors. Chapter 125 Hideki's New Tactics. Seeing the 3 cubes flying towards him with blue tail flames, Minato remained calm. After all, for him who has been able to move freely in the rain of bullets created by ninja tools and ninjutsu for many years, this situation can only be regarded as an appetizer. Minato first twisted his waist and turned sideways to avoid the collision of the fastest cube. Then he suddenly lowered his head, as if he had eyes on his back, and avoided the sneak attack from the first cube from behind. Then, seeing the last 2 cubes flying towards him in a pincer attack, Minato was even more prepared to move forward and rush through the 2 cubes to take Hideki who was controlling them. But just as he was about to take action, Minato's pupils suddenly shrank, and he suddenly raised his head and fell back, making a bridge. Then the next moment, a thin and solid chakra line suddenly appeared in the empty space between the two cubes. Swish! The chakra line, as condensed as a steel wire, quickly passed over the tip of Minato's nose. A strand of golden hair that had not yet fallen due to inertia was instantly cut off a few points. Then with a swish, the tree behind Minato, the trunk, had already been hit by the chakra line, leaving a deep scar like a hot knife cutting butter. If Hideki didn't want to waste chakra and let the chakra line disappear halfway, the whole trunk might have been cut in half. Minato pressed his hands on the ground and supported himself, and jumped high with a back flip, dodging the subsequent attacks of the other two cubes. After using the instant body technique to move between the trees a few times and temporarily distance himself from them, he had time to breathe a sigh of relief and secretly called out for luck. The chakra line that suddenly appeared just now was really dangerous. Fortunately, he has always been a flash body cutting in type of fighting style, and has long been accustomed to being targeted by enemies with traps such as steel wire, so he is particularly sensitive to such mechanisms. And as a prerequisite for the Flying Thunder God technique, he also has the ability to perceive like Hideki. So he was able to detect the existence of the chakra line before it condensed to the point where it was visible to the naked eye, and thus barely avoided its attack. Otherwise, even with his reaction speed, he would have suffered a little if he was caught off guard by the sharp chakra line. And these cubes can actually work together to create such dense and sharp chakra lines, which also makes Minato a little concerned. I always feel that this usage seems to be familiar. But he didn't have time to think about it, because the four cubes have caught up again. And they are also condensing sharp chakra lines in pairs, approaching him at high speed in a constantly rotating cross shape. But the same move is useless to Minato, and he easily dodges it. Even if the cubes continue to change their formations and line combinations, leaving dazzling blue streamers in the air. But Minato still dodged their attacks easily, and quickly approached Hideki. You are worthy of being the future Golden Flash Minato Namikaze. Sure enough, relying on Meteor and Flying Blade alone can't do anything to him. Hideki was moving his right hand fingers slightly, continuing to control the cube to block and intercept Minato in various ways, and at the same time secretly sighing in his heart. Although this is within my expectations, I didn't expect that I couldn't even force out the Flying Thunder God technique. Then how will you deal with my next move? At this time, Minato had broken through the interception of the cube and killed less than 10 meters in front of Hideki. I saw him suddenly speed up, the branches under his feet suddenly cracked, and his figure turned into a golden afterimage, shooting towards Hideki like an arrow. But Hideki seemed to have anticipated this, and his free left hand had already raised forward. Iron Wall Formation. As he spoke, 4 cubes shining with blue light shot out from the cuff of his left hand. They were connected to each other through chakra lines, and the square plane formed was quickly filled with chakra. As they spread and grew larger, they turned into a 4-meter-long chakra barrier and rushed towards Minato. Even if Minato had a high level of evasion, he could only take a detour when he encountered such a huge wall head-on. He quickly stopped and prepared to break through from both sides. But what Hideki had been waiting for was this rare moment when Minato stopped. I saw that the 4 cubes had quietly arrived, but they did not rush forward like before, but also formed a square formation and stayed behind Minato. So the 8 cubes also formed a cube formation as a whole at this moment. Square and lock the target, determine the range, and then Hideki locked Minato with his right hand in a sword-like shape, then quickly raised it up and shouted. Not. The 8 cubes shot out blue chakra lines that connected to each other, and the chakra quickly filled all the planes, eventually forming a huge chakra cube, trapping Minato inside. This was the first time Hideki left the spot, lightly jumped in front of Minato, and began to introduce Meteor Array, Flying Blade Array, Iron Wall Array. Add this last barrier array, these are the 4 basic uses of the new technique I developed, Star Barrier Technique. Minato, who was trapped in the huge cube, was not worried at all. He was looking around with interest, and then carefully reached out and touched the barrier, and found that it felt like substance and hard. After hearing Hideki's introduction, Minato said with admiration. From point to line, from line to surface, and then from surface to body. I didn't expect that Hideki could play with the principle of using high concentration chakra to form a barrier. I actually thought of breaking down the steps of barrier generation one by one to construct 4 unique fighting methods. Especially the meteor array. I never thought that the boundary stone used to limit the range of the barrier could be transformed into a flying prop. In this way, as long as there is chakra, even if there is only one person, a powerful barrier can be created in battle. And by controlling them to form a three-dimensional structure through chakra lines, it can also bring infinite changes to the barrier technique. With such a genius idea, the subsequent formation changes are a matter of course. Hideki nodded slightly when he heard this, thinking that he was worthy of Minato, who understood this set of meteor arrays at once. The key to Chen's barrier technique. So he introduced. I call them boundary stone floating guns. Floating guns? Yes. Hideki explained, because I originally hoped that they could shoot high-concentration compressed chakra beams to attack the enemy. Unfortunately, the technology is not yet mature, the power is too small, and it can only be used as a propeller. Otherwise, it would be better to use it to assist Minato in practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato's face was a little strange when he heard it. Chakra beam. Fortunately, Hideki did not develop it, otherwise he might not have been so relaxed just now. Yes, it was indeed quite easy. Even for the last barrier, because the generation speed was still a bit slow, he had the confidence to leave only by relying on the instant body technique. He just wanted to experience the effect of this barrier himself, so he stayed in it. However, Minato would soon regret his decision. Because the petty-minded Hideki had already discovered this, he began to say with a smile. By the way, I still have an incomplete formation, Minato, do you want to take a look? There is still a formation? If possible, I certainly want to see it. Minato said with curiosity. Since you said so, Minato, I won't be polite. Hideki said in a low voice as if muttering to himself, and at the same time raised his sword finger high, which made Minato feel something was wrong. Wait, Hideki, what are you testing? I haven't come out yet? But he had no time to stop it. Hideki chopped down with his sword finger, and shouted at the same time. Destroy! Chapter 126 The Weakness of the New Tactics. As soon as Hideki finished speaking, the small holes on the three sides of the outer side of the 8 boundary stones instantly ejected a large amount of chakra tail flames. Under the powerful reaction force, the entire cubic barrier quickly shrank to the center. The high concentration chakra barrier was compressed again, making a sound similar to glass breaking. In less than a few seconds, the original huge barrier had disappeared, leaving only a cube composed of 8 square boundary stones floating back to Hideki's hand. Hideki, your demonstration is too dangerous, aren't you afraid of killing me? Without any sign, Minato appeared beside Hideki again, saying speechlessly. Hideki spread his hands and said lightly. Just now, Minato printed the Flying Thunder God technique everywhere, and this world destruction array will take several seconds to start. If you can't escape this, then I think you still need to practice your Flying Thunder God technique. It's not time to test the actual combat effect. Not to mention that my barrier doesn't have the function of prohibiting time and space ninjutsu, otherwise I wouldn't do this. Minato was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he became serious, suddenly realizing a problem of his own. It seems that even he can't escape. Because he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he felt that he could come and go freely no matter what happened, so he was a little careless. He knew it was a barrier technique, but he still dared to drill into it, and even forgot that there might be a function of prohibiting time and space ninjutsu. Although this might not happen at the beginning, once the information that he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique was exposed, he might really be targeted like this. Did Hideki do that on purpose just to remind himself of this? Minato then said with gratitude. Thank you, Hideki, I won't be careless again in the future. Hearing this, a bunch of question marks suddenly appeared in Hideki's mind. He had never thought that his petty operation could also bring such a profound understanding to Minato. However, since the other party thanked him, Hideki naturally accepted it with a smile, and said with a look of satisfaction that the child was teachable. Minato, I'm glad you understand. Since they had revealed their cards to each other, the next step was to officially compete. After a short rest, the two began to hone their skills with the Flying Thunder God technique and the Star Barrier technique. Or rather, it is precisely because he is performing the Flying Thunder God technique that Minato is even more cautious. Because once it is used, the spatial relationship between himself and all the boundary stone floating cannons will be completely changed, and all previous calculations will have to be redone. So Minato must take one step and count 10 steps, and can only teleport after calculating everything. To be honest, if it is not for honing the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato would be more relaxed to deal with it with the instant body technique. But this is also the meaning of this exchange and training. This makes Minato feel fortunate that it was a wise choice to invite Hideki to exchange with him. Because under such harsh and high-pressure conditions, Minato, as the son of prophecy, his father's talent is also beginning to be squeezed out. Not only is his proficiency in performing the Flying Thunder God technique improving by leaps and bounds, but his spatial thinking ability, which was already very powerful, is also steadily improving. But even so, he occasionally fails to calculate and ends up turning over. Fortunately, Hideki was very thoughtful and built a mode of the kindness technique into the boundary stone floating gun. Don't look at those chakra lines cutting trees so fiercely. In fact, once they touch other people's chakra, they will quickly reduce the chakra output, making the chakra line harmless. Trees? After more than 2 hours of on and off competition, the score between Minato and Hideki is temporarily 5-4. He broke through the siege and encountered Hideki 5 times, and was killed by Hideki 4 times. Of course, this only represents the victory or defeat between him who only uses the Flying Thunder God technique and Hideki who only uses the Star Barrier technique. If he uses all his means, Minato is still confident that he can defeat Hideki. Gamabuntat, I heard someone is playing the barrier technique, show me one. Of course, even if he doesn't rely on summoning to bully Hideki, Minato is sure to win. Because as he sparred with Hideki, he gradually discovered many flaws in the Star Barrier technique. The first is the control distance problem that all puppeteers face. Although Minato found through testing that the range of the boundary stone floating cannon is surprisingly long, he ran more than 100 meters away, and they can still follow him. But once they are far away from Hideki, their flexibility will drop drastically, and it is difficult to cause him much trouble. At the same time, the farther the boundary stones are from each other, the lower the strength of the chakra line and barrier formed. Generally speaking, if it exceeds 5 meters, it can be easily cut off by a kunai with condensed chakra. Of course, Minato suspected that Hideki wanted him to think so, and he actually had some strength left. So he didn't dare to go to such extremes. If he really wanted to break through, he would choose a longer chakra line. Of course, this set of Star Barrier technique has a biggest weakness. At this time, the boundary stone floating cannon suddenly called off and floated back to Hideki. Here they come again. Minato smiled helplessly, and came to Hideki's side in an instant. He took a scroll-shaped chakra capacitor handed over by Hideki and began to inject chakra into it. The reason why he is so skilled is that this process has been carried out 5 times just now. Hideki, your chakra capacitor capacity is really a bit small. If we can't make a quick decision, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for too long. There's no way. The barrier needs to be condensed with high concentration chakra, which consumes a lot of chakra. Hideki shrugged and spread his hands. And the biggest problem is the lack of materials. It's okay to use ordinary materials, but the rune formula must be drawn larger, otherwise the material will not be able to bear it. But in this way, the chakra capacitor it will be too heavy and seriously affect mobility. This thing can't be placed in the storage scroll like a nesting doll, so if you want to use it in actual combat, you still have to use those precious materials. But this kind of material has always been in short supply, and I finally collected some of it and barely made these capacitors. Otherwise, if a small capacitor can be built into the boundary stone floating gun instead of relying solely on chakra lines for remote transmission, then the effect of this set of Star Barrier technique will be greatly improved. The material that Hideki used to make the capacitor was actually the fragments of the 1,000-armed giant Buddha he found in the Valley of the End. Because he was busy with all kinds of tasks this semester, and was also offered a high reward by Sand Village. So Hideki had few opportunities to go to the Valley of the End to draw prizes, and naturally he gained little. At the end of a semester, he only got 3 fist-sized Buddha statue fragments and some mediocre chakra plants. However, with the improvement of strength and the gap in materials needed to create more chakra capacitors, it is imperative to increase investment in exploring the Valley of the End. Hideki shook his head slightly, temporarily putting aside these thoughts, and said to Minato. Except for the chakra capacitor, I don't have much chakra left. So the next is the last sparring. Chapter 127, In Uppercut. The last sparring? Minato's face remained normal when he heard this, but he was a little alert in his heart. Because they have been together for a long time, he also knows that under the gentle and kind surface of Hideki, there is also a little bit of evil taste to see others get into trouble. The Star Barrier technique did bring him a lot of surprises. But Minato always felt that according to Hideki's temperament, he should have some hidden cards, ready to play them out unexpectedly and scare himself. Now that it has come to the last round of sparring, Hideki will definitely not miss this opportunity to win and run away, making himself depressed for a while. The more Minato thought about it, the more certain he was about this guess, but he was not too worried, but rather a little eager to fight. Because in fact, he also has a trump card that he has not revealed yet. It's not like Hideki likes to hide his moves, but I didn't have time to test the Flying Thunder God technique because I wasn't proficient enough before. Now that I'm proficient, I can try it out. Whose trump card can scare the other more? So with Minato's full promise, the two began to take a short break, adjust their state, and exchange the gains and losses of the previous competition. After the break, the two stood on two thick branches again and looked at each other from a distance, ready to start the last competition. Minato was holding a trident-shaped kunai in front of his chest, ready to go. And Hideki was still standing with his hands down, looking relaxed. It was just that the 8 boundary stone floating guns were forming a circle of squares behind him, and they were still rotating slowly, which seemed not to be underestimated. For a while, the forest was silent, and only a little wind and the rustling of branches and leaves could be heard occasionally. Perhaps unable to bear this depressing atmosphere, a flying bird suddenly flapped its wings and flew into the sky. At the moment when the silence was broken, Minato suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Minato's figure suddenly flashed in front of the tree trunk on the left side of Hideki. The moment he appeared, he was already squatting with his feet on the tree trunk, his body parallel to the ground. Bang! Minato pushed his feet hard, and with the chakra bursting from his feet, he flew towards Hideki like an arrow. Hideki, who had the ability to perceive, quickly locked onto Minato's position, raised his hands, and drove the boundary stone floating cannons to fly out in a fluctuating trajectory. Flying blade formation Guhan. The floating cannons were divided into groups of 2, pulling up chakra lines as condensed as steel wires, forming a formation of 4 parallel lines and flying towards Minato at high speed. Is it really the flying blade formation? Compared to the weak meteors, the slightly bulky iron walls and barriers, the stealthy and fast flying blade formation is indeed the strongest formation of this set of ninjutsu for the time being. While analyzing, Minato adjusted his body shape to land, jumping back and forth between the surrounding trees, avoiding the attack of the flying blade formation that constantly changes its formation. This flying blade formation brought him a lot of trouble just now, but he is different now. After the high-intensity special training just now, he has gradually mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. He no longer needs to stick to using this technique to practice, and can choose the instant body technique to deal with it according to the situation. The combination of the two can make his actions more unpredictable, appearing and disappearing, which is the strongest form in his mind. Just like now, Minato sometimes uses instant body to move around, disrupting the floating cannon formation, and sometimes uses Flying Thunder God to stretch the battle line, so as to defeat them one by one. Within a few moves, he dismantled the floating cannon formation into pieces, and it was difficult to pose much threat. Seeing this, Minato smiled slightly, and even boldly used a few boundary stones as petals to rush directly to Hideki from mid-air. Seeing that the 3 floating cannons that barely returned to defend were hastily forming a triangular barrier to delay his speed, Minato raised his hand and threw out 4 shurikens, and at the same time, his hands quickly formed seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, the 4 shurikens turned into hundreds and thousands, flying forward like raindrops, and instantly turned the barrier that had not yet been fully formed into a hornet's nest. Then Minato leaped over from the center before the barrier was formed again. At this point, all the boundary stone floating cannons had been thrown behind him, and the outcome seemed to have been decided, right? Suddenly, a fierce palm push came towards Minato. Minato's expression was slightly surprised, but his fighting instinct still drove him to turn his head to avoid the attack, and then punched back. In fact, when he just broke through the floating cannon, he saw Hideki approaching him, but he thought it was to better control the floating cannon. But I didn't expect Hideki to run all the way over and attack directly with physical skills. Where is your pride as a puppeteer? Is it appropriate to do this? Minato couldn't help complaining in his heart, feeling that Hideki should have a lot in common with Lady Tsunade. Even though they are both assistants and ranged professions, they both have a heart for close combat output. Not to mention, Hideki's physical skills are actually quite good. The two of them fought back and forth, and fought close to each other for several rounds. He, who has always been good at close combat, still couldn't take Hideki down. Although he was only 2 or 3 moves away from finishing the job, Hideki's purpose of delaying time had been achieved. Because those boundary stone floating cannons that he had thrown away came from behind again. Compared to Hideki himself, of course, the floating cannons were more difficult to deal with, so Minato began to focus most of his attention on them. But at this moment, Hideki suddenly took off and used a powerful and heavy flying kick at him. This made Minato speechless. He wondered if Hideki was too excited. He didn't retreat even after the floater returned, and used such a big flaw. Minato, who didn't dare to let go, first took 2 steps back and dodged the flying kick in front of him, and then prepared to seize this flaw and end the competition before Hideki used any weird moves. Who knew that the weird move appeared the next moment? The first floater that arrived did not attack Minato, but directly attached to Hideki's kicking leg. Puff! A large amount of chakra gushed out from it, and Hideki's kick, which had originally exhausted his strength, continued to rotate under its push, flying towards Minato in the air like a gyroscope. Tornado kick! How can you still play like this? Minato's eyes widened immediately. But he didn't have time to think about it. Seeing the tornado kick coming from the front and other floaters staring at him from behind, it was too late to launch the Flying Thunder God technique. In desperation, Minato could only jump high, trying to regroup in the air. But Hideki seemed to have anticipated this. After landing, he bent his knees and jumped, punching an uppercut vertically upward. However, Hideki's leg strength was not as good as Minato's, so he could not jump as high as him, and he was about to return empty-handed. But just like before, 3 floating guns caught up from below, 1 attached to the uppercut's elbow, and 2 attached to the soles of his feet. They simultaneously ejected a large amount of chakra flames downward, pushing Hideki into a blue stream of light and flying straight towards Minato like a rocket taking off. Rising Dragon Fist. Chapter 128 Flying Thunder God Second Stage. Swish! In the moment before being hit by Hideki's Rising Dragon Fist, Minato suddenly disappeared again and appeared on the branch below at the same time. Looking up at Hideki, who was still flying in the sky, Minato shook his head and smiled bitterly, with both admiration and a bit of a sense of laughter and tears in his heart. I admire Hideki's endless creativity. He can actually think of combining the boundary stone floating cannon with physical skills to enhance his close combat ability. What makes me laugh and cry is that these moves are a bit messy and full of flaws. It feels a bit wrong. But what makes Minato most helpless is that Hideki has the capital to mess around. Because he just landed on the ground for less than 2 seconds, the remaining floating cannons began to siege him again. Even if he wanted to take the opportunity to attack Hideki, who was still in the air, it would be difficult to find an opportunity. So don't look at these moves with big flaws. Maybe they are all baits set by Hideki. Sure enough, when he slowly landed with tail flames under his feet, Hideki rushed towards him again and launched a siege with the floating cannon. Obviously, Hideki did not create this set of tactics on impulse, but after thinking about it. After all, the closer the distance, the higher the flexibility and power of the floating cannon. The addition of Hideki himself will add another variable to the already complicated battle, and the complexity will be directly increased by an order of magnitude. If he did not have superior spatial thinking ability and reaction speed, he would probably be confused by this situation that is more chaotic than the real battlefield. However, after dealing with Hideki for a while, Minato gradually discovered many shortcomings of this set of tactics. Perhaps it is not in line with Hideki's previous fighting style, so the completion of this set of tactics is far less than that of the star barrier technique just now. For example, the physical skills still follow the Konoha style, and they cannot be perfectly coordinated with the various formations of the floating gun. And probably because of the need to take into account close combat, the attention is distracted, so although the power of the floating gun has become stronger, the attack mode has become much more monotonous. After writing down various details one by one and preparing to inform Hideki later, Minato also began to concentrate. It seems that this is Hideki's trump card. It is already amazing that it can be developed to this level in 1 month. Then now is the time to respond. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Minato moved around in the fight and came to an angle that could cover Hideki and most of the floaters, and used this ninjutsu again. A large number of shurikens with chakra attached by Minato were thrown out like raindrops, and they actually cut off several hidden chakra lines that controlled the floaters at once. Only the 4 floaters responsible for deploying the iron wall formation to block Hideki survived. Opportunity. Minato was waiting for the opportunity when the interference of the floaters would be reduced, and he immediately shot towards Hideki with force on his feet. Hideki did not waste time reconnecting the floaters, but chose to accept Minato's challenge and raised his fist to meet it. At the same time, the remaining 4 floaters were attached to his wrists like bracelets, and began to spray a large amount of chakra tail flames to help Hideki accelerate further. Swoosh! Just when the two were a few steps away from meeting each other, Minato suddenly threw the trident kunai in his hand forward. Because if the Flying Thunder God technique teleports incorrectly, he might lose his life, so he only dared to teleport to fixed coordinates before. But thanks to the special training just now, Minato finally mastered the key points and finally had the confidence to teleport to moving coordinates. And the kunai that just flew out happened to be drawn with the Flying Thunder God technique for positioning. At this time, Hideki didn't seem to realize Minato's intention, just turned his head to avoid the kunai attack, and punched Minato at the same time. The floating cannon sprayed chakra tail flames, driving Hideki's right fist to swing out at high speed like a blue meteor, and it seemed that it would hit the opponent faster than Minato's fist. However, at the moment when his fist was about to hit, Minato's face showed the same cunning smile as Hideki. I won! Swish! Minato disappeared from the spot, and appeared above Hideki's head at the moment when his punch missed. He held the Flying Thunder God kunai that just flew by with one hand, and with the force of his whole body spinning in the air, he slapped Hideki's back with the other hand. This is Flying Thunder God. Second stage. However, Minato did not realize that the moment before he hit, Hideki's mouth also raised a funny arc, and he said softly, "Spicy Tensai." Boom! A ball of highly concentrated chakra suddenly burst out from him, turning into a hemispherical barrier that expanded outward at a high speed, instantly bouncing everything around it away. The barrier pushed outward with Hideki as the center for 5 about meters, and then probably due to the exhaustion of chakra, it quickly drifted away with the wind, turning into a dreamy blue light rain. Hideki still stood there, unable to move for a while, and could only look up and close his eyes to rest. He found that he had underestimated the consumption of this trick. Not only did he use up all the chakra in the capacitor, but he also had to pay for it himself. It's really not easy to pretend to be cool. Behind the tree trunk not far away, Minato walked out slowly, holding the tree trunk. Before the strange barrier just broke out, he already knew it was not good, and quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to run away, so he was not injured. Just using the Flying Thunder God technique twice in a row, even he felt like vomiting, a little embarrassed. However, when he saw Hideki in a blue kimono, looking up and bathing in the star-studded blue light rain, he forgot the dizziness for a while. At this moment, Minato finally completely confirmed a fact. That is, although Hideki is far inferior to himself in ninja talent, he can definitely become a powerful ninja who is not inferior to himself with his intelligence and wisdom. The reason for this idea is that in this competition, in addition to practicing the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato actually also intends to evaluate Hideki's strength. Because in the past 2 months, he has witnessed many of Hideki's creations and the impact he has had on Konoha. Work-study programs, point systems, workshops, toy stores, open-air movies, and a bunch of inventions that refreshed his worldview. So he has made up his mind to work with Hideki to build Konoha into a better place. And the key to realizing this dream does not lie in him, but in Hideki, who has all kinds of wonderful ideas and the ability to realize them one by one. Once Hideki unfortunately passes away, all of this will become water without a source and a tree without roots, and he alone will not be able to continue. Although he has realized that Hideki must have hidden strengths, he still has to have a bottom line on how strong he is. If Hideki is the type who is good at invention but not so good at fighting, then he has to take on more responsibilities and help Hideki to protect him from the wind and rain. Fortunately, Hideki did not disappoint him. Not only did he show the strength to protect himself, but the potential he showed even shocked him. He is fully capable of fighting side by side with him as a perfect comrade in the future. In this way, some arrangements do not need to be activated. If Hideki knew what Minato was thinking now, he would definitely cry in the toilet. Brother Minato, you will protect me, why didn't you say so earlier? Then why did I work so hard before and now expose so much strength? Chapter 129 Minato, don't worry. Hideki and Minato looked at each other. One of them was weak all over, and the other was still a little dizzy and nauseous. Knowing that this competition could not continue, they tacitly found a place to sit down and talk. Hideki, won't your creativity run out? After recovering a little, Minato rubbed his temple and sighed. In addition to so many long-range attack formations, you even thought of using floating guns to enhance the power of physical skills. Although it is only in its infancy, I can already see the potential of this tactic. And what is the last technique? It can easily break the Flying Thunder God Stage 2 that I carefully prepared. I wanted to give you a surprise. Surprise? It's a shock, right? Hideki curled his lips, and he was a little scared when he thought about it. I didn't expect Minato to develop the Flying Thunder God Stage 2 so quickly, and almost let himself replace Obito and become the victim of that scene. Fortunately, the foreplay just now gave him a sense of déjà vu, so he had time to launch the last defense. Shinra Tensei. Of course, it was just a joke. Regarding this ninjutsu that he had high hopes for, Hideki thought about it and explained what he could say now. Actually, this is also a special formation of the Star Barrier technique. It's just that it's not the 8 floating cannons that activate it, but the barrier core that has always been on me. I call it the Tianyuan system. Hideki patted the inconspicuous black belt on his waist as he spoke. There was a square piece of wood in the middle of the belt that was similar to the shape of the floating cannon. At first glance, it looked like a belt buckle, but there was still a faint blue rune glow on it. In fact, it was the barrier core used to coordinate the 8 floating cannons. Hideki continued. The principle is not complicated. It is to release the chakra in the capacitor in one breath, creating a high concentration chakra barrier that will spread out quickly and repel everything. Because it can temporarily create an area that is difficult for the enemy to invade, I also call it the absolute domain technique. If it is classified as a star barrier technique, it is also called the absolute boundary array. Absolute boundary array. I didn't expect that ordinary chakra can burst out with such powerful power after being concentrated to a certain extent. Minato touched his chin thoughtfully, as if he was about to catch some important inspiration. It's a pity that the inspiration still slipped away, making Minato think of something similar. This feels a bit similar to the Hyuga clan's Bagua Palm and Kaishin. The difference is huge. Bounce is only the most insignificant effect of this ninjutsu. Hideki protested loudly in his heart, but on the surface he just nodded, and then pointedly said. It is indeed somewhat similar, but Kaiten is more clever. It is indeed a good idea to strengthen the power of ordinary chakra through rotation. Minato nodded happily, happy for giving Hideki a good suggestion. What are you laughing at? I'm reminding you to invent the Raise Nan as soon as possible. My Hadouken is still waiting for it. Hideki complained in his heart. Although he had already mastered the use of the Raise Nan with his extraordinary chakra control. But he already regarded Minato as a friend, and really didn't want to snatch the other party's opportunity to invent this representative ninjutsu. Because although ninjutsu is important, the process of developing ninjutsu is also an important way for a ninja to sum up his own experience and open up the way forward. It is easy to teach Minato the Raise Nan directly, but it is tantamount to depriving him of a precious opportunity for improvement. So Hideki will at most help Minato after he has this idea, and shorten his development time. But the time is actually about the same. Minato, who has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, should soon encounter the event that inspired him to invent the Raise Nan. Hideki, Hideki! Moshi Moshi? After Minato called out, Hideki came back to his senses. Minato thought Hideki was overworked, so he smiled and said. It seems that this practice can only end here, but it's a pity that we couldn't decide the winner just now. Hideki rolled his eyes and spread his hands and said. Just now, I used up my chakra after using the absolute formation. The moment I didn't hit you, Minato, the winner was already decided. And Minato, you are a Jonin, isn't it obvious that you are better than me? Is it interesting to compete with a special Jonin like me? Minato smiled but said nothing. After this competition, he was sure that Hideki was a genius who could rival him. It was rare for someone of the same age to be on par with him. Although he was far inferior to him in terms of hard power, Minato still regarded Hideki as a competitor. It was certainly interesting to compete with him. After a while, Minato suddenly said sincerely. By the way, after I leave, I'll ask you to take care of Kushina, Hideki. I will take care of your wife and children, so don't worry about it. Hideki cued Prime Minister Cao in his heart, and then waved his hand and said. She is a valuable sealing consultant in our workshop, so of course I will look favorably on her. And now that you have learned the Flying Thunder God technique, it is very convenient for you to come back at ordinary times, so you don't have to make it like a life and death separation. Minato scratched his head when he heard that, a little embarrassed, not like a strong man who had just mastered an S-level ninjutsu. Hideki asked again, by the way, when are you leaving tomorrow? Because I also took an escort mission, so I have to leave early tomorrow morning. Then I won't send you off, this is for you. As he said that, Hideki took out a scroll from his sleeve and threw it to Minato. Minato caught it and asked curiously. What is this? Some ninja tool prototypes I invented when I was free. I picked some gadgets that should be used with the Flying Thunder God technique. How can I be embarrassed about this? Minato was a little surprised, and felt that the scroll in his hand suddenly became heavy. Although Hideki said it lightly, for an invention genius like him, the things he invented casually may not be ordinary. Really, they are just prototypes. Hideki waved his hand modestly. I stay in Konoha all day, and I don't have the opportunity to test their effects in actual combat. It just so happens that you are going to the front line, so just treat it as helping me test it. Seeing Hideki say this, Minato no longer refused, took the scroll and nodded seriously. I know, I will write a report to you, Hideki, after the test. That would be the best, of course. Hideki said with a smile. In the following time, the two began to exchange experiences. Minato seriously pointed out many flaws in Hideki's star barrier technique, which made Hideki sweat profusely. And Hideki also used his wild imagination to provide Minato with many ideas for cool operations. Coupled with the various gadgets he prepared for Minato, it is estimated that the enemy will suffer a lot on the battlefield. After the communication was almost over, Hideki also recovered a lot of physical strength, and the two left the Konoha forest and returned to the Hidden Leaf village. Before leaving, Hideki deliberately ran to find the giant panda he had sensed before, and masturbated it hard, and then left reluctantly. This made Minato look at him a little strange afterwards. It's not discrimination Hideki's sexual fetish, but he didn't know whether he should tell Hideki a cruel fact. That is, it was not a panda that only ate bamboo, but a black and white giant bear called a beast bear. This giant bear is known for its ferocity and cunningness. It often rushes out of the forest to eat buffets in the fields when the crops are ripe. It is deeply hated by farmers and is also a task target that makes many genin and even chunin headache. However, seeing Hideki's satisfied face, and thinking of the helpless appearance of the beast bear being tied up and letting Hideki do whatever he wants, Minato finally swallowed the complaints that were stuck in his throat. Because in front of Hideki, the beast bear and the panda don't seem to be much different. Hideki, just be happy. After returning to Konoha, it was already noon. So the two of them went to the handmade ramen stand that had moved to Konoha Square to have lunch, and then said goodbye to each other. When leaving, Minato opened his mouth, as if he wanted to tell Hideki something. But he finally chose to give up and decided to leave it as a little surprise for Hideki. Thanks to Lou, a book friend who has positive energy every day, for the 100 rewards. Chapter 130 Kushina, You Don't Want To. That night, in the attic of the orphanage, there were square boundary stone floating cannons on the work table. Hideki stood in front of the table and disassembled one of them, conducting post-war inspection and maintenance. Tisk, this one too. The barrier protecting the core technique is about to burn through. It seems that we really need to use a material with better heat resistance. Unfortunately, I don't have money in my pocket. I remember that there are also techniques to isolate heat in the barrier technique. Maybe we can refer to it. As Hideki muttered to himself, a fountain pen seemed to be held by an invisible hand, recording what he said on a notebook on the table. A closer look shows that the notebook has been densely written, all of which are plans for improving the floating gun and the star barrier technique in the future. Although he was a sparring partner for Minato, Hideki actually gained a lot more than Minato in his first sparring with such a high-level opponent. The most important thing is that Hideki clearly realized that he was still a long way from those at the top of the pyramid of the ninja world. If Minato didn't practice the Flying Thunder God technique and used other means as little as possible, he would never be able to fight back and forth with the opponent. So even if he has improved a lot with the help of the village recently, he still can't be careless. In addition, Hideki was quite satisfied with the gains in the star barrier technique. From his personal experience in the battle and Minato's careful guidance after the battle, Hideki has found various deficiencies in this ninjutsu system, which is just right for future research topics. You should know that the key to this ninjutsu is that the floating cannon of the boundary stone is Hideki's masterpiece. With just a small 6-way chakra compression output device, various functions of attack, defense, and movement are achieved. And as long as the rune technology and materials can keep up, the more chakra, the more powerful this ninjutsu system will be, with no upper limit, and great power will produce miracles. So just like Naruto's endless raise Nan, This is also a ninjutsu system with unlimited potential, enough to be used in the future battle of gods. However, sometimes taking a big step can easily lead to failure. Although the upper limit is very high, due to the lack of rune technology and materials, this ninjutsu is still in the stage of being proficient in everything and loose in everything. For example, when a single floating gun is used to collide with the enemy's meteor array, Minato pointed out that the attack mode is monotonous and the power is average. However, in order to ensure mobility and secrecy, the size of the magic cube is already the limit of the floating gun. After inserting a chakra compression output device, there is no space to install a mechanism that can threaten the Jonin. Detonating tags are one kind, but Hideki is reluctant to part with the many precious materials inside. Not to mention that sticking detonating tags next to a chakra compression device that is not yet stable is a very suicidal behavior. However, in order to prevent the enemy from being greedy for the floating guns and wanting to take them for themselves, it is still very necessary to enhance their single combat capabilities. As for the methods, they are actually nothing more than the puppetry route and the rune route, or a combination of the two. Hideki has thought of many specific methods, but in order to find the most suitable ones, he decided to try each one and then make a decision. In addition, there are many difficulties to be solved. For example, Hideki doesn't have the spatial thinking ability of Minato, so he can't perfectly control all the floating guns in three-dimensional space. For example, in close combat mode, his body can hardly withstand the impact of the full output of the floating gun, so it is difficult to exert his full strength. At the same time, the floating gun, which needs to be precisely controlled by fingers, also conflicts with the Konoha fluid technique he recently learned from Senior Dai. However, these problems are secondary. The more urgent issue now is the source of materials. Whether it is a floating gun or a capacitor, more rare materials are needed to exert its true power. Although it is known that the Valley of the End is a treasure trove of these materials, according to the previous exploration efficiency, it may take a lot of time to spend on it, which is not worth the loss. Hideki's original plan was to wait until the workshop and toy store made money, and then purchase various materials needed to improve the radar device, and officially start the full exploration of the Valley of the End. However, because he had to share the profits with the school and settle the initial investment first, it might take some time to get enough money to buy materials. But now it seems that the situation is more serious than he thought, and the guys who covet the workshop may not give him so much time. It seems that I have to find a way to make some extra money during the holiday after the end of the semester. Hideki couldn't help but smile bitterly, knowing that he might have to add another job to his multitasking job. But he quickly cheered up, put the floater he had just installed aside, picked up another floater, and began to carefully disassemble it with chakra lines. Minato walked in the first day, I missed him. On the second day after Minato left, I missed him. On the third day after Minato left, I missed him. It was mid-November, late autumn, but the weather was still warm. But Hideki couldn't help shuddering after looking at the words on a diary page. This was not a diary he wrote, but a page among several pages of sealing materials he had just taken from Kushina. It was probably Kushina who suddenly had an inspiration for the sealing technique, picked up the diary and wrote it down, and then accidentally tore it off with the diary. With her impetuous temper, this thing is really likely to happen. The question now is whether I should pretend not to see it, or should I pretend not to see it? As for the option given to Kushina, it is really hard for Hideki to imagine what an unstable Jinchuriki would do when he was angry. In order to prevent Konoha from being destroyed and to protect the peace of Konoha, he can only pretend not to see it. As for this page of paper, it can be kept as a souvenir, and it can also be regarded as a kind of encouragement. To encourage myself to stand in front of Kushina and take out this paper and say, Mrs. Namikaze, you don't want Minato and Naruto to know your dark history. Having said that, Hideki's mood is actually similar to Kushina's. After all, there are not many people in Konoha who can keep up with his thinking like Minato. Even if there are, Hideki doesn't dare to trust them. And now there is no Minato postman, and it is a lot more troublesome to communicate with Kushina by letter. Otherwise, Kushina wouldn't have given me a lot of information at once, so that I would make a mistake that I would regret for the rest of my life. But the most important thing is that as soon as Minato left, Hideki felt that the malicious eyes around him were increasing day by day. Recently, some unknown and sneaky guys often appear near the orphanage. Hideki has naturally taken precautions for this, but he still misses the time when Minato was there and he didn't have to worry about these things. On the fourth day after Minato left, I miss him, miss him, miss him, miss him. In the Hokage's office. The Sandame was smoking his pipe and listening to the report from the Anbu in front of him. In summary, apart from often controlling two puppet beasts at the same time and fighting against himself, I haven't found any other abnormalities in Uzumaki Kushina these days. The Sandame nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work. If Kushina has any situation recently, please report it to me as soon as possible." "Yes." After watching the Anbu leave, the Sandame exhaled a puff of white smoke with a gentle look. Usually, every time Minato left Konoha, Kushina would have difficulty controlling her emotions and the nine tails in her body for a few days. I didn't expect it to be so peaceful this time. It seems that Kushina's suppression of the nine tails has improved a lot recently. Is it really as Minato said, the credit of Hideki's programming seal technique? In any case, I hope this momentum can continue and Kushina can master the power of the nine tails in the near future. In this way, Konoha can have one more trump card. The situation in the ninja world has been a little tense recently. I just hope there won't be a chance to play this trump card. After a while, the report of the guard outside the door interrupted the thoughts of the Sandame. "Hokage-sama, Kimura Hideki wants to see you. Let him in." Then Hideki walked into the office. "Hokage-sama, I heard you have something to do with me." "Yes, there is something. Please sit down first, Hideki." The Sandame said kindly, and at the same time took out a piece of paper from the drawer and handed it to Hideki. "What is this?" Hideki took it and looked at it, and then raised his eyebrows. Because, it turned out to be an application form for promotion to Jonin. Chapter 131 Busy Holiday Plan. "The village will hold a Jonin promotion exam in a while, Hideki, you might as well take part in it." The Sandame said kindly. Although he said it lightly, the action of looking Hideki up and down still exposed his inner restlessness. Because he had learned about the existence of the star barrier technique from Minato's report before he left. Although Minato did not elaborate, as a ninja doctor, he still realized the extraordinary nature of this ninjutsu system from the fragmentary information. You should know that before this, he knew that Hideki was an inventive genius who could be on par with Tobirama and Orochimaru. But due to the difference in physical talent, he did not think that Hideki could reach the height of the two in the future. So his arrangement for Hideki was more towards logistics, and he planned to let Hideki join the research department and give full play to his amazing inventive talent after Hideki was on track in school and workshop. But now it seems that Hideki's intelligence is even more powerful than he imagined, and he actually created a new combat system that can break through the constraints of talent. If he had any plans for Hideki's puppetry before, he hoped to have as many civilian puppeteers as possible in Konoha. As for this new ninjutsu that combines puppetry and barrier techniques, he can't think much about it. The puppet technique alone has stumped so many people, not to mention the barrier technique that may be even more difficult. You should know that Konoha has no shortage of forbidden techniques and powerful ninjutsu. What it lacks is a genius ninja like Minato who has special qualifications and can master them. So what he cares about most now is Hideki. Hideki, who can develop this high-level ninjutsu on his own, has the possibility of becoming a strong man. In this case, he had to make some adjustments to his previous positioning and arrangement for Hideki. However, he had to wait until he saw Hideki's strength and potential with his own eyes before making a decision. And this time's Jonin exam was the best opportunity. The Sandame's idea seemed a bit strange, but it was actually the norm in the ninja world. Because in this world where great power belongs to oneself, logistics research is certainly important, but what really determines the outcome of a war is often the competition between top strong men. So even logistics SSR talents like Tsunade and Orochimaru often have to go to the front line to fight the enemy head-on. Even the Sandame's beloved disciples are like this, so Hideki is naturally no exception. For this, Hideki, who has been accustomed to the rules of the ninja world, has actually been mentally prepared. It's just that he didn't expect that he would see this familiar application form again less than a year after he was promoted to Special Jonin. So he subconsciously hesitated and said, "Hokage-sama, thank you very much for your appreciation. But the number of tasks I have completed now should not reach the standard for applying for promotion to Jonin." "It doesn't matter." After the Sandame puffed out a puff of white smoke, he said happily. "In addition to the number of tasks, as long as there are 5 Jonin jointly recommending, you can also apply for the exam." After that, he pointed to the bottom of the application form with his pipe. Hideki took a look and saw that the names of Minato Namikaze, Shikaku Nara and 3 other Jonin were signed on the recommender. "Minato. You calculated me." "Minato." Hideki shouted in his heart, but could only smile bitterly on the surface. He knew that Minato had hoped that he would show more strength before to reduce the covetousness of the workshop. But things still have to be done step by step. For Hideki, a big thing like promotion to Jonin should be done cautiously and wait until everything is ready. For example, after the Fourth Ninja World War, I can apply without any worries. Okay, Hideki understands. Minato probably knows that if he doesn't push himself, he will probably die forever, so he directly recommends himself to be promoted to Jonin. Indeed, as long as he becomes a Jonin, those covetous eyes that have been bothering him recently will definitely disappear by 99%. After all, as the ninja class second only to the Kage, Jonin is an important existence in any ninja village. Compared with Chunin and even special Jonin, the biggest feature of Jonin is that there is no obvious weakness and it is difficult to be easily targeted. Even Akai, who is only good at physical skills in the original work, has mastered the ability to break illusions and will not be defeated by some small tricks. Therefore, any ninja village that has a Jonin sacrificed is a big news in the ninja world. Unless necessary, no one would deliberately offend such a difficult guy. Of course, with these benefits come more responsibilities and tests. Hideki, who has always been cautious, finds it difficult to determine whether he is ready to step onto the stage of Jonin. The confidence accumulated by years of hard work and the cautious mentality formed by the hard times conflicted fiercely in his heart, and it was difficult to tell which was better. Finally, Hideki's eyes were fixed on Minato's signature on the application form. He could only smile bitterly and decided to trust this bad friend's judgment once. Hokage, although I am not very confident, I am willing to give it a try. Hideki nodded slowly. Yes, young people should have this kind of drive. Even if I fail, it's a good exercise. The Sandaime nodded with a smile. Then the two exchanged some details of the exam. The time will probably be during the school holidays, and the specific time will have to wait for notification. Because some ninjas who are capable of being promoted to Jonin are still doing missions and fighting on the front line, they have to accommodate their time. As for the method, it is also undecided and will be determined according to the situation of the village and the candidates at that time. However, Hideki had heard about it before. Sometimes they went to the Forest of Death to rob something, and sometimes they formed a temporary team to carry out the mission. Anyway, there was no creativity. After talking about the promotion of Jonin, the Sandaime asked about a topic that he was very concerned about. By the way, Hideki, you said before that you would use movies to spread the will of fire to the entire ninja world. How are the preparations going? It's being done, the folder has just been created. Hideki complained in his heart. This was the big pie he had drawn for the Sandaime in order to make a movie to promote the toys. He didn't expect the Sandaime to still be obsessed with it. Hideki considered his words and said, Hokage-sama, I'm working hard on this. It's just that a movie used to promote the will of fire can't be as shoddy as Fire Boy King. It takes more time to craft it carefully. Is Fire Boy King shoddy? The Sandaime asked in confusion, why do I feel it's pretty good? Every time the latest episode is broadcast, the square is full of people, it's very popular. That's because the aesthetics of you ninja natives are too bad. Hideki complained in his heart, and then explained. It's just because the pictures are beautiful and the form is novel. When everyone has seen more and has a standard for measuring good and bad, they won't think so. And the movie that promotes the will of fire must stand the test of time. Any flaws may become a kunao handed to the enemy in the future. So I plan to make a few more movies to practice, and then start this plan after training the people in front of and behind the scenes. The Sandaime also knew that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so he suppressed his impatience and took up his pipe to puff a few times before nodding. I guess you don't know Hideki in the whole Konoha, so let's do it according to your words. If you need any support, you can tell me. But what movie are you going to make next, Hideki? As he spoke, the Sandaime became curious again. Hideki smiled and said, there are already several scripts, but we have to wait until Fire Boy King is finished before making the final decision. Because the final exams and the martial arts competition are approaching, many children have spent points to ask me for guidance in training, so I guess we have to wait until the holiday to start filming. It seems that Hideki is really loved by the children. The Sandaime smiled, and the martial arts competition is really a good idea. I heard that all the students have been studying hard recently, wanting to get a good ranking in the martial arts competition and earn points. Even Asuma has been practicing until dark every day recently, so he can work hard. This makes me look forward to it. How many surprises will this martial arts competition bring me? Hideki thought about everyone's recent training situation, and then showed a confident smile. I think it will definitely surprise you, Lord Hokage. Chapter 132 Hideki's Happy Training Room. Hideki was not exaggerating. Recently, many children have indeed taken out their points to ask him for guidance in training. How happy he was to use points to order the children to work for free before, and how embarrassed he is to pay back the debt now. Although he always said that he was just a weak special jonin, encouraging everyone to spend points on more powerful ninjas. It's a pity that the children are still unmoved. Because everyone has gradually summed up some rules. Other jonins and special jonins can only talk about their experience in fighting and doing tasks, and they are considered to have done their duty if they can correct everyone's movements. However, Teacher Hideki is such a good person. Not only will he give instructions step by step, but if you are lucky, you can also learn some simple ninjutsu. After finding out the reason, Hideki was a little amused. Sure enough, good people should be pointed at with guns. However, this reminded him that he must prevent some ninjas from perfunctorily guiding students, otherwise it will affect the implementation of the points system. More importantly, if everyone comes to him in the future, he won't be able to guide them all. Just like now, after saying goodbye to the third generation, Hideki returned to the orphanage without stopping, and came to a huge cement house not far away. This is the training room that the construction team helped to build when the workshop was built before. At that time, the old foreman complained that it looked like a prison cell. But after Hideki's transformation, well, it still looks like a prison cell. But it has been divided into different rooms by him, and various mechanisms have been designed for different types of training. In order to deal with multiple students at the same time, Hideki also pulled all the children who applied for guidance here, relying on the training projects inside to reduce his burden. Just when he was about to start working and go in to guide the students one by one, a hurried sound of footsteps came from far away. Hideki rolled his eyes first, then turned his head to look at the person coming. It was indeed Obito, the guy who always came late. When Obito saw Hideki still standing at the door, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he slid into the training room without even saying hello. Safe. Safe on base. No, this is out no matter how you look at it. Hideki said unhappily, other kids are training inside, why did you come just now, Obito? Sorry. Obito stood up and touched the back of his head and said. I just met an old lady who needed help, so I was delayed. Hideki shook his head and said. Why is it always this excuse? You might as well say that you have lost your way in life. Learn from your cousin Shisui, he makes me worry less. Not only does he understand it at once, but he also doesn't complain about being tired. He learned it so much later than you, but his progress in breathing techniques is almost catching up with you. Don't think about it, Shisui must be working hard in the training room now. Hideki hadn't finished speaking when a small figure suddenly appeared in front of them. He was about to go in, but he couldn't help but stop when he saw them. The person who came was actually Uchiha Shisui. The three of them stared at each other for a while, and finally Hideki asked awkwardly. Hey, Shisui, why did you arrive just now? Did something happen on the way? Obito, who was standing by, was looking at his teacher, feeling that the treatment he received from Shisui was too different from that received from him. Shisui bowed with embarrassment and said. I'm sorry, Teacher Hideki. I just met a girl who asked me for an autograph. With the popularity of Fire Boy King, the actors naturally began to be sought after by the villagers. The most popular one among them was, of course, Shisui, the protagonist. It was not surprising that he was treated like this. Obito, who had coveted the position of the protagonist, couldn't help but grumble sourly said. That won't take up much time, right? Shisui said helplessly. But the girl cheered too loudly, and a group of older sisters around recognized me. I can't just run away, so I can only spend some time there. Obito's face froze when he heard this, and then he shouted loudly in his heart. Six-Path Sage! Why are all the people who come to see me old grandfathers and grandmothers? And those who surround Shisui are either girls or older sisters. Hideki was a little envious of Shisui's reason. No, he was speechless, so he could only pat Obito on the shoulder to show his condolences. Obito wanted to cry but had no tears. Although he was comforted by the teacher, he was not happy at all. So in this somewhat awkward atmosphere, the three of them walked into the training room. As soon as he entered the door, there was a spacious room with a lot of exercise equipment. There were also a large number of treadmills and exercise bikes on one side of the room, which were responsible for supplying energy to some of the mechanisms in the training room. Many students and orphanage children, led by Matt and his son, were using these equipment to exercise, sweating profusely, and the room was shrouded in a sultry sweaty atmosphere. "Brother, how long have you been training? How much weight can you lift? Brother, you have nice muscles. Can I touch them?" Heidke has always kept his distance from this philosophical area. So after saying hello to Senior Dai, who seemed to be in heaven, he called Akai and walked into a corridor inside. There are many rooms of different sizes on the left and right of the corridor. Looking in from the huge windows, you can see that students in each room are undergoing special training with the help of various mechanisms. For example, Heidke's masterpiece, the long-range ninja tool defense training room, is very popular among children. Just like the baseball batting gym in his previous life, the puppet-shaped ninja tool launcher will continuously launch various ninja tools, allowing children to practice defending against long-range ninja tools alone. There is also a ninja tool throwing training room opposite to it. Various targets will pop up randomly in various places in the room, some fixed and some moving, testing the children's hit rate and reaction ability. And in order to motivate the children to work hard, Heidke also created a ranking list at the door of each room, recording the 10 students with the best grades. There was no reward this time, but the comparison mentality still made the children fall into the vortex of involution, trying to keep their names on the ranking list. After passing a room in the corridor, Obito asked in confusion, "Teacher, aren't we here to practice in this special sparring room today?" Recently, he is still practicing how to maintain the rhythm of breathing in battle. So the content of the special training is basically a big fight with Kai and Shisui, who have also entered this stage, while maintaining the breathing method throughout the whole process. As an unexpected factor, there are many small holes in the walls of the special sparring room, and some wooden balls will be shot out from time to time as interference. However, this time Heidke smiled and said nothing, and took them to an empty and closed room at the end of the corridor, and he didn't know what kind of training to do. After entering, Heidke locked the door and pressed a switch next to the door. Then there was a huge sound of machine operation and airflow, and everyone gradually felt that breathing became less smooth. "I know what you want to ask." This time, Heidke did not act as a riddler, and began to explain with a smile. "This is a low-pressure chamber I built specifically. The air pump can be used to reduce the atmospheric pressure and oxygen concentration to simulate the plateau environment at different altitudes. Like the previous breathing restriction helmet, this is also used to practice chakra breathing. I will not go into the specific medical principles. As long as you know that staying here for a long time can more comprehensively increase your lung capacity, the number of red blood cells, the number of mitochondria in cells, improve muscle efficiency, etc. In short, it can gradually improve the body's oxygen supply and exercise capacity." Heidke raised a finger and said, "To give the simplest example, the reason why the ninjas of Kumigakure are all in excellent physical fitness is because the village is located on a towering mountain. They practice in a low-pressure and low-oxygen environment every day. When they go on a mission and come to a place with sufficient oxygen, they will certainly be like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and it is difficult to stop them." Akai and Shisui opened their eyes wide when they heard this and looked at each other. They knew that the Kumigakure ninjas were physically strong, but they always thought that it was a natural physical talent. No one had ever explained this problem from the perspective of altitude like the teacher did. And the two who had already mastered the breathing method actually felt that what the teacher said might really make sense. At this point, both of them brightened up and decided to practice in this low-pressure room as soon as they had time. Obito, the poor student, was humming and ahhing on the side, looking like he didn't understand and wanted to fill in the gaps, and he didn't have much motivation at all. Fortunately, Heidke also prepared another set of arguments for this kind of idiot. He began to smile and asked, "Obito, do you still remember Darth Vader? Thanks to the 100 rewards from Lu, a book friend who has positive energy every day." Chapter 133 Jedi Knight Konoha Branch. Dark Warrior. How could I forget? Obito looked at Heidke with a resentful look. You know, when he first learned the breathing method, he was badly fooled by Darth Vader's black helmet. After that, he was scared by the teacher wearing a helmet and almost left a psychological trauma. It is difficult to forget this big devil who abandoned the light and joined the dark. Heidke ignored Obito's gaze and nodded with a smile. To be honest, My chakra breathing method was inspired by the samurai group he used to be in. It is said that unlike us ninjas who learn how to condense chakra through meditation, they are aliens. Foreigners have relied on breathing to guide the generation and operation of chakra from the beginning. Because breathing is the root mechanism of life, they also call this power that combines chakra and breathing the force. In order to continuously exercise this force, they often climb mountains that are difficult for ordinary people to reach and find high-altitude places with thin air to practice. Only when they want to maintain the peace and order they advocate will they go down the mountain to enforce justice. Because they have lived in the Jedi, which is rarely visited for many years, they also call themselves Jedi Knights. Jedi Knights. The three of them murmured in unison, but their expressions were different. Akai was already in tears, and was happy that there were assiduous practitioners in foreign countries who pursued the pinnacle of martial arts like them, and they felt a sense of mutual appreciation. Shisui was shocked by Hideki's profound knowledge and how he knew so much about foreign affairs. At the same time, he admired the Jedi Knight's seclusion and justice. As for Obito, Jedi Knight, this name sounds so cool. The child was muttering with shining eyes. And this kind of pretense and then run-away style is quite in line with his appetite. Well, although the perception is a bit superficial, Hideki's goal has been achieved. Teacher, I also want to be a Jedi Knight. No, a Jedi Ninja. Obito raised his hands and shouted, and his voice echoed in the low-pressure room, which was a bit annoying. Akai and Shisui also looked at Hideki expectantly. Hideki spread his hands and smiled bitterly. It's useless for you to look at me. I can teach you the breathing method. But to become a Jedi, the most important thing is to have a noble and bright heart, so as not to be swallowed by the dark side of power. Similar to our ninja way, this thing can only be understood by you in the future. Maybe one of you will really understand the true meaning of the Jedi spirit one day, and even establish the Konoha branch of the Jedi Knights. The three of them looked at each other without giving in, thinking that the someone the teacher was talking about must be themselves. Hideki shook his head and smiled. Although it was probably a 3-minute enthusiasm, it was good to be able to fool them into working hard for a while. Finally, Hideki clapped his hands and said, "Okay, now that the principle has been introduced, let's talk about the training method. What is simulated here is the atmospheric conditions at an altitude of about 3,000 meters. The atmospheric pressure and oxygen content have dropped by about 1/3. If an ordinary person suddenly walked in, he would probably have a serious altitude reaction. But for you who have a ninja physique and have practiced breathing methods, this is far from the limit of your tolerance. However, in order to be able to practice a certain amount of physical skills at the same time, it is just right to start from this level. Then you should complete the tasks in the training list as before, and then start sparring. Because I, the teacher, have to instruct other children, I can't watch here, you have to pay attention to safety. Remember not to play a big fight at the beginning, take turns to spar, and the rest of the people rest, and change people every 5 minutes. If you feel unwell or have difficulty breathing, remember to use the respirator at the door to relieve it, and then press the alarm. I will come immediately when I hear it." After a long and nagging reminder, Hideki asked them to start training. After observing for a few minutes and finding no problem, Hideki waved his hand and left the low-pressure room. Since there is an airlock room at the door to isolate the air, there is no need to pump air again to restore the low-pressure environment after he leaves. Hideki walked in the corridor for a while and entered another spacious room. I saw a group of sparrows flapping their wings flying around the room, chirping incessantly. At the same time, a brown-haired girl was jumping up and down between the ground and the wall flexibly, trying to catch them. Seeing the door of the room open, the girl stopped directly on the wall, and when she saw that it was Hideki, she jumped down from the wall and walked over. "Teacher Hideki. Rin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Hideki greeted, and then looked up at the little sparrows flying in the air. "How is it? How difficult is this practice?" In fact, Hideki was about to teach Nohara Rin to practice not long ago. It was just that the third generation's Anbu came to find him, so he could only go there once. Before leaving, he asked Rin to practice the skill of walking on the wall with these little sparrows. But it seems that Rin has no problem in this aspect, but it seems that catching sparrows is not going well. After calming down his panting breath, he shook his head gently and said, "Teacher Zayashu, these little sparrows are too flexible. I haven't caught them many times." Zayashu said helplessly. "The problem is that you are too gentle, linear. According to my observation, every time you are about to catch them, your movements become too gentle, as if you are afraid of hurting them. Of course, it is difficult to catch them in this way. In fact, even if you are injured, can't you practice medical ninjutsu? If it doesn't work, you can send them to the orphanage cafeteria to give the children extra meals. The little sparrows are obviously helping me practice, this is too pitiful. Lin said with a look of reluctance. Although she also needs to deliberately hurt some small animals when practicing medical ninjutsu, she still finds it difficult to get used to this kind of thing. Hideki smiled and said, "Well, maybe you need this kind of gentleness to become a real medical ninja. But you can rest assured, Lin. What I am going to teach you is not so easy to hurt them." Lin's eyes flashed with expectation. Hideki did not continue to explain, but walked to the center of the room. He closed his eyes and sensed the movements of the sparrows, then turned his body and stretched out his hands. All his 10 fingertips shot out blue chakra lines, which were connected to each other at the same time, like a huge spider web. Accompanied by the spinning movement, the big net also caught all the sparrows in the room at once. Finally, Hideki kneaded it into a ball, forming a basketball-sized chakra in his hand. Lin hurried forward to check and found that there were a dozen small sparrows floating inside, seemingly unable to move, but they looked completely uninjured. Hideki waited for Lin to finish reading before gently throwing the ball of chakra into the sky and releasing it. Those sparrows suddenly broke free of their restraints and flew around, screaming in panic, trying to stay away from Hideki, the big devil. Lin also clapped her hands at the right time, her 2 big eyes shining. Hideki clapped his hands gently, and then smiled and introduced. "Recently, I have been studying whether I can combine various chakra lines with physical skills to create a new ninjutsu. It is tentatively named silk knot manipulation, and what I just showed is one of the uses, simulating the spider web function of the spider silk shape." Chapter 134 Ninja Physical Skill Silk Knot Manipulation. Since the sparring with Minato a few days ago, Hideki began to make up for the various defects of the star barrier technique. One of the major defects is that the Konoha fluid technique learned from Senior Dai is too open and closed, and it is difficult to perfectly cooperate with the boundary stone floating cannon. Although Hideki has also tried to play the trick, he is responsible for the flaws as bait, and then use the floating cannon to wait behind. But this unrestrained and suicidal style of play is not suitable for him who has always been cautious and cherishes his life. And this combination of chakra lines and physical skills is one of the solutions he found from the inspiration library that he has not had time to develop. Hideki continued to explain. The main function of this set of ninjutsu is to allow the puppeteer to delay and counterattack when the enemy is close. Therefore, it is combined with defensive physical skills, and the moves are also biased towards defense and containment. Lin, you are going to take the path of combining medical ninjutsu and puppetry. I am afraid it will take a long time to accumulate knowledge, and it will be difficult to get any results in a short time. So you might as well learn this set of ninjutsu as a means of self-defense. With its defensive characteristics, it should be able to play a good role whether as a puppeteer or a medical ninja in the future. Nohara Lin is not a stinky boy like Obito who is always picky and ungrateful when he has something to learn. Hearing that teacher Hideki had considered her so carefully, Lin was naturally grateful and nodded vigorously. "Thank you, Teacher Hideki, I will definitely learn well." "You're welcome, Lin, I'm looking forward to what surprises you can bring me in the future by combining puppetry and medical ninjutsu." Hideki gently touched Lin's head, and Lin squinted her eyes like a kitten. Then it was time for teaching. Hideki smiled and said, "The key to the silk knot is the coordination of chakra lines with different characteristics and various physical techniques." Then Lin, do you know which key characteristics of chakra are given by the spider silk type I just used? Lin thought for a while, then slowly said, "I remember that your chakra line quickly formed a web after it was shot out, so you must have used the forked characteristic. And the little sparrow was not injured at all, so the chakra line should also have considerable ductility and elasticity. And they can't move once they are touched, so the chakra line should also have strong viscosity, isn't that right, teacher?" Hideki nodded with a smile. Although there are many characteristics that enhance the strength of the spider web, the key characteristics are indeed these 3. Then Lin, do you feel that these 3 characteristics are somewhat familiar? Lin was slightly stunned when she heard the words, and then her eyes widened, and she suddenly realized. It's the meridian spinning method. Hideki had previously taught a technique called the meridian spinning method in his puppetry class, which allowed students to learn the 6 advanced chakra thread usages more quickly. Although the quick learning method was very painful, many students stayed away from it. But Lin, who was born in a civilian family, knew that this opportunity was actually very rare, so she gritted her teeth and applied for tutoring for the quick learning method. 2 meridian lines suggested by the teacher have been opened. These 2 lines are the elastic ring finger joint line and the little finger line that is good at bifurcation. In addition, the wall climbing exercise that the teacher asked her to do recently is to exercise the adsorption power of chakra, which is similar to the viscosity of chakra lines. This made Lin feel warm and grateful in her heart. Teacher Xiaoshu is so good. He actually helped me lay the foundation for practicing this technique before I applied for guidance. Heidke smiled and said. It seems that you have figured it out, Linear. Yes, in fact, you have mastered all the key points of the spider silk shape. The rest is to combine them. However, since the elasticity and bifurcation characteristics are obtained by tricky means, if you want to use them here, you have to learn the advanced techniques of meridian spinning in advance, joining and splitting. Joining is to twist chakra lines of different characteristics together in the meridians. Splitting is to divert the chakra lines and shoot them out from other fingers. With your chakra control, it shouldn't be too difficult to achieve these 2 points before the martial arts competition. It's difficult. But if you want to continue to study in the future, you still have to master the ability to change the characteristics of the chakra line by yourself. Only in this way can the true power of this silk knot be brought into play. Seeing Lin nodded seriously, Heidke said again. Then I will explain its specific usage next. Is there anything I didn't understand before? Lin hesitated for a moment, and then said. Teacher, I understand what you said, but there is a small problem. I am worried that I don't have as much chakra as you, and I can't perform the moves just now. Heidke almost cried when he heard it. It's not easy. I didn't expect someone to say that he has too much chakra. Of course, this is due to the chakra capacitor that adds half of the chakra when releasing the chakra line. But to a large extent, it is because of the form of the spider web that makes this move seem to use a lot of chakra. In fact, as a civilian, Lin's chakra amount is not low, otherwise he would not have the opportunity to be trained as a medical ninja in the original work. However, Lin, whose chakra control ability is far inferior to his, is normal to have such concerns. Fortunately, Heidke's operation just now was actually mixed with a little bit of pretentiousness. What he is going to teach Lin now is a more delicate use. Lin, don't worry, because even if it is the same spider silk, different spiders have completely different uses. Heidke immediately asked with a smile, Lin, have you heard of the ghost-faced spider? Lin wrinkled her cute nose and thought hard, but unfortunately she found nothing and could only shake her head. Heidke smiled and explained. This is a very interesting spider. They can weave a small quadrilateral spider web. When hunting, they will use 2 pairs of forelimbs to grab the 4 corners of the spider web, and hang their bodies upside down on the bushes close to the ground. When they observe prey passing by, they will quickly buckle the spider web and cover the prey below. And Lin, the first thing you need to learn is this kind of use. So in the following time, Heidke began to teach specifically. The first stage was to teach Lin how to adjust the lines of chakra running in the meridians, so as to mix the 2 characteristics of chakra together. After about 20 minutes, Lin finally mastered the technique of combining lines, and the next step was to consolidate it through continuous practice. So Heidke also let Lin practice on her own first, and he had to rush to the next student to give guidance. So in the following time, Heidke taught one student after another. And he did not favor one over another, and gave each student the most suitable guidance. Especially Ibiki, Genma, and Ebisu, they also endured the pain and mastered 1 or 2 advanced chakra line usages through the quick method. So similar to Lin, Heidke also taught them some of the moves of the silk knot as an experiment. Because they are all relatively basic applications, they should be able to catch up with the martial arts meeting in half a month. Thinking of Obito and Shisui in the low-pressure room, and Asuma who has been practicing secretly, Heidke couldn't help but smile. It seems that this ninja school's #1 martial arts tournament, held out of bad taste, may be more interesting than he imagined. Thanks to Lu, a book friend who has positive energy every day, for his 100 rewards. Chapter 135, The Dragon Flame Pepper Star. It took Heidke a long time to instruct all the students, and he fulfilled his duties as a teacher. After they all started practicing on their own, he returned to the fitness hall at the entrance and found Senior Dai. While talking, the 2 walked towards the security room not far away. Heidke asked. Senior Dai, I heard that when I went to the Hokage just now, someone sneaked into the workshop again. Are the children okay? Of course I'm okay, Hideki, don't worry. Might Dai gave a thumbs up and smiled. The children in the security team are very hardworking, and with the equipment made by Hideki, it is easy to catch all the intruders. Although Might Dai had just started training the children not long ago, even the mechanical fluid the skills have not been developed yet. But since the workshop has opened, he had to rush to take on some children with better physical skills to start protecting the orphanage. The two walked into the security room and greeted the captain of the third team, Izuka, who was on duty. The child was about 13 or 14 years old, tall, with silver grey hair and dark brown skin. He seemed to have some blood from the land of thunder. The workshop was in urgent need of manpower recently, so in addition to taking in new orphans, Dean Camp also tried to find those children who had to leave early because the orphanage had no money. And Izuka was one of the latter. It was probably because of his skin color that the child was fired from the place introduced by the dean not long after he started working there, and he could only hang around on the streets. When the dean found him, he was already the leader of a group of half-grown children, doing some petty thefts all day long. Dean Camp felt very guilty about this, but he was also a little hesitant about whether to let him come back, for fear of corrupting other children. Hideki thought that the workshop needed such talents, so he packed up Izuka and his children and took them away. Facts proved that Hideki's idea was correct. Most of these children were desperate and lived on the streets, and they were not bad by nature. After seeing the cruelty of the dark side of the ninja world, they cherished this stable workshop life even more than ordinary orphans, and worked and studied very hard. Because they were older and had rich experience in stealing and fighting, after military training, Hideki threw them into the security team to give full play to their strengths. Seeing that the other children in the security room also looked over, Hideki waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about us, just continue your work." Everyone retracted their gazes after hearing this and stared at the screens in front of them. It turned out that on the walls around the security room, there were many projection screens of different sizes, showing the scenes near the orphanage and the workshop. In the center of the room, there is a strange machine in the shape of a round table, which is flashing with a faint blue rune light. The machine is showing a bird's eye view of the entire workshop park, and the location of the creatures with chakra reactions is marked in the form of blue light spots. The size of the light spots varies, which seems to indicate the amount of chakra in the creature. It is not difficult to see that this is the monitoring system that Hideki has initially built by combining the telescope technique and his own radar perception technique. Once an unknown chakra source appears, the radar perception array will sound an alarm, mark it with a red light spot, and then project it through the telescope technique. The captain on duty will determine the threat level according to the specific situation and send members of the action team to deal with it. If the patrol team responsible for daily patrols is added, it basically constitutes the security system of this workshop. Izuka, call up the video of your dealing with the intruder today for me to see. Yes, President. Izuka came to the radar machine and operated it a few times, and then a large screen in front of him played the scene not long ago. Hideki and Might Dai went forward to check with great interest, but they didn't expect that the screen would be a critical hit. On the screen, a sunny and handsome blonde young man appeared, walking towards the workshop with a swagger. It was Minato Namikaze who was supposed to be fighting on the front line. Hideki couldn't help but sigh. Obviously, this brother didn't know that Minato's chakra had been registered long ago, and his transformation technique was meaningless no matter how powerful it was. Sure enough, a standard 3-person security team arrived soon. When the other party saw this scene, they knew it was not good, but they still pretended to be calm with a fluke mentality and continued their performance. "Dear friends, your boss and I are good friends. We often drink tea together." But the response he waited for was 3 red projectiles shot towards him. "Sure kill, Dragon Flame Pepper Star." The 3 children raised their left hands at the same time and fired projectiles at high speed with the youth version of the 1000 machine sleeve blade. Bang bang bang! 3 small groups of red smoke screens exploded, and a large amount of chili powder spread out. Minato was unable to dodge, and his eyes, nose, and mouth immediately felt as if they were burned. Tears, snot, and saliva flowed wildly, and he groaned and rolled on the ground in pain. Seeing this, the children wearing stormtrooper helmets ejected crutches from the Kyunji hidden swords and stepped forward to beat up Minato righteously. Seeing the future 4th generation Hokage, the fastest ninja in the world, the yellow flash was being beaten by 3 children and crying for his parents, Hideki looked very serious. Because if he didn't do this, he was afraid that he would laugh out loud. After secretly saving this video and preparing to show it to Minato, Naruto, and Boruto later, Hideki continued to watch it. Not long after, the other party couldn't hold on and had to cancel the transformation, turning into an ordinary middle-aged Ronin, which made Hideki a little regretful. The children then put special handcuffs on the other party, took him away and locked him up, waiting for Hideki's interrogation. After that, Hideki also watched the next few videos at double speed. The content was similar to the previous ones, the biggest difference was that the methods used by the invaders were different, which made Hideki watch with great interest. But no matter how many disguises and excuses they made, the children were unmoved. In short, they emptied the magazines first, which made the Lighthouse Country Police call them experts. After watching, Hideki nodded to Izuka beside him and said, "Everyone did a good job today. Finally, they didn't act recklessly like the previous few days. In fact, there have been invaders like this in the past few days. But before, these children always got excited and had the bad habit of street fighting, wanting to fight alone or in close combat. There were several times when they were caught by the enemy and Senior Dai had to come to the rescue. You have to know that they are just half-grown children with low ninja talent and undeveloped bodies. Let alone dealing with genin, even strong adult thugs are difficult for them to deal with for the time being. So the tactics arranged by Hideki for them are mainly based on stability and focus on protecting their own safety. That's why they shot the pepper star without saying a word, and then arrested it after removing the opponent's resistance. And the raw materials of this pepper star actually come from a large area of mutant peppers that Hideki discovered from the Valley of the End. According to Hideki's classification, they belong to D-level plants, which means they don't have much chakra conduction performance, but they have mutated some characteristics with the help of wood-release chakra. And their characteristic is spicy, very spicy, which means that the concentration of capsaicin in the fruit is very high. Therefore, even if it is simply dried and ground into powder, it can produce extremely irritating chili powder, which can be used as a standard non-lethal weapon for the security team. As long as the three-person team cooperates well, even if it only relies on various chili props and stormtrooper helmets with filtering effects, it is very likely to overturn opponents at the level of genin. On this point, Obito, who recently applied to be a test subject for the security team in order to earn points, was deeply touched. He was a little scared when he thought about it. However, Hideki also knew very well that these little thieves who were at most genin level were probably just guys who wanted to try their luck, or some unknown forces. The test that the workshop security team will face will probably become more and more severe. At the same time, in the forest near the orphanage, on a tall tree, a sly-looking guy was observing the situation in the workshop from a distance with a monocular, muttering in his heart. No one has come out for so long, it seems that the whole army has been wiped out again. Kimura Hideki is really worthy of being a talent favored by Danzo-sama. Even if he is not in the workshop, he can easily get rid of the invaders I arranged. It seems that it is indeed worth it for me, the strongest invasion expert of the Root-sama Rat, to take action. That's good. Because Uncle Rat likes the feeling of playing geniuses in the palm of my hand the most. Chapter 136 Rat has a special way of infiltration. Rat is one of the 12 strongest root ninjas trained by Danzo himself. From his name, which comes from the 12 earthly branches, Rat, we know that he is best at stealing secrets. The task he got from Danzo this time was to steal information about the programming style sealing technique from the orphanage and workshop. It would be best if he could get the specific principle. If not, getting a rune sheet with a full set of runes drawn on it would also be considered completing the task. But even if he is good at infiltration, it is definitely not easy to steal things under the nose of a puppeteer who is proficient in mechanical techniques. So Rat did not act rashly, but issued a reward in the black market a few days ago, asking for the secret of making the dazzling yo-yo with a large sum of money. In this way, he can drive those money-hungry hooligans to help him test the security of the workshop without spending a penny. What made him laugh and cry was that such a bounty had already existed, and his behavior was just adding fuel to the fire. After several days of observation, Zisha was almost certain of his guess. Those 10,000-year-old genin and the little brats using strange weapons are fine. The real problem is that they can quickly lock onto the intruders every time and rush to the scene quickly. So as I expected, there is a perception barrier around this workshop. And the sensitivity is very high, and ordinary ninjas have no loopholes to exploit. How did Kimura Hideki create this level of perception barrier in such a short time? But it's also good this way, if I can bring back the programming flow sealing technique and this interesting perception barrier. Then Danzo will definitely admit that I am the strongest spy of the root, not that shitty walking shrine maiden of Yudo. There is a reason why Zishu is so confident. Because breaking the perception barrier to invade is exactly what he, the rat, is best at. The rat suddenly began to form a seal, and silently said, "Transfiguration." A chilling suppressed cry of pain sounded from the treetops. A moment later, a little rat jumped down from the tree and ran all the way to the orphanage. After entering the vicinity of the orphanage, the rat slowly stopped and waited for a long time. Seeing that no one came to pay attention, it suddenly showed a humane and treacherous smile. Infiltration successful. It seems that even a genius like Kimura Hideki did not expect that I, Uncle Rat, would infiltrate in this way. Yes, the little rat in front of him was actually the one that the rat had just transformed into on the tree. But the one he used was not the common one. It is not a transformation technique, but a much more difficult transformation technique. The biggest difference between the two is that the transformation technique is tangible and can be easily removed if it is hurt, and it also needs to consume chakra to maintain it. In this way, no matter how high the level of the transformation technique is, once it is detected by the perception barrier or the perception ninja, it will be exposed all of a sudden. The biggest difference of the transformation technique is that it really transforms the body from the inside out to the corresponding creature temporarily. As long as the caster does not actively remove the ninjutsu, even if it is injured or even killed, it will not change back to its original appearance. So if the chakra is not refined, the sub-rat at this time is no different from a real rat, and there is no worry about being sensed. Of course, this technique is not without shortcomings. For example, it requires the caster to be familiar with the various characteristics of the creature he wants to transform into, and it is extremely difficult to learn. However, this is also the reason why the sub-rat who can master this ninjutsu will be appreciated by Danzo. It believes that this time will be no exception, and it will definitely not disappoint Danzo's expectations. Under the cover of the grass, the mouse quickly came to the door of the orphanage, climbed up the tree, and began to secretly observe the children playing under the tree. After a while, it gradually focused its attention on a slightly older girl who had been taking care of other children. Everyone seems to call her Atla. This girl looks very caring. It's just right to use her. The mouse's eyes rolled and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not long after, a class bell rang, and the children returned to the orphanage like swallows returning to their nests. Atla was packing up everyone's leftovers, so he was still standing under the tree. The opportunity was not to be missed, and the mouse quickly jumped down the tree, ran to the little girl, blinked his eyes, and put on a cute look. Yes, unlike the usual stealing of information like a mouse, this time the mouse decided to lurk here in the form of a pet mouse after careful consideration. First of all, the opponent this time is a puppeteer who has mastered the art of machinery, and the risk of stealing things directly in the form of a mouse is too high. It would be safer to become a pet and then enter the house openly. Secondly, the mouse knows that with Kimura Hideki's talent for invention, he will probably invent all kinds of new things in the future. Instead of trying every way to sneak in and steal every time, it would be easier to settle down here directly. So the mouse did not transform into an ordinary ditch mouse this time, but went to the pet store a few days ago to buy a cute flower rat for research, and it became exactly the same today. Rare brown hair, big and round ears, and a pair of big watery eyes. The mouse believes that no little girl can resist the charm of his current appearance. Sure enough, when Atla saw it, her eyes lit up and she couldn't help shouting, "Wow, kawaii!" Halfway through, she quickly covered her mouth with both hands, for fear of scaring the little mouse away. Then she had an idea, took out a small biscuit, squatted down and began to lure the little mouse. "Come here, there are good things to eat." The rat was very proud of this, but in order not to reveal any clues, it did not run over to give it away for free, but carefully tested the little girl like dancing tango. After a long time, it finally came to Atla, symbolically lowered its head to chew the biscuits, pretending to be successfully domesticated. And Atla gently stroked its head, then its back, all the way down, and then, grabbed its tail and lifted it up, happily running towards the kitchen. While running, she also shouted happily, "Aunt Kelly, I caught a mouse, I can help everyone with lunch." The rat was thrown around in the air and felt confused. His small brain capacity really couldn't understand the little girl's brain circuit for the time being. How can you eat a mouse when it's so cute? Chapter 137 Poor Jerry. After a while, Atla walked out of the orphanage with a look of regret, still holding the little mouse in his hand, alive. "What a pity, Aunt Kelly actually said that eating it would upset my stomach, but I didn't have any problems before." She muttered a few words in a low voice, then put the little mouse on a stone, waved her hand and said, "Bye, be careful not to be caught by bad guys again." "How dare you say that? You are one of the bad guys." The little mouse roared in his heart, and his little paws pressed on his still heaving chest, and he was very scared. You know, just like when performing this transformation, it takes a lot of time to remove the transformation. It was just thrown dizzy and had no time to change back to its original form. If Kelly hadn't thought she was unsafe, Atla's hand that had been pinching her little head would have broken her neck skillfully. So what's wrong with such a hardcore girl? Is this a black-hearted orphanage where even the children can't get enough to eat? What the rat didn't know was that Atla was not from an orphanage, but joined the orphanage with Iska, and had only been there for less than 2 months. So rats were not excluded from her diet, and were even a rare delicacy in her mind. Especially the fat rats that were full in the granary, they only needed to be simply processed and put on the fire. Once grilled, sprinkle a handful of salt on it, the taste. Gurgle. Atra swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his eyes looking at the little mouse became more and more weird. "Little mouse, you are so beautiful. I wonder what it will taste like." The mouse finally calmed down his heartbeat and was thinking about what to do next. Suddenly, a shadow gradually enveloped it. It looked up and found that the hateful Atra came quietly over again, and his eyes were still glowing. "Why is she here again? Did she finally understand my charm and want to catch me as a pet? Should I continue to act according to the script? Wait, why is this guy drooling all the time? Hey, what are you doing? Don't come over here." At the same time, Heidke was walking out of the side door of the training room. "If you go in from here, you will arrive at a basement where the previous invaders were imprisoned." These guys were just minions, so Heidke didn't even need to use any tricks to get everything they knew from them. So they all came for the black market bounty. Heidke walked and pondered in his heart. "I haven't been to the black market recently, and I didn't expect someone to use this trick to deal with the workshop so soon. The bounty is a good idea. When I have money in the future, I may put a bounty on Danzo's head. Even if I can't kill him, it's good to disgust him." Just then, a shout made Heidke come back to his senses instantly. "Brother Heidke, help me catch that rat." Heidke looked carefully and found that Atla was chasing a black shadow on the grass. "Rat? Didn't we just do a big cleanup before? Why did this thing appear again?" Heidke muttered softly, and saw that the black shadow suddenly accelerated, and he also became a little interested. "No problem, your friendly neighbor is at your service." After saying that, Heidke jumped high in the direction where the mouse escaped. Thweb. After locking the mouse in the air, he pressed the middle finger and ring finger of his right hand to the palm of his hand, and a chakra line shot out from his wrist. This is a small skill that Heidke has recently developed for the silk knot. The proficiency is not high, so the mouse seems to have noticed it and dodged to the side. But the chakra line suddenly unfolded halfway through the flight, forming a spider web with a diameter of 1 meter. It couldn't dodge this time and could only be firmly fixed to the ground. "My life is over." The mouse wailed in his heart. Even a little girl is so scary, let alone Kimura Heidke who plays with puppets. Who knew that when Heidke landed on the ground and used the chakra line to lift it up, he saw the brown hair and big ears, and he actually showed a surprised expression. "Jerry? Is that you, Jerry? Why are you here too? Did Tom come with you?" "Jerry? Tom? What was Kimura Heidke talking about?" The rat was confused. However, judging from the other party's surprised expression, it should have been mistaken for another mouse. It seems that at least there is no danger to life for the time being. Of course, Heidke's words just now were just a joke, but he did not have the idea of killing this little thing that looked like Jerry. Seeing that Atla had already trotted over, he smiled and asked. "This mouse is very cute. Atla, do you want to catch it as a pet?" Atla, who was thinking about whether to give Heidke brother half of the roasted mouse later, blinked slowly a few times when she heard the words. Pet. This is really a path she had never imagined. You know, she used to be very envious when she saw someone holding a kitten or walking a puppy on the street. It's great, you don't have to work and you can have a full meal every day. Yes, she envied the pets. As for becoming a pet owner, she didn't even dare to think about it when she was still hungry less than 2 months ago. But after hearing the question from brother Heidke, Atla realized that she was different from before. Iska and others worked in the security team, Takaki and others worked in the toy store, even the most useless herself could help in the kitchen, and everyone had a bright future. No need to do some sneaky things, no need to worry about how to fill her stomach tomorrow, no need to worry that the shack she built will collapse if it rains a little harder. Cats and dogs Atla didn't dare to hope for it. But if it was just a small mouse, would she be qualified to keep it as a pet now? Brother Heidke, can I really keep it? Atla suddenly felt a little uneasy, and her hands unconsciously wrinkled the hem of the new clothes that she usually cherished. It was because her current life was too good that she was always trembling with fear, fearing that she would be driven away and return to her previous life if she did something wrong. Heidke understood her lack of security, so he said gently. Of course it's okay. As long as you promise to take good care of it and not let it affect the normal order of the orphanage and workshop. I promise I will do it. Atra nodded vigorously, and then his face a relieved smile bloomed on her face. At the same time, the rat in her hand couldn't help but turn his head and laugh. The plan is finally back on track. Although it is a bit dangerous to become the pet of this little devil, now is not the time to be picky. But I didn't expect that it was Kimura Heidke himself who facilitated all this. I really want to see what his expression will be when he finds out the truth in the future. Just then, Heidke added with a smile. But Atla, you also know what the purpose of our orphanage is. I know, those who don't work shall not eat. That's right, so even for this little thing, we have to find a place for it to be useful. Atla worriedly said, but it's so small, can it really help? Don't worry, even a pair of underwear or a piece of toilet paper will have its use. Rat, thank you, I feel offended. Heidke put the mouse in Atla's hand and said. Now I happen to be free, I will help you solve this problem first. But before that, you have to give this little thing a name. Atla held the little mouse high up and said with a smile. I've thought about it, let's call it emergency food. A moment later, in the hall of the training room, on the side full of treadmills. Because the mouse was very resistant to the domineering name of emergency food, it was finally named Jerry. This made Atla a little sad. Obviously this means that I will never eat you until the last moment, how can you not understand my painstaking efforts? Of course I don't understand. No normal person would keep a pet with the premise of being ready to eat at any time. The mouse roared in his heart. But it was no longer in the mood to care about such things. Because at this time it had been put in a hamster wheel on the table and was also in an iron cage. This gave it a bad feeling again. Chapter 138 Being Manipulated. Brother Heidke, is this all right? Atra looked at Jerry, who was confused in the hamster wheel, and asked worriedly. Heidke smiled and explained. This running wheel, like the treadmills around here, can provide power for the mechanism in the training room. Although the effect is probably average, it is also a contribution to the orphanage. Anyway, Atla, you have to help in the kitchen, so it's not easy to take Jerry with you. It's just right to leave it here. What the hell? The rat held the wire mesh tightly with its two little paws, and complained wildly in its heart. Are you raising pets or slaves? You don't even let go of the labor of a little mouse. And what's the matter with this cage and wheel mechanism? Why can you prepare such things in advance? Then the rat found that there was a little turtle in the corner of the cage. And the turtle was breathing hard, which was very rare, and at the same time, it looked at itself with sympathy. The rat was speechless. So these things were made for you. I didn't expect Kimura Heidke to not even let go of a turtle. Now it finally realized that if it compromised, it would probably live in dire straits from then on. So it decided to non-violent non-cooperation, and fell back directly, looking like you can do whatever you want. At this time, there were more and more people eating melons around, and the rat became more and more confident. Because it firmly believed that rat-eating maniacs like Atla and black-hearted factory owners like Kimura Heidke were only a minority after all. Since it was so cute, it would definitely win everyone's love and gain the right to be exempted from labor. You are responsible for making money to support the family, and I am responsible for being beautiful. However, what the rat didn't know was that most of the people exercising here were members of the security team on rotation. In other words, most of them are like Atla, who used to be kids hanging around on the streets. So it soon discovered that everyone looked at it with a strange look. Why doesn't this mouse move? It seems to have heat stroke and is so limp. We can't do anything about it. Why don't we take it to the river and stew it? Rat, hey? No, I think it got internal injuries from the fight. It may not survive. Let's kill it and stew it. Rat, hey? I think it has depression. This won't work. Let's make it into a braised mouse. Rat, hey? Rat was a little confused. How come he suddenly became ill after just lying down for a few seconds? Hey, can you stop talking nonsense? Atla protested, waving his fist. Rat thought, not bad, my cheap master, quickly refute them. Then it heard Atla say. Even if you want to eat it, you have to make it into a roasted mouse. Ah, it was wrong to have expectations for this guy. The mouse suddenly saw through the world, stood up silently and started running, driving the running wheel to turn. Because it finally understood that there was no normal person in this orphanage. If it didn't do this, it might really be possible. It might become a dish that these wolf cubs just had in their mouths. Atla immediately turned his worry into joy and clapped his hands happily. The children watching sighed with regret and began to disperse gradually. Is it necessary to be so depressed that you can't eat mice? People who don't know would think that I didn't feed you enough. Heidke didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and then cast his eyes on Jerry who was running, frowned slightly, and said thoughtfully. I remember it was outside just now, running much faster than now. It's afraid that it can't even pay for its own food, accommodation, 5 insurances and 1 fund, and cremation fee. This is a simple question. At this time, Might Dai appeared from nowhere, opened the cage without saying a word, and took out a small red pill to feed the little mouse. The little mouse suddenly felt bad. If it was usual, he would not take such a 10,000-year-old ninja seriously at all. But it was just a mouse now, and had no power to resist at all. The whole pill was stuffed into its mouth. The next moment, a violent spicy taste exploded in its mouth like a raging fire, burning every cell in its mouth mercilessly. It felt just like someone made a mistake when using the fire dragon bomb, and the fire dragon exploded in the mouth without spitting it out. The burning pain began to spread throughout the body. With nowhere to go, it could only start running wildly in the running wheel to vent and distract itself. For a while, the running wheel turned very fast, whirring, and even rubbed out sparks and lightning, which made everyone around marvel and applaud. Might Dai scratched his head and smiled. Recently, I have been learning from you, Heidke, and started to do some research. And this is a pill that I developed based on the chili pills of the Akimichi clan to improve the effect of cultivation. It's a pity that I have only developed one of the materials now, otherwise the effect should be better. 1. Heidke's smile froze when he heard this, and then he asked cautiously. The material you mentioned, Senior Dai, is chili pepper. Yes. Might Dai nodded seriously. Heidke is really worthy of it, you guessed it so quickly. Wow. Anyone can guess this. Isn't this just an ordinary chili pepper pill? Heidke and Zisha were complaining wildly in their hearts at the same time. Might Dai was still explaining seriously. And this time I used the dragon flame chili you brought back before, the spiciness has increased, and the effect is better. Heidke couldn't help but look at Jerry with sympathy when he heard this. This little thing simply couldn't stand the spiciness, so it ran so fast. It was a lucky coincidence. Ah, brother Heidke, look, Jerry is crying. Is he really okay? Atla looked at Jerry with a worried look. Heidke calmly checked Jerry with the chakra line, and then smiled. It must be happy to finally find its home, so it cried with joy. Atla was deeply touched by the words, and his eyes were a little wet. Great, Jerry, this will be our home from now on. The rat was running wildly, and there were countless MMPs in his heart that he wanted to say, but unfortunately he was powerless. It could only use the last bit of willpower to repeat in his heart. Be patient, everything is for the mission of Danzo-sama. That night, in the orphanage, in Atla's dormitory. Atla, who had just returned, put a large cage on the table. The rat in it was limp on the ground, weak and panting. It's all because of that 10,000-year-old genin, who actually said that he had the potential to become a ninja beast and even had to train himself at night. Mighty Dai, right? I'll remember you, and one day I'll make you regret it. But the most important thing now is the mission. Mission. Thinking of Danzo's instructions, the rat finally calmed down and began to think. I originally wanted to lurk here for a long time, but if I continue like this, my body will definitely not be able to bear it. It seems that I can only change the plan. I have to get enough information as soon as possible and then leave this damn place quickly. There is no time to lose. After these little girls fall asleep, we have to start the action. While I have time now, I have to recuperate first. Thinking of this, the rat began to lie down and close his eyes to rest. Although I am very tired, I have received professional training. Even if, no matter how sleepy I am, I will never fall asleep. After a while, Atla came over after washing up, only to see Jerry sleeping soundly. He said with some regret. "Ah, Jerry, why did you fall asleep so quickly? I still want to play games with you." "Forget it. Anyway, there is still a lot of time in the future. You should have a good rest today. Good night." I don't know how long it took. The mouse suddenly opened his eyes and saw that it was still dark around him. He was finally relieved. I didn't expect to fall asleep. Fortunately, it's still night and I can continue to perform the mission. Who knew that the next moment, a strong light suddenly appeared, making it close its eyes. When it opened its eyes again, it was shocked to find that the darkness just now was just a piece of black cloth covering the cage. And the real time at this time had come to the next morning. The mouse's expression was a little dull. Because it not only meant that it accidentally wasted a night's precious time, but also meant something more terrible. Atla, who had just taken off the black cloth, picked up the cage and said happily. "Okay, Jerry, I'll take you to the practice room now. Today we have to work hard together to contribute to the orphanage." "Hey, Jerry, why are you crying again? Are you crying for joy again?" Chapter 139 Prison Break. Time passed, and soon nearly 2 weeks had passed. At night, in the dormitory of the orphanage. Turn around. Roll around. 360-degree front flip Thomas jump followed by 3.5 sideways rotations. On the table, a cute brown mouse was doing various fancy moves under Atla's instructions. Around the table, there was a circle of little girls with loving eyes, clapping and cheering for every move of the mouse. "Ah, Jerry is so cute. I also want to have a little mouse like this. Atla, can you lend it to me for a few days?" Listening to everyone's chattering, Atla smiled and stroked Jerry's head with his index finger and praised. "Great Jerry, everyone likes you very much." Squeak. Jerry squinted his eyes comfortably, enjoying the caress from his master, and his cute appearance caused a burst of surprised shouts from the little girls. After a long while, everyone gradually changed the topic. "Atla, we got our salary a few days ago. We want to go to the village to buy something on the weekend. Do you want to go with us?" a girl asked. Atla shook his head and said, "Have you forgotten what Brother Heidke said? There are a lot of bad guys near the workshop recently, and they seem to want to sneak in and steal things. So we'd better not go out casually for the time being. If you want to buy something, ask Iska and others." Many girls sighed in disappointment. That being said, if you can't go shopping slowly and compare prices, what's the point of shopping? Jerry, who was chewing a cookie on the table, suddenly stood there in a daze, and even dropped the cookie on the table. Workshop, sneak in, steal things. As if a flash of lightning suddenly flashed through his mind, Jerry, no, it was the rat's eyes that suddenly regained clarity. Fuck. I lost my self-awareness again. How many days have passed this time? Damn. It's really not good if it goes on like this. The rat paced back and forth on the table anxiously. The transformation it is performing now is to temporarily transform its body into the form of a mouse, so it can sneak in here without any flaws. However, as a price, its thinking consciousness will also be affected by the poor brain capacity of the mouse, gradually becoming blurred, and even losing memory and self-awareness. So when the rat used to transform into a mouse to perform tasks, it would find an opportunity to transform back to its original form every 1 or 2 days to reset its consciousness. But it never expected that this black-hearted orphanage would be so cruel. After so many days, it didn't even give it any chance to be alone. Every morning, it had to go to the training room to run on the wheel. If it was lazy, it would be fed with chili pills. It was simply worse than death. When it came back from the exercise at night, it was exhausted. If it closed its eyes carelessly, it would be the next morning when it opened them again. It had no time to steal information or change back to its original form. And when it thought of this, the fatigue accumulated by the mouse today also broke out, making it drowsy and its eyelids began to fail to hold up again. No. If I fall asleep now, I don't know if there will be a chance to wake up next time. I must find a way not to fall asleep. The mouse gritted its teeth and insisted, forcing its body not to fall down. Unfortunately, misfortunes never come alone. At this time, Atla also noticed its abnormality. "Ah, little Jerry is sleepy again, so go to bed early, we still have to work hard tomorrow." As Atla said, he gently picked up Jerry with both hands, put him on a mini bed in the pet cage, and covered him with a small quilt. As soon as the rat sank into the soft bed, he almost lost consciousness. Fortunately, the willpower cultivated by many years of ninja life still made it move its little paws hard, trying to pinch its body in the quilt, using pain to maintain its consciousness. Although based on its previous experience, this trick is estimated to have little effect. I am afraid that this opportunity to wake up will be in vain again. However, at this moment, the rat's little paw inadvertently reached the gap between the bed and the wall, and seemed to touch something. It felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, so it forced itself to take the thing out secretly. Then the rat's eyes suddenly widened like copper bells. It's chili pills. To be precise, it was a tiny crumb of a chili pill. Why would such a thing appear here? After being puzzled, the rat quickly had an idea. Could it be? It gently licked the crumb of the chili pill. Hiss! The rat tightly grasped the bed sheet, resisting the urge to roll around on the bed. Impulsive, afraid that the little girls who were still chatting quietly not far away would notice something strange. After a while, it finally calmed down. It was really spicy. But, it was also refreshing. The mouse had a clear mind after temporarily driving away the sleepiness, and was filled with emotion. I didn't expect that the chili pills that usually made it painful would become its life-saving straw now. As long as you lick this thing every once in a while, you should be able to stay clear and make it through the night when everyone is asleep. However, such a small amount of crumbs may not be enough, so the mouse put its claws into the gap again to grope, and found some more chili pill crumbs. As expected, it's not accidental that these crumbs appear here. It must be that every time I was awake during the day, I would secretly leave some chili pill crumbs and bring them back to hide here. It seems that my situation is more serious than I thought. I should have thought of this plan many times, but now I don't even remember it. Thinking of how many of my past selves have carried out this plan, but have been forgotten in the corner of my memory, Zisha can't help but feel tragic. It seems that countless past selves are shouting at the present self. Go! Step over our corpses! I will, my past selves, your sacrifice will not be wasted. Zisha secretly made up his mind in his heart, and a tear fell from the corner of his eyes. Maybe, it was caused by the spiciness. Late at night. The orphanage that was noisy during the day is now silent, and only the chirping of insects can be heard in the nearby bushes. In Atla's room, on the desk, in the iron cage, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened. It's not that the rat suddenly unlocked the Sharingan, but the double torture of sleepiness and perverted spiciness made its eyes full of bloodshot. No matter what, its goal has been achieved. The time has come. The rat calculated the time second by second and determined that it was now the fourth watch, when humans sleep the deepest. In other words, it was the best time for it to execute its plan. Without further delay, it tiptoed to the door of the iron cage, easily pulled out the bolt outside with its long tail, slowly pushed the door open, and then quietly slipped out. Jerry, backflip! Suddenly, Atla's voice sounded. The rat was shocked, but his body reflexively did a backflip on the table. Pop! The sound of landing, which was usually not obvious, was particularly harsh in the quiet room. Hiss! The rat couldn't help but stand there with its teeth bared, not daring to move. After a long while, there was no other movement in the room, so it dared to turn its head to look. It saw that Atla was sleeping soundly, and it was obvious that what he had just said was just a dream. Damn it, he was playing tricks on me even in his dreams, what a terrible child. The rat wanted to take some revenge now. But it was worried that Atla would talk in his sleep again. If he said those difficult moves, it would probably wake up all the children in the room. So it didn't dare to stay for long, and quickly jumped along the table legs to the ground, then along the wall to the window, and flowed out of the window with a slight crack like liquid. Then it slid down the drainpipe to the ground, first looked in the direction of the workshop, then turned around and ran out of the orphanage. Although it wanted to complete the task quickly and leave this ghost place. But before that, it had to change back to human form and reset its consciousness. Since chakra is needed when transforming, it is very likely to be detected by the perception barrier here, so it must transform far away from here. Fortunately, the experienced rat has made all the preparations. A moment later, in the forest near the orphanage. The rat turned into a black shadow and came to a strange willow tree. It looked around first, and then gently pressed an inconspicuous knot on the tree. Then a root under the willow tree arched slightly, revealing a small gap extending underground. The rat looked around again and saw nothing unusual before entering the gap. Then the root slowly closed, as if nothing had happened. The rat wandered around in the gap for a long time before entering a relatively spacious underground cave. Although it was a cave, there were all kinds of things placed inside: clothes, food, weapons, medicine, and even books. It was obviously a secret supply point. Whenever the rat conducts a mid to long-term mission, he will set up a supply point like this near the infiltration site, just in case. Then, a suppressed cry of pain began to echo in the basement. The rat's squeak gradually turned into the wailing of an adult male, which was creepy to hear. After the cry of pain, a figure casually put on a piece of clothing, then picked up the snacks and dry food beside him and began to eat them. After taking a big gulp of coke, the rat said with a sense of relief. "Burp, finally alive. How could I repair it? Damn Kimura Hideki, damn might guy. After completing the commission from Danzo-sama, I will definitely make you two look good." As soon as the rat turned back into human form, he began to chatter to himself, as if he wanted to pour out all the words that he had been holding back. Who knew that at this moment, a male voice that was much more pleasant than his suddenly sounded in the basement. It turns out that Danzo is behind it again. What a dull answer. The sound coming from behind made the rat feel a chill coming from the coccyx and rushing straight to the brain, and the whole body shuddered. Ka ka ka. The rat looked back stiffly like an unoiled machine, and he saw the figure he least wanted to see at this moment. Hideki Kimura. Chapter 140 Battle Form. I saw Hideki appear behind Zishu without knowing when, with a slightly playful smile on his face. Zishu swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great effort, and his eyes were full of endless confusion in addition to vigilance. It was obvious that he had finally thought of a brilliant plan to break the situation, and was preparing to go back and show his skills and officially start stealing intelligence. How did Kimura Hideki suddenly appear in his secret base, and even knew the secret that Danzo was the mastermind behind the scenes? Playing dumb, quibbling, and putting the blame on someone else? These thoughts emerged in Zishu's mind one by one, but were soon thrown behind his mind. Finally, he could only turn around slowly, spread his hands with a wry smile and said, "You are worthy of being a talent favored by Danzo. I wonder if you can tell me where I have revealed my flaws?" Hideki was curiously looking at the layout of the basement. He was amazed by this small but complete supply point. If it weren't for the current situation, he and the other party would have a lot of common topics. What a pity. Hearing Zishu's question, Hideki shook his head gently, contrary to his usual riddle-telling style, and began to explain. "The transformation secret technique you performed is indeed very exquisite, and it can even perfectly restore the various structures inside the organism. So although I was wary of Jerry who suddenly appeared, I still couldn't find any decisive flaws after several attempts. In fact, the reason why I was able to follow you here, Senior, is thanks to Atla's help." Seeing the other party's suspicious eyes, Hideki smiled again, not knowing whether he was laughing at the other party or at himself. He then explained. "Senior, you can sneak in this way, you should have known that there is a barrier around the orphanage. But you may not know that in order to prevent the children from being taken hostage, I added a small function to the barrier. The chakra characteristics of everyone in the orphanage have been recorded. Once someone leaves the orphanage for a certain distance, I will receive a notification." Hideki smiled. "This is the key. After several days of soft and hard persuasion from Atla, I also recorded the chakra characteristics of the senior. No, it should be Jerry. Because she thinks that this record is a symbol of family, and it is too pitiful to exclude you, Jerry." Hideki shook his head gently. "Speaking of which, in order to make the barrier sense the weak chakra in Jerry's body, I spent a lot of thought. But I didn't expect that after only a few days of improvement, there would be such an ironic harvest." Atla. Zishu opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. This time he would change his usual behavior and choose to play a cute little mouse, just to win the favor of everyone in the orphanage, so as to facilitate the continuous theft of intelligence in the future. Who would have thought that it was precisely this favor that became the fundamental reason for his exposure? Zishu was speechless for a while, and Hideki was too lazy to say more, and smiled slightly. "Since you have no other questions, it's time to settle the accounts." Zishu knew that it was not good, and hurriedly suppressed the strange emotions in his heart, and secretly stepped on a mechanism on the ground. Swish! Several small holes on the surrounding rock walls began to spray purple poisonous smoke. Zishu didn't think that this mechanism could kill Kimura Hideki, so he took the opportunity to quickly seal. Earth escape, the art of reflecting fish in the earth. Goodbye Kimura Hideki, let's just call it a draw this time. I advise you not to chase me again. After saying that, the rat drilled into the wall behind him, and actually drilled into it as if he could pass through walls, and quickly moved away. Sure enough, we have a lot in common in this regard. Hideki had already used his bell to spread a thin barrier around him to isolate the poison gas. Seeing the other party's escape method, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Then he also made seals with both hands, and then jumped lightly and drilled into the rock wall above his head. Earth escape, earth dragon hiding technique. Both of these ninjutsu are true earth escape, which is a means of moving underground. However, the technique of reflecting fish in the earth is like a fish entering the sea, which is to turn the soil around the body into liquid and then swim in it. And Hideki's technique of hiding earth dragon is to turn the soil into sand and dig and sneak like a weasel, which can be said to be similar in nature. So in the following time, the two began to chase each other underground, launching a unique chase. The gap between the two in terms of escape level gradually emerged, and in the end, Hideki was the first to win after the change. Liang's earth dragon hiding technique was slightly better. The rat was driven around in circles underground, and seeing that he was about to be caught up, he could only swim upwards, as if he was planning to escape from the ground. A moment later, in the clearing in the forest near the willow tree just now, a spider web-like crack suddenly appeared on the ground, and then Hideki's figure broke out of the ground and began to look for the whereabouts of the enemy. Who knew that at this moment, a huge shadow suddenly rushed towards him from behind a big tree. Under the moonlight, it can be seen that this is actually a giant rat more than 3 meters tall, with an extremely ferocious appearance. At the same time, a burst of words mixed with the roar of wild beasts came out of its mouth. Kimura Hideki, why do you dare to catch up? When did you start to have the illusion that you can beat my uncle rat? Then there was a whirring sound of breaking wind. Boom! Hideki was still in midair when a huge claw slapped him down again. A pig-killing scream sounded, echoing in the surrounding forest, scaring away many birds and animals living nearby. But if you listen carefully, you will find that the scream did not come from Hideki, but from the rat, who was just full of confidence. It just found that Hideki had been chasing it relentlessly, so it had to make up its mind, move upwards and pretend to escape, while transforming into its own combat form through transfiguration, intending to teach this ignorant boy a lesson. Who knew that the one who was really taught a lesson was actually itself? It saw that its right claw was now bloody, and it was pressing with its left claw, but the effect seemed average. It endured the severe pain in its right claw and looked down, only to find that it had not hit Hideki at all, but a lifelike puppet. Besides, the puppet was still emitting dense steel needles, just like a cactus. Damn puppeteer! Zishu screamed to the sky. At this time, Hideki slowly rose from the ground beside him, and spread his hands helplessly. Senior Zishu, right? When did you have the illusion that a puppeteer like me would be so stupid as to rush to the front? Will my brain's thinking ability be affected after I became a mouse? Roar! Zishu was poked in the sore spot, and the severe pain in his hand made his anger reach its peak, and his eyes suddenly turned bloody. Indeed, the brain of an animal has a great influence on its thinking. Especially the demon bear rat it has transformed into, which is itself a ferocious demon beast. So at this time, it was about to forget the instructions of Danzo-sama, and just wanted to tear the hateful guy in front of it into pieces. Secret technique, rat bullet chariot. After a roar, the giant rat suddenly flipped forward on the spot, turned into a round black meatball in the air, and shot towards Hideki. Chapter 141 The Death of Rat, 4000. The black meatball that the giant rat turned into was spinning at high speed and crashing into Hideki. Wherever it went, it left a deep rut on the ground. Seeing that this ninjutsu was obviously imitating the meat bomb chariot, Hideki couldn't help but be speechless. It seems that he is not the only victim of the root copycat. In this case, let's see how good this move is for the Akimichi clan. Hideki raised his hands flat, and his fingertips shot 5 chakra lines at the jujube trees on both sides, and then clapped his hands hard. When he retreated a few steps, those chakra lines had already connected to each other, like steel wires stretched between the 2 jujube trees, forming a hidden killing formation. This move is called ninjutsu manipulating silk knot wire shaped blood-colored staff technique. When Hideki finished reciting the name of this move in his mind, the black ball had already rushed over at a high speed and collided head-on with the 5 sharp chakra lines. Crack, 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 crack. A sharp friction sound that made people's teeth ache suddenly rang out in the forest, sounding like a chainsaw cutting a metal object. Obviously, in addition to its huge size, the fur of this giant rat is as hard as iron. Not only was it not easily cut into pieces, but it continued to rotate and collide forward, rubbing against the chakra lines crazily and producing a large number of sparks. Within a few seconds, the trees on both sides that were used to fix the chakra lines were overwhelmed and began to creak, and the roots loosened. However, before they were uprooted, the chakra lines that were the first to be hit quickly deteriorated in performance due to the lack of subsequent chakra replenishment, and were directly broken by the black ball. The black ball continued to pursue the victory, rushing towards Hideki not far away with the momentum of a pig. Hideki raised his eyebrows slightly, then stepped aside and avoided the impact of the black ball. Bang! The black ball directly broke a big tree behind Hideki, ran straight over it, then quickly circled and hit Hideki again. Then the two seemed to play the game of Spanish bullfighting. The black ball incarnated as the rat rushed through the forest and kept hitting Hideki. The trees and stones on the way would be crushed by its hard body, destroying the surrounding forest in a mess. And Hideki kept hitting the trees Muji unmoved around, using chakra lines from time to time to delay the opponent's attack. Seeing that he was gradually losing the upper hand, Hideki didn't seem to be in a hurry, and was still analyzing with interest. Rat Bomb Chariot. It seems that this move is not completely a copycat, it has its own set of things. The hard fur is fine, but Hideki is more concerned about the way the opponent locks on him. You should know that although the Meat Bomb Chariot of the Akimichi clan is powerful and can attack and defend at the same time, its disadvantage is that it is difficult to accurately lock the enemy's position when rotating at high speed. So if you miss a hit, you often need to release the secret technique to locate the enemy again, and you can't always maintain the state of attack and defense. It is probably because of this that the Akimichi clan formed the Pig, Deer, and Butterfly alliance with the Nara clan and the Yamanaka clan during the Warring States period. Because the Nara clan can help bind the enemy with the shadow imitation technique. And the Yamanaka clan's heart-turning technique can also have a similar effect, and can also use the perception and transmission technique to inform the enemy's position in real time. Only in this way can the human bomb tank exert its strongest power. But now, although the rat has been rotating at high speed, it can always clearly detect Hideki's location. Even if Hideki changes his position quietly, the black ball can always adjust the angle in the first time and hit him straight. Obviously, this rat senior has the ability to lock the enemy in high-speed rotation. Perception ninjutsu. No, it is more likely to rely on the enhanced sensory ability after transforming into a monster rat, hearing, or smell. Then we can try the effect of that trick. Hideki's mind moved, and after avoiding another collision of the black ball, he flashed into the woods and disappeared without a trace, as if hiding. But after circling twice in the open space, the black ball quickly captured his position again and rushed straight to a big tree. Bang! The black ball smashed the big tree into pieces at once, and then hit Hideki who was hiding behind the tree. Finally hit it. The rat was overjoyed. After venting for a while, it gradually regained consciousness and realized that it was not wise to kill Kimura Hideki, who was favored by Danzo. So it attacked Hideki not only to teach this hateful guy a lesson, but also to create an opportunity to escape. As long as he was not caught on the spot, Kimura Hideki would be empty-handed even if he complained, and would not cause much trouble to Danzo. In this way, even if he failed the mission, the punishment he received would be much lighter. However, just when the rat was rejoicing in his heart, the touch sent back by his body hitting Hideki made him feel familiar. Oh no, this is a puppet. Before the rat could fully react, dense holes suddenly appeared on Hideki's body. But this time they did not eject steel spikes, but quickly sprayed a large amount of red smoke that the rat was very familiar with. It was chili powder. Yes, it was the dragon flame chili powder that had saved it not long ago and now became its nightmare again. Boom! The black ball rolled out of the large red smoke at a high speed, but soon slowed down and rolled over, hitting a big rock before stopping, revealing the true form of the giant rat. Roar! The burning pain was burning the giant rat's eyes, nose, and mouth, causing it to roll on the ground in pain, with a shrill roar from its mouth. The familiar feeling made the rat seem to have returned to the time when it was disguised as Jerry and running on the hamster wheel. It was a pity that even if he couldn't stand the spiciness this time, there was no Atla to feed him water with heartache, and scold the guys around who fed him too many chili pills so that they couldn't raise their heads. Just then, the real Hideki jumped down from the dense tree canopy not far away, with a layer of glittering blue light on his body. It's really like this. Looking at the miserable state of the giant rat, Hideki shook his head gently. Senior, the keen sense of smell and hearing you gained by turning into a giant rat have indeed made up for the original weakness of the human bomb tank. But at the same time, this has also become your new weakness. At this time, Hideki was covered with the barrier that was just used to block the poison gas. Due to the limited capacitor chakra and technology, the defense of this barrier is still very low and it is difficult to use for defense. It can only be used to block the poison gas. However, as long as it is used properly, even the most useless ninjutsu can play a decisive role. Just like just now, Hideki only used the barrier to isolate his own smell, and then created a vacuum layer in the 2 layers of barriers to isolate the sound of heartbeats. As a result, the sub-rat, whose sense of smell and hearing are extremely sensitive, could not detect his trace at all. Then Hideki only needed to connect to the previous dummy puppet and use the 5 internal organs in its body that were already lifelike to create the sound of heartbeat and breathing. Finally, he used the chakra catheter to release his own smell around the dummy puppet. In this way, a perfect bait was created. It was only natural to use pepper smoke bombs to attack the opponent's sensitive respiratory system. Hideki began to walk slowly towards the opponent, watching the giant rat rolling on the ground in pain, and the image of Jerry appeared in his mind, and he sighed secretly. Jerry was gone, Atla should be very sad. The rat, who was still rolling in pain, seemed to have noticed Hideki's approach, and knew that something was wrong, so he struggled to stand up, as if he was going to use the same trick again. Rat bomb war. It's useless. Hideki clenched his right hand gently. Under the traction of the chakra line, a large amount of steel wire rose from the ground, and tied up the giant rat and the huge rock behind it tightly. As long as you are not allowed to spin from the beginning, there is nothing to be afraid of. Senior, you should think about how to argue in front of the Hokage later. Although Hideki said this, he was actually paralyzing the other party, and the murderous intent in his heart did not diminish at all. Although it seems that this senior rat has been tossed around for more than 10 days and seems to have no time to collect any information. But Hideki, who shoulders the future of many people, is not qualified to gamble now. And with the current situation of internal and external troubles in the village, it is impossible for the 3rd generation to give up Danzo, a knife that is still useful. Even if sending this rat to the Sandame would not cause much damage to Danzo. So Hideki decided from the beginning to keep this rat senior in this land forever. In fact, he said so much to the other party before, in order to buy time for the shadow clone to set up a shielding barrier nearby. Otherwise, with the big scene just now by the rat, it would have attracted the attention of the barrier team and sent the Anbu to investigate the situation. However, the rat from the root seemed to be more hardcore than Hideki imagined. It struggled hard after several stabs. He gradually stopped when he saw that the steel wires were still motionless. Dragon Flame Pepper. I didn't expect that I would end up falling for this thing. It's so ironic. Zi Shu smiled while enduring the intense pain that had not yet subsided. But Kimura Hideki, you still underestimate the root. There are only dead root ninjas in this world, but no captured root ninjas. Hideki couldn't understand what the other party meant. Although this was exactly what he wanted, in order to avoid fraud, he quickly threw several kunai with detonating talismans tied to Zi Shu, trying to stop the other party from committing suicide. Unfortunately, he was still a step slower. I saw that a dense array of rune spells suddenly appeared on Zi Shu's body, and at the same time, he began to roar 10 times more painfully than before. Ultimate Mad Rat Disaster. Then Hideki saw a scene that would make many people's san values drop wildly. The surface of the giant rat's body began to wriggle constantly, and then countless blood holes appeared, and blood flowed out. If you look closely, you will find that there are small rats gnawing at its flesh and blood inside, trying to get out. Boom! Hideki's detonating shuriken finally arrived, directly blasting the giant rat's body to crispy outside and tender inside, and a large number of small rats were also blown to death and burned. But even so, there are still a large number of rats pouring out of the giant rat's body, and even quickly it was quickly eaten, leaving only a huge skeleton. Hideki jumped onto the branch of a big tree, looking at the dense swarm of rats below with mixed feelings. It seems that the rat summoned the rat into its stomach. Thinking of Kisame, who also used the summoned beast to commit suicide in the original work, Hideki felt a little heavy. although he had been rolling in the ninja world for many years and had become indifferent to life and death. But such a crazy way of suicide still made him feel a little chilled. Hideki once again deeply realized that compared with the new age ninjas who are gradually transforming into mercenaries, the root ninjas who still adhere to the traditional ninja wolf killing style, the one who is definitely a more difficult enemy. After a sigh, Hideki prepared to clean up the scene and end this abrupt duel. I just hope that the rats will disappear when the time comes, otherwise the nearby orphanage will probably have to do another big cleanup. But just when he was about to leave, a slight sense of disobedience still made him stop. I always feel, is this time too smooth? From the means of infiltration by turning into a rat, the underground supply point with complete supplies, and the fish reflecting technique in the soil that is similar to his own, this senior Koroshi should be a steady ninja like him. For such an experienced root ninja, is the only trump card against the enemy really to transform into a giant rat? And if he loses, he will commit suicide without saying a word, as if he is in a hurry to die? The more Hideki thinks about it, the more he feels something is wrong. He starts to put himself in the role of the other party and finds that the synchronization rate is surprisingly high. In a flash, Hideki suddenly has an idea and comes up with a very bold guess. He raised his sleeves and shot out a boundary stone floating cannon from it, and said softly, "Go, Chi, it's decided to be you." As soon as the voice fell, the floater made a bang, and many more parts appeared around it. Then, chakra lines shot out from the floater, assembling them one by one in mid-air. In the blink of an eye, a red owl appeared and began to flap its wings to fly forward. This is actually one of the prototypes in Hideki's floater improvement plan. The principle is to put a storage spell into the floater, and store the parts of the small puppet inside. Once needed, they can be quickly unsealed and assembled into small puppet beasts with the floater as the core to fight, enriching the combat methods of the floater. And now Hideki just needs a new function that was recently added to the red rat's floating gun. The red rat first flapped its wings vigorously, flew to the top of the forest, and began to circle. Hideki closed his eyes, as if analyzing something. Because it was just his guess, Hideki looked indifferent and did not have high expectations. However, when the red rat circled for the third time, Hideki's eyes suddenly widened, and then a helpless smile appeared on his face. "You are worthy of being a man named Jerry. I almost became Tom, who was played by you, Senior Mouse. Fortunately, I found you in the end." Hideki moved his fingers slightly, and the red rat in the sky also flew down. The rats below seemed to sense the danger and fled at a faster speed. However, the red rat was faster. It swooped down like an arrow, and only spread its wings and adjusted its body shape when it was close to the ground. Its claws were like iron pliers, accurately grabbing an ordinary little mouse. This time, Hideki did not hold back, and directly controlled the claws of Chilo to gently pinch. The little mouse lost most of its life at once, and was thrown by Chilo on the big rock before. Although it could be killed directly, Hideki still felt a little compassion. If it was really the body of Senior Rat as he guessed, then at least it would decide what kind of creature it would die in. Chapter 142, Revelation and Last Words. Hideki first turned Chilo back into a floating cannon and took it back, then jumped onto a branch near the big rock and watched the mouse quietly. At this time, it was already dying, lying on the big rock and making weak wails, as if it was really just an ordinary mouse. But probably knowing that the defeat was inevitable, the mouse quickly took off its disguise, and its eyes gradually regained the brightness of wisdom from the beast-like dullness. At the same time, a stream of chakra was condensing in its body with difficulty. So soon, the magical scene of the mouse turning into a living person was staged in front of Hideki. However, this scene was really not flattering. Compared with a magic show, it was more like a scene in a horror movie. Not to mention that the mouse turned back into a human form, and his body was so thin that only skin and bones were left, as if it would be blown away by a little wind. With the bloody full moon in the sky, the dark forest nearby and the group of mice running around on the ground, it looked particularly creepy, as if some cult ritual was being held. Anyway, the appearance of the mouse still made Hideki feel relieved, and he finally didn't let the other party run away carelessly. And the situation of the mouse who regained his human form was not much better at this time. However, his mouth began to open and close with difficulty, and he seemed to be saying something, but the voice was too small to be heard clearly. Hideki was also somewhat curious about what Zisha wanted to say. But to prevent any fraud, he did not approach, but shot a chakra line at him, using the secret sound transmission technique he usually used in class. "Senior Zishu, you don't have to speak loudly, I can hear you." The voice that seemed to ring in his ear made Zisha slightly stunned. But at this point he was too lazy to be surprised so much, and hurriedly used his last strength to ask the question he wanted to know the answer to. Why, can you find me? The words were still intermittent, but they were nothing more than two questions. That is, how did Hideki know that he would turn into a mouse and run away, and how did he accurately lock him among so many mice? Because it did not involve his own important information, and out of respect for the senior's wonderful ideas, Hideki still explained. In fact, I am not sure whether you have turned into a rat to escape, but just in case. Because if I were you, I would probably develop a similar use. Leave most of the giant rat's flesh and blood as bait, and only turn the key parts into a small rat to escape. Although doing so will seriously damage the body's vitality, it is still quite cost-effective as a last resort. Coupled with the rat swarm spiritualism formula drawn on the body, it can be said to be foolproof, and he is worthy of being a battle-hardened root ninja. It's a pity. Senior, you met me this time. Hideki shook his head gently. As for how I found you, Senior, I can't explain the specific principle in detail, but the key lies in the temperature. Senior, you just did a lot of exercise in the form of a giant rat, and you are covered with thick fur, so your body temperature will naturally increase a lot. So even if you look exactly like ordinary rats, your rat, which is made of the flesh and blood of giant rats, will definitely have a much higher body temperature than them. It just so happens that I have recently mastered a technique that can accurately sense temperature, so I can find you out of the rat group. The technique that Hideki mentioned is actually an infrared thermal imaging technology, and the inspiration comes from the telescope technique that is full of treasures. You should know that the higher the surface temperature of an object, the stronger the infrared radiation it emits. And this infrared radiation is actually non-visible light with a longer wavelength than red light. It just so happens that the telescope technique records images by sensing the wavelength of light, but it was previously limited to the range of visible light. So Hideki only needed to slightly adjust the sensing range to successfully develop the ninja version of the infrared thermal imager. Just like many such instruments in the previous life were named after owls, Zayashu also installed it in the red, giving it a real night vision ability. Interestingly, this skill of locking prey through infrared radiation is actually the specialty of cold-blooded creatures like snakes, and it is different from the principle of low-light night vision of owls, which can be regarded as a mistake. And Zayashu did not expect that he had only made time to tinker with it in the past few days, and it would be put to such a great use all of a sudden. It can only be said that the luck of this senior Zishu is really bad. Zishu did not know that if he ran away a few days in advance, he might really get away with it. But the impact of Zayashu's words on him was definitely not small. It's just because of the temperature. Zishu sighed with effort, and a miserable smile appeared on his pale face. This trick of crazy rat disaster is his masterpiece that he developed after years of accumulation and hard work. I didn't expect that Kimura Hideki could see through it in a flash, and he could even crack it through such a trivial detail as temperature. He is indeed a genius favored by Danzo-sama. No. Zishu had expressed this feeling many times before, but this time he couldn't help but have a deep doubt. Can Danzo-sama really control such a genius that exceeds the limits of his imagination? But this has nothing to do with him who is about to die. Even in a corner of his heart, Zishu may feel a little fortunate about this. Because if he didn't have such strength, Kimura Hideki would never have been able to guard the orphanage and workshop. It's not that he has a guilty conscience. It's just that after 10 days of getting along, Zishu already knows that Atla and the others are actually from the streets, just like him in the past. That's why they covet Jerry, and because he often keeps company with the ditch rats, he knows their body structure very well, and can master the ability to transform into a rat in the future. The only difference is that they met Kimura Hideki, while he met Danzo-sama. In fact, before Zishu planned to transform into a pet squirrel and sneak into the orphanage, he did a lot of research on their body structure and made an interesting discovery. That is, the cute squirrels were actually no different in body structure from the ditch rats, or brown rats, that he often transformed into. They were just ditch rats that were bred to have various furs and human-friendly personalities, and they had not even formed reproductive isolation. It was just that the breeding environment was different, and the street rats that were originally hated by everyone turned into cute pets that everyone loved. So although he did not have much regrets about his life, Zishu could not help but be a little curious at this time. If he was born a dozen years later and met Kimura Hideki, what kind of life would he have? Unfortunately, life cannot be repeated, so he can only pin his hopes on Atla and the others to help him see what kind of scenery will be ahead. Perhaps his wish has been fulfilled, and Zisha feels that the remaining vitality in his body is beginning to accelerate. But the smile of Atla suddenly flashed in his mind, and he still used up all his remaining strength to move his lips slightly and utter the last few words. Hearing this, Heidki on the side soon showed a mixed expression. Then Zisha's eyes gradually lost their luster, and finally left this world as a human. Chapter 143 Aftermath and Harvest. Several days passed quickly. Because Heidki set up a shielding barrier in advance and spent an entire night to destroy the corpse, his battle with Zisha was not known to others. The Sandame did not let the Anbu come to find him, and Danzo did not take any revenge. He was probably still looking forward to Zisha's harvest. The number of invaders coming for the black market bounty was also decreasing, and the orphanage temporarily returned to its former peace. However, the rats still left a mess for Heidki. That is, although most of the rats he released disappeared after his death. But probably because of insufficient chakra, many rats still stayed in place. So in the past few days, a hot rat extermination operation is being carried out in the orphanage. Fortunately, Heidki had adjusted the sensitivity of the barrier for Jerry before, and could sense the weak chakra signals in the bodies of the ninja rats. So under the instructions of the security room, the children can eliminate them all without omission. Although Heidki has strictly prohibited it, some street children still can't stop the gluttony in their stomachs and secretly cook rat feasts, wanting to relieve the wonderful taste of the past. But after a few days, this behavior completely disappeared. Because everyone soon found helplessly that these rats were not very delicious no matter how they were cooked. Is it a problem of breed, or is it because they used to be hungry that they thought they were delicious? Both theories have their own supporters, and there are many different opinions. However, no one planned to go to the village to catch a mouse to verify it. They seemed to have decided to keep the wonderful taste in their memory forever. So the biggest problem left was the child Atla. Jerry. Since after finding out that Jerry was missing, Atla would wander around the orphanage and call out whenever he had time, hoping to find Jerry. Heidki hadn't had time to tell Atla about registering Jerry's chakra characteristics into the barrier system, so she didn't blame Heidki, but only blamed herself for letting it run away accidentally. Heidki was a little helpless about this, and couldn't help but complain that Senior Zisha really hurt people a lot, and he had to clean up his mess himself. Atla, so you're here. While he had time, Heidki found Atla wandering around the edge of the forest. Brother Heidki. Atla pinched the corners of her clothes with both hands, lowered her head, and didn't dare to look Heidki in the eye. She was ashamed that she had failed Brother Heidki's trust and lost Jerry in a few days, and she was afraid that Brother Heidki would let her give up looking for Jerry. Heidki shook his head and smiled bitterly, then took out a small object from his pocket and said, Atla, look at what this is. Atla looked up slightly when she heard that, and saw that Heidki was holding a brown squirrel in his hand. Jerry? Is that you, Jerry? Atla's eyes widened immediately, and then she rubbed them with her hands, fearing that she had seen it wrong. But soon, her eyes were filled with tears. Because no matter the appearance or the fur color, this little mouse is exactly the same as Jerry. In this regard, she believed that she would never make a mistake. Jerry, where have you been? I'm worried about you. Atla first scolded with a crying voice, but soon picked up the little mouse, happily holding it and spinning it, and rubbing it with her cheek from time to time. And the little mouse also interacted with her intimately, making cute squeaks. I just found it in the nearby forest, so I brought it to you, Atla. Don't lose it again. Heidki said gently. Atla naturally nodded vigorously and promised not to lose it again. Heidki smiled with relief, and secretly sighed in his heart, Senior Zishu, you have been a rat for so many years, and you have done something human before you die. It turns out that this rat that looks exactly like Jerry is not a transformation of Zishu, nor a puppet rat driven by chakra. This is actually a brown flower rat that Heidki found in the secret compartment of the underground supply point according to Zisha's last words. According to Heidki's reasoning, this should be the prototype that Senior Zisha referred to when he transformed into Jerry, so the appearance and even habits are almost exactly the same. The reason why he put it in this hiding place is probably that he intends to lurk for a long time, so that he can use it as a substitute when he occasionally leaves the orphanage. Heidki didn't take it out for several days, not out of any bad taste. It was just that he didn't dare to be careless about the death words of Senior Rat, fearing that it was a trap to drag him to death. So it took him a lot of time to explore the mechanism of the supply point. It took him a lot of time to check carefully and confirm that it was indeed a flower rat, not another cute creature disguised as a foot-picking uncle. In the end, it turned out that he was indeed over-worrying, and Senior Rat really just wanted to do something good before he died. However, Hideki, who has always been cautious, still kept this little thing for a few more days and did some preparations. Turn around. Roll. 360-degree front flip Thomas jump followed by 3.5 sideways rotations. I don't know if it felt a little strange, Atla suddenly began to command the little mouse to do various fancy moves in her palm. Fortunately, the little mouse completed the action perfectly, and the last bit of doubt in Atla's heart disappeared. Sure enough, this is Jerry, but he is a little unfamiliar because he hasn't seen him for a few days. Hideki sighed softly in his heart when he saw this. He knew that Atla would use this trick to test Jerry number 2, so he kept it for a few days and let the shadow clone teach it. Fortunately, he had taught these tricks before, otherwise he wouldn't know them so clearly. In order to make Jerry number 2 listen to Atla's instructions and show intimacy, he even made a big sacrifice and let the shadow clone transform into Atla's appearance to cultivate feelings with it. Looking at the close relationship between Atla and Jerry number 2, Hideki finally let go of his hanging heart. In this way, he could be said to have perfectly fulfilled Senior Zishu's last wish, and could accept the relics left by him with peace of mind. It turned out that Senior Zishu had put a lot of good things in the secret compartment in addition to the brown rat, probably to prevent his identity from being exposed and to hide outside the village immediately. Of course, there were banknotes in gold and silver of various denominations, and there were even several copies of identity documents with complete information, which was quite well prepared. However, what Hideki valued most were some scrolls. Although the magical transformation ninjutsu was not included in it, it recorded a lot of information that Senior Zishu had accumulated over the years of lurking in various places. If used properly, these materials could save him a lot of effort when the workshop wanted to open up new markets in the future. And there was also a scroll that recorded the habitats and habits of many strange beasts in the ninja world, and there happened to be a giant rat that Zishu had transformed into before, named Yaoxiang Rat. Obviously, Zishu collected a lot of such information in order to find a suitable strange beast to transform into. Although Xiushu did not intend to follow the path of the rat, these strange beasts were also a good source of materials for him and were of great significance. Even if you can't find a suitable extra money job during the holidays, it's a good experience to find trouble with these strange beasts according to the map. After watching Atla happily leave with Jerry number 2, Hideki began to walk towards the basement of the training room. Because he was going to deal with the last hand left by Senior Zishu, those invaders who are still imprisoned here. Kimura Hideki. Didn't you agree to let us go as long as we confess? Yes, you are too dishonest. The ruffians in the cell started to make a fuss when they saw Hideki. Are you thieves qualified to say anything about me? Hideki complained in his heart, but he was too lazy to argue with them, and began to smile. Sorry, the orphanage has been busy killing rats recently, and I forgot about your business for a while. But don't worry, I will let you go now. I just hope you can learn from your mistakes, turn over a new leaf, and become a good villager who contributes to Konoha. These ruffians nodded in agreement, but laughed in their hearts. I didn't expect that the owner of this workshop was actually a good guy, and he really let them go like this. Now there is nothing to be afraid of even if the defense of this workshop is strict. If the direct attack method doesn't work, then use some tricks, such as holding the children of the orphanage hostage. Just when they were thinking about how to repay Hideki after leaving, Hideki clapped his hands gently. Then a burst of machine amplification sounded from the wall, and some imaginative Ronin thought that Hideki was going to kill them with a machine, and they were immediately scared to death. But after the sound reinforcement stopped, they found that there was a secret door on the wall of each cell. It was dark inside and no one knew where it led to. Go ahead, just go inside and you can leave here. Hideki encouraged in a tempting tone. We don't believe you. It's a pity that all the Ronin didn't move, but showed a vigilant look. After all, it's obvious that there must be something fishy going on here if the secret door is opened instead of the main door. Hideki also knew that they were not so easily fooled, so he explained. Don't worry, there is no deadly mechanism inside. There is only a small room, a student from the ninja school, and a small game. The rules are very simple. As long as you defeat the student who appears in the room, you can get a key fragment. As long as you collect 5 fragments, you can form a complete cell key and regain your freedom at any time. How about it, isn't it interesting? After saying that, Hideki showed a kind smile again. The day after tomorrow is the opening day of the first martial arts meeting of the ninja school. So it is most appropriate to make use of waste and let these guys help the children gain some practical experience as the final practice. Chapter 144 Betting. It's a pity that Hideki's interesting proposal did not get the approval of this group of ruffians. What a bullshit game, isn't it, just to make us practice with the ninja school students? Yeah, I won't play with you, let me out, or you'll be in trouble later. Seeing everyone making noise again, Hideki added with a smile. Don't worry, I don't like to force others. So if anyone really doesn't want to participate in the game, you can choose to handle it impartially. I will personally send him to the police department. Well, the charge is ordinary trespassing on private territory. It shouldn't be sentenced for too long. It's indeed a good choice. The Ronin were silent when they heard this. Because they all knew that the red-eyed monsters in the police department were notoriously arrogant and would not be persuaded by soft or hard tactics. The most terrifying thing was that they liked to use the Sharingan to interrogate prisoners. And they dared to come to this workshop to steal information, so they naturally had a lot of experience in committing crimes before. So don't listen to Kimura Hideki's nice words. Once you fall into the hands of the police department, I'm afraid that even the things you have done before will be dug out. By then, let alone whether you can regain your freedom, even whether you can save your life will be a problem. Choosing the lesser of two evils, many smarter guys have already cast their eyes on the secret door, and they are a little tempted. Hideki added the last knife at the right time. Friendly reminder, students don't have time to play this game with you every day. If you want to collect the key fragments earlier, I recommend that you leave as soon as possible, first come first served. Before the voice fell, many Ronin had already rushed into the secret door. Others followed suit and even rushed to block the door. However, even after entering the secret passage, they were still constantly comforting themselves. I'm not giving in, but a brave man won't suffer a loss in front of him. If you want to play games, I'll play with you. Anyway, they are just some little brats from the ninja school. It won't take any time to defeat 5 of them. I'm going to beat 10. After we get out, I'll definitely make that Kimura Hideki look good. So they walked through the long secret passage and came to a small fighting arena, where people were already waiting. After taking a closer look, they were all young boys. Brat. Their hearts were finally put down, and they all smiled hideously. Since they couldn't take revenge on Kimura Hideki for the time being, they would ask for some interest from these little brats first. Unfortunately, their smiles didn't last too long. And as time went by, expressions of doubt, shock, and even doubt about life appeared on their faces one after another. In the end, their expressions were only deep fatigue and endless numbness. Plop. A new slide was added next to the secret door of each cell. Every once in a while, someone slid out of it and fell on a pile of straw on the ground. From their bruised and swollen appearance, they were probably Ronin who failed in the challenge. At first, they were indignant about this treatment like garbage, but soon they became speechless. You know, although they are not from professional schools, they have been struggling in the ninja world for many years, and they are still confident in their own strength, and they think they are at least at the level of Konoha genin. But they never thought that one day they would be beaten up by a group of ninja school students who had not graduated yet. How could they have the confidence to protest now? In fact, some more experienced Ronin knew that this was not the case. It was not that they were weak, but that the ninja school students they met were too strong, and they had already graduated early. Not to mention that these students seemed to be secretly following someone's instructions during the battle. Even if they were slightly at a disadvantage, they could always find a way to turn it around quickly. So even if they had more combat experience, it would be difficult to defeat these students. But even if they knew these things, it actually didn't make much sense. Because they could teach so many ninja school students with outstanding strength, Kimura Hideki was definitely not someone they could offend. So the only thing they could be sure of now was that they might have to stay in this prison for a long time. At the same time, in the meeting room of the Uchiha clan. Then, the next topic. Fugaku said in a deep voice, recently, many ninja shops have filmed commercials and played them in the open-air cinema, and the promotion effect seems to be good. So can we also use this method to promote the specialties of our Uchiha clan, such as round fans? The elders in front of him heard this and began to discuss, wait, what is a commercial? I don't understand it very well. You are too out of date. I asked you to go to see Fireboy King with me. You wouldn't ask such stupid questions if you went there. I know this movie. It's the one that Shisui starred in, right? Ah, Lao-san, are you also following this drama? It seems to be coming to an end recently. The plot is very interesting. Hey, I've been out these days and haven't seen the latest episode yet. Don't spoil it for me. Seeing that the topic suddenly turned from filming commercials to Fire Boy King, Fugaku's forehead suddenly had a few black lines. He coughed twice and was about to get everyone back to the point, but someone couldn't stand it any longer and slammed the table angrily. Nonsense! The elders all fell silent at once and looked at Uchiha Setsuna, who said this with some confusion. He shook his head in a look of disappointment, pointed his sword at Fugaku and said, "Fugaku, I am so disappointed in you. We, the Uchiha clan, have done nothing wrong, but we have always been targeted by Konoha. But since you became the clan leader, not only have you not taken the lead in the fight, but you have only given in and tried to please Sarutobi Hiruzen. That's fine, but I didn't expect you to get worse recently. Not only did you let a genius like Shisui go to ninja school, but you also let him waste so much time making movies. It's really stupid." Fugaku said with a straight face. "Elder Setsuna, please pay attention to your words. No matter who was right or wrong in the past, it is an indisputable fact that there is a gap between our clan and the village. Someone has to take the first step in reconciliation. I'll let Shisui go. Going to school and making movies is for this purpose. Because I believe that with Shisui's talent and character, he will definitely inherit the last wish of his grandfather Uchiha Kagami and become the bond between our clan and the village." Setsuna snorted coldly, "Bond, bond. Even if what you said is reasonable, Fugaku, maybe Shisui can really become a bond in the future. But don't forget how unclear his grandfather died at the beginning. If Shisui's own strength is not good, I am afraid he will only repeat his grandfather's mistakes and end up with nothing." Many elders couldn't help but nod their heads when they heard this. The Uchiha clan was able to stand firm for thousands of years, relying on the powerful strength of the top ninja clan. So it's okay to let Shisui go to school, make movies, and make friends with the Hokage, but the premise is that it can't affect his normal training progress. When Fugaku heard this, he realized that they had some misunderstandings. Actually, Shisui didn't spend too much time on filming. He just went to the orphanage to learn chakra breathing recently, so he was not often seen. However, with the temperament of these old antiques, they will definitely be furious when they hear that Shisui is learning from a teacher who comes from a commoner family. If you want to explain it clearly, I am afraid you have to tell them everything about the breathing method to convince them. Although I heard from Shisui that Kimura Hideki plans to promote the breathing method in the future. But whether it is out of his own cultivation or his respect for Hideki, Fugaku cannot take over the matter and reveal too much information about the breathing method. So he could only keep it to himself and said calmly, "Don't worry, I can guarantee that Shisui's training has not been delayed." Words are not enough. As if he was waiting for Fugaku to say this, Setsuna suddenly interrupted and said, "I heard that the ninja school will hold a martial arts competition the day after tomorrow, and Shisui seems to be participating. With Shisui's talent comparable to that adult, it is natural for him to win the championship of such a small competition." At this point, Setsuna finally revealed his true intentions, staring at Fugaku and said, "In that case, let's make a bet. If Shisui can't win the championship, it means that he has neglected his training recently. Then from now on, I will be responsible for supervising Shisui's training. Fugaku, you shouldn't refuse, right?" Chapter 145 Opening. Fugaku did not respond immediately, but looked at Elder Setsuna deeply. In fact, he believed that with Shisui's strength, he would definitely be able to easily win the martial arts competition championship and get the 500 points. In this way, the child can collect 998 points before the end of the semester, exchange for the reward of the Hokage's guidance, and take the first step to become the bond between the family and the village. But the premise is that the restless Elder Setsuna does not interfere. It is impossible for the other party not to know Shisui's strength, so there must be something fishy in daring to bet like this. But Fugaku thought about it and felt that this was actually a good opportunity. Even if Elder Setsuna has more calculations, he will have to show his true colors on the stage, otherwise he will not be able to convince the crowd. Although he did not ask too much about Shisui's progress in practicing the breathing method to avoid suspicion, he also knew that Shisui had mastered it initially. With the additional body activation effect provided by the breathing method, Shisui's gap with the older students due to his young age and physical development has been eliminated. He really couldn't imagine how Shisui could lose with his current strength. An elder Setsuna, who didn't know the breathing method, would make arrangements with Shisui as an imaginary enemy, which would most likely be in vain. Then it is a good opportunity to cut off the other party's covetousness for Shisui. So Fugaku nodded and said solemnly under the elder's encouragement. I understand. But if Shisui wins the championship this time, please don't ask about Shisui's training again, Elder Setsuna. I have my own arrangements. Humph, let's wait until the day after tomorrow to see the result. Setsuna sneered, then stood up and left. Seeing this, Fugaku shook his head slightly and began to look around at the other elders and said. Then let's continue the topic just now. Who is in favor of shooting the commercial and who is against it? 2 days later in the morning, on the playground of the ninja school. I saw that the playground had changed today, and there were 8 square arenas that seemed to be raised by earth escape. The arena was about 10 meters square, without guardrails, and covered with square stone bricks. It looked like a formality and full of ritual. Hideki didn't know that the martial arts tournament he held for fun had become a stage for the 2 major factions of the Uchiha clan to compete. At this time, he was standing on a high platform in the middle of the playground, explaining the rules of the martial arts tournament to the children in a serious manner. First, never act on impulse. When the referee announces the winner, you must not continue to attack your opponent. Second, never do anything bad secretly. You must not use unconventional ninja tools such as detonating tags and poisoned weapons, but there are no restrictions on ordinary ninja tools. Third, the battle must be fair and beautiful. Before the battle begins, both sides must make a seal of opposition, and after the battle, both sides must make a seal of reconciliation, and must not bring the grudges on the field to the field. You can check the remaining competition details and battle group table from the bulletin board near each arena. In half an hour, the preliminaries of the first ninja school's first martial arts tournament will officially begin, so everyone should hurry up and prepare. After that, Hideki's figure suddenly turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. It was just a shadow clone. This made the children in the audience speechless. Although it was the first day of the preliminaries, Teacher Hideki didn't need to be so casual. However, when they came to the nearby bulletin board and saw the details of the competition, they realized that the teacher was really not casual. Because there are more than 100 detailed rules, which are written densely, almost taking into account all possible situations. Falling outside the ring is considered a loss. Shouldn't this rule be emphasized just now? And why should it be noted that it doesn't count as long as it doesn't touch the ground? Can we still fly? Although there are some flaws, everyone still admires Teacher Hideki's rigor. However, what the little ninjas are most concerned about is the grouping. This time the preliminaries are divided into 8 groups, corresponding to 8 rings, and finally 8 students who can participate in the main competition tomorrow will be decided. So even if the strength is average, if the grouping is lucky, there is a chance to enter tomorrow's main competition. As long as you reach the quarterfinals, you can get 100 points at worst. Even for those who are good at scoring, this is a huge sum of money that cannot be ignored. But these children who pray for the goddess of luck are destined to be disappointed. Because they have to wait until tomorrow's main competition for the Sandame and parents to come to school to watch. So in order to ensure the viewing experience, Hideki did not completely use the lottery method to determine the battle schedule, but first assigned several seeded players to each group based on everyone's usual performance. So every child who can reach the main competition will definitely experience a bloody storm. Lin, which group are you in? As soon as Obito determined his group, he couldn't wait to find Lin and asked. Group 8, what about you, Obito? Lin smiled. Group 1, great, we won't meet so early, and we can enter tomorrow's main competition together. Obito grinned happily. Obito, you are so confident, I'm very happy that I can get a relatively high ranking. Lin envied Obito's inexplicable confidence. Obito chuckled and said, I'll tell you a secret. I've been reborn and have mastered several secret weapons. So even if I meet a powerful opponent, I will never lose. Asuma, who was not far away, curled his lips and thought to himself. Obito, Obito, you are not the only one who has mastered the power of breathing techniques. I just hope you don't let me down this time and can hold on until the battle with me. Only by defeating you on a stage like this can I relieve my hatred. Asuma still didn't know why he hated Obito so much. But it didn't matter. He usually didn't like Obito, the silly boy. Besides, Obito and the like were just incidental. What really alerted him was another Uchiha. Brother Shisui, you are also in the 7th group. Yui Kurane, who was not far away, was saying to Shisui with interest. I heard that you are also good at illusions. Then let's see whose illusion is better later. As the leading male and female characters of the movie, the two have become familiar with each other recently. Because Shisui is relatively young, he even has to use transformation to slightly increase his age during filming to facilitate the filming. So Kurane usually takes good care of him, just like a younger brother. Therefore, although she heard that Shisui was a genius of the Uchiha clan, she did not think that she would lose in the illusion she was best at. You know, in order to save points this time, she was going to use them to exchange for her own puppet beast, so she did not apply for the guidance of teacher Hideki like Lin and the others. But she also begged her father, Yui Maku, who was a ninja instructor, to give her a good special training. Especially in illusions, her level has improved a lot. So at this moment, Hong was still imagining how to tease little Shisui and consolidate her dignity as a sister. Thinking of this, her pretty face was even more smiling, which made Shisui, who seemed to be worried, a little confused. However, for Asuma, who was biting his handkerchief in anger not far away, this rhythm was obviously wrong. Now it seems that she is just a sister taking care of her brother, but in a few years, she may become a woman who is 3 years older than her brother. We can't be careless with this kid. So Obito is just a side job, and Asuma's real goal is to defeat Shisui. This way, Hong will know that good looks are useless, and he is the one who can protect her. In addition to them, other children also pinned their wishes on this martial arts meeting. Some hope to get as many points as possible and exchange them for the rewards they want. Some also hope to enter the main competition and get the attention of the Hokage. Some simply want to improve their strength and show their skills in front of everyone. Half an hour passed quickly, and the first martial arts tournament of the ninja school, which held the wishes of many adults and children, finally kicked off. Chapter 146 Growth. In the afternoon, in the teaching building of the ninja school. Outside the window, the cheers and encouragements of the children on the playground continued to be heard. It seemed that the martial arts tournament was still in full swing. However, Hideki did not go to join in for the time being, but stayed in his office, leisurely sorting out the information left by Zishu. Because almost all the students in the school signed up for the martial arts tournament, and he separated the seeded players. So in the early stage of the preliminaries, it was estimated that it would be either rookies fighting each other or masters beating rookies, and there was not much to watch. But now it is afternoon, and it is almost time for some interesting games to appear. So Hideki also packed up the scrolls, went out and walked slowly towards the playground. I saw that the 8 arenas on the playground were surrounded by students, who were happily watching the players on the stage fight. There were also many teachers who were responsible for serving as referees or helping to maintain order. Hideki was not lazy, but as the proposer of this martial arts meeting, he was assigned by the Sandame to referee tomorrow's main match, so he was free today. He glanced around and saw the figure of Inyazuka Ja in the crowd, so he walked over to inquire about the situation. Senior Ja, what stage is it now? It's you, Hideki, the top 64 have been decided. Inyazuka Ja laughed, you just came now, but you missed a lot of good shows. Hideki asked curiously, oh, are there some dark horses? Rather than saying dark horses, it's better to say that there are demons dancing wildly. Inyazuka Ja laughed, speaking of which, it's all thanks to your rule that Hideki loses once he falls out of the ring. Because as long as the difference in strength is not too big, the children have the opportunity to defeat the strong. Many games don't know who will win or lose until the last moment, which is very interesting. I think you just like to see powerful students capsize in the gutter. Hideki complained in his heart, and at the same time he was a little amused. I didn't expect that the rules he copied out of bad taste would have such an impact. I should have come to watch the show earlier. Ahem, it seems that gloating over others' misfortunes is indeed a common bad habit of human beings. Just at this moment, a match on the ring not far away ended, and the referee called out the names of the next group of players. Ebisu vs Inyazuka Hitomi, you guys hurry up and get on stage. Inyazuka Ja was immediately shocked, pointing at a little girl who had just jumped onto the ring and said, look, that's my clan sister. She is a little genius of our Inyazuka clan. Even if she can't bring a ninja beast to the ring, she will definitely make it to tomorrow's main competition. Hideki looked over and found that it was a little girl with long hedgehog hair like Raditz and tiger teeth full of wildness. At first glance, she was a child of the Inyazuka clan. However, he seemed to have never seen the other party before. It seemed that she was a genius who had just come to school recently, just like Shisui. However, what he was more concerned about now was actually Ebisu, her opponent. Senior Ja, did Ebisu have any outstanding performance before? Hideki asked casually. Ebisu, oh, you mean the kid with sunglasses? Inyazuka Ja thought for a moment and said, it seems not. It's not easy for him to make it to the top 64 despite his difficulties. But it seems that his luck has finally run out, because he ran into our little Hitomi. That's hard to say. Hideki said quietly in his heart. It seems that Ebisu is lucky to get here without using that trick. If it is used properly, there may be some suspense in this duel between a mortal and a genius. Soon both sides were ready and made opposing seals. Then the referee gave an order and the battle officially began. Beast Mimicry Ninja Technique, Four-Legged Technique. Inyazuka Hitomi quickly made a seal, then put her hands on the ground and rushed towards Ebisu like a hungry wolf. Since the ring space was not large, Ebisu had nowhere to escape and could only bite the bullet and face it. He was born a commoner after all. Although he was a little older, his physical fitness and physical skills were not as good as those of the ninja genius. He was soon beaten back. After a while, Ebisu was forced to the edge of the ring and was about to be knocked off the stage at any time. Seeing this, the onlookers, including Inyazuka Ja, felt that there was no suspense about the outcome, and began to relax and wait for the end of the battle. However, what they didn't know was that Ebisu was waiting for this moment. Because he was not as talented as Obito, who was once the last one, or Rin, who was also born a commoner. As long as you find the right direction of training, your strength can advance by leaps and bounds. Although Ebisu also accepted Hideki's guidance, due to his limited talent, his hard power did not improve much, and he just barely mastered a basic ninjutsu. But he was actually very satisfied. Because for him, who was born a commoner, every additional ninjutsu he mastered was precious. In order to live up to the guidance of teacher Hideki and his efforts over the past few days, he must wait until the most likely time for this technique to work before performing it. He has already stepped halfway into the air. Everyone, including Inyazuka Hitomi in front of him, feels that the outcome is already decided. Now that they can't help but relax their vigilance, it is the moment he has been waiting for a long time. Seeing Inyazuka Hitomi retreat 2 steps and preparing to make the final blow, Ebisu suddenly formed seals with both hands, and then placed his sword fingers on both sides of his forehead, and shouted. Special Effects Incandescent Technique. The next moment, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the ring, blinding almost all the spectators around. And Inyazuka Hitomi, who was in the center of the strong light, was of course even more affected. Although her wild fighting instinct had made her close her eyes quickly. But a large amount of strong light still penetrated her eyelids, making her dizzy and instantly unconscious. Then she felt a pain in her back and her body couldn't help but step forward 2 steps. When she stood firm and opened her eyes, she found herself outside the ring. She couldn't help scratching the back of her head, a little confused. Inyazuka Ja and many spectators had also opened their eyes. When they saw this scene, their mouths opened wide and their eyes almost popped out of their heads. For a moment, there was silence around the ring, in sharp contrast to the noise of other rings. Winner! Winner, Ebisu from Class 5B. Everyone was suddenly shocked until the referee reacted and officially announced the result of the match. What happened just now? How did it turn around so quickly? Did Ebisu use the luminous bullet that the Nara clan would use? Doesn't the rule say that unconventional ninja tools cannot be used? The referee didn't judge him as a violation, so it must not be a luminous bullet, it should be a kind of ninjutsu. Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere? The petrified Inyazuka Jade also unsealed himself, put his hand on Hideki's shoulder as he was about to leave secretly, and said in a sinister tone. Where do you want to go, Hideki? Please explain first, why is Ebisu's ninjutsu so similar to the special effects technique you used when filming a movie? Chapter 147 Nickname. Inyazuka Jade also played an important role in Fire Boy King, so he is not unfamiliar with special effects. Hideki spread his hands helplessly and said. You can't blame me for this. Ebisu spent points to ask me for advice, and as a teacher, of course I can't refuse. So I just taught him the basic part of the special effects technique that best suits Ebisu's characteristics. What characteristics? Sunglasses. Inyazuka Ja was choked up, thinking of Ebisu's sunglasses that seemed to be his real body, he was speechless. The ninjutsu that can emit strong light, and Ebisu, who always wears sunglasses, seemed to be a good match. But he was still a little dissatisfied, and began to mutter and complain. By the way, aren't the rules of this martial arts competition a little unreasonable? How can you lose as soon as you fall out of the field? At least you have to count down 10 times. In this way, even if Xiao Tong is blinded by the light, even if she is temporarily blinded, she will never lose to the boy in sunglasses. Senior Jia, didn't you just say that this rule is very good? Heidke complained in a low voice. As for the rule of counting down to 10, I will inform you next time the Dark Martial Arts Conference is held. Inyazuka Jab, who had sharp ears, of course heard Heidke's complaints, and thought of the bold words he had just said, and his face turned red. I didn't expect that Xiao Tong, who he was very optimistic about, was defeated by Ebisu, who was slightly instructed by Heidke. Feeling that he didn't want to see Heidke's smiling handsome face for the time being, Inyazuka Jab quickly found an excuse to run away. I have to comfort Xiao Tong, you see she is crying. Heidke looked over and found that the dog-like girl had returned to the stage. She was staring at Ebisu's hand with wide eyes like a husky, and seemed to be asking questions. Although there were tears in the corners of her eyes and her eyes were red, it was obviously caused by the strong light just now, so there was no need for the comfort of Jia Senior. When he turned his head back, he found that Jia Senior had disappeared, and he could only spread his hands speechlessly. You are so tired. At this time, the students around him also began to discuss how they would deal with Ebisu's move if it were them. From the situation just now, if you encounter this move at close range, it may not work just by closing your eyes. It is estimated that you have to cover your eyes with your hands or other things, or turn your head to avoid being hurt by the strong light as much as possible. But even so, you will still lose your vision for several seconds. Even if everyone has learned to change the sound by listening to the sound, the opponent is only Ebisu, who is not very strong. I am afraid that these few seconds will not be easy. Is it true that the best way is to prevent him from using this tricky ninjutsu? Everyone began to be curious about who Ebisu's next opponent will be, and wanted to see how he would choose to deal with it. So they crowded in front of the bulletin board and quickly found the name of Ebisu's next opponent from the battle list. Aberame Teizo. Oh, it's from the Aberame clan, that's fine. Everyone's attitude changed drastically, and they began to look at Ebisu on the stage with sympathy, which made him, who was still immersed in the pleasure of victory, a little confused. And a young man from the Aberame clan wearing a windbreaker gently lifted the sunglasses on his nose, hiding his merits and fame. After Ebisu stepped down, Heidke walked up and praised. Ebisu, you played well. But I've seen Inyazuka teacher recently, remember to take a detour. Ebisu smiled bitterly. Teacher, you are too kind. Without the incandescent technique you taught me, I would never have won this game. Heidke smiled. That's true, but with the sense of smell, hearing and physical reaction of the Inyazuka clan ninjas, even if they are temporarily blind, they are definitely not easy to deal with. So it's also thanks to you, Ebisu, for daring to use yourself as bait and launching ninjutsu when you are forced to the edge of the ring. In this way, you can take advantage of the moment when the opponent loses consciousness due to the incandescent technique, knock him off the ring in the shortest time, and use the rules to win. Ebisu saw that teacher Heidke had completely seen through his tactics, and he admired him even more. So that's what you think, Ebisu, you are so smart. Inyazuka Hitomi, who had come over at some point, said with wide eyes, looking not very smart. Then she looked up at Heidke, her round brown eyes full of curiosity. Teacher brother, are you the one who taught Ebisu the glowing ninjutsu? Heidke smiled and said, it was me. Why, do you want to learn this too? It's not that I want to learn it. Inyazuka Hitomi's eyes suddenly rolled, and she reached out to grope in her amazingly long and fluffy hair, and quickly pulled out a white puppy, and said seriously. It's Poka who wants to learn it, she said she wanted to turn into light. Heidke looked at the confused puppy who was hanging upside down by one foot in the air, and felt a little amused. You may say that this little girl is stupid, but she can think of letting the ninja dog learn this ninjutsu. You may say that this little girl is not stupid, but she actually wants the ninja dog to learn this ninjutsu. Heidke said helplessly. I'm sorry, teacher, I don't have the ability to teach the ninja dog to master this complicated ninjutsu for the time being. And because it will cost a lot of points, if you are still interested, you might as well discuss it with Senior Jia before making a decision. After sending away the little genius of the Inyazuka clan, Heidke also said goodbye to Ebisu and prepared to go see the other students. As soon as Ebisu heard that the teacher missed the morning game, he immediately said that he still had a lot of time before the next game and volunteered to be his guide. Of course, Hideki also gladly accepted the other party's kindness. So Ebisu immediately entered the know-it-all mode, took out a notebook and said, Among the students who received special training from you, teacher, there are still several who have not been eliminated. I just don't know whose game you are more interested in, teacher. I recommend these 3 dark horses who just won the title. Flash Shiatsu Master, Black Rock Shooter and Net New Bride. These names are too Chiyunibu. Hideki couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, based on what he taught his students, he quickly guessed who these Chiyunibu nicknames belonged to. Because he didn't have much bias, Hideki said casually. Then let's go to see the one that's about to start the game. Got it. After saying that, Ebisu trotted a few steps and exchanged information with a 4-eyed intelligence team student nearby. Then he ran back and reported. It just so happens that the game has just started, teacher, we still have time to go there now. Although Hideki felt that it might be more convenient to use perception ninjutsu to investigate. But it was interesting to watch Ebisu and the intelligence team busy, so he just let it go and followed him to another ring. As he got closer, he found that the atmosphere near the ring seemed a little wrong. The little ninjas around were not cheering for the contestants on the stage, but turned their heads and covered their faces, looking like they couldn't bear to watch. If you don't know, you might think that someone on the ring is using the incandescent technique again. At the same time, there seemed to be creepy screams of pain coming from the direction of the ring from time to time. Hideki suddenly realized that he must have come to the battle scene of the Flash Acupressure Master. Chapter 148 Trembling. The Terrible Flash Acupressure Master. Hiss. Chi Kexiu. It hurts me to death? Ibiki, you bastard. As soon as Hideki arrived in front of the ring, he saw a child named Mitaman Toru holding his right abdomen and gasping for air, cursing in exasperation from time to time. It seemed that he had been hit hard. Damn it, you should give me a taste of this too. Perhaps he had just recovered. Mitaman Toru roared and rushed towards Marino Ibiki not far away, raised his fist and punched hard, as if he had no strength left. But Ibiki, who had no expression on his face, not only did not dodge, but directly faced the opponent's fist. Puff! Mitaman Toru's fist hit Ibiki's body before it was fully exerted, and it was estimated that the effect was average. At the same time, Ibiki raised his right thumb, which was wrapped in blue light, and took the opportunity to press it against the opponent's upper abdomen, and gently uttered. Feel the pain. AA. And this severe pain often lasts for several hours, accompanied by lower back pain, hematuria, urinary incontinence, and other symptoms. In severe cases, the patient may even go into shock. Who the hell asked you? Mitaman Toru glared at Ibiki fiercely, feeling his back hurt even more, and at the same time slightly clamped his legs together. Thinking that if Ibiki said that this torturous pain would last for several hours, he felt like crying but had no tears. Like many spectators, Ebisu outside the ring was holding his lower back and baring his teeth, as if he felt a phantom pain just by listening to Ibiki's commentary. You are indeed the son of a ninja from the torture department. Ebisu wiped his sweat and said. Ibiki is always able to accurately hit the part of the opponent's body that hurts the most. The commentary just now was the finishing touch, which can cause tons of psychological damage to the opponent. The name of the Flash Shiatsu Master is indeed well deserved. No, I think it would be more appropriate to call him the Despicable Kidney Shooter. Hideki secretly complained in his heart. But he actually had no right to say this, because this fighting style was created for this child by him. Marino Ibiki was born into a torture family, and he learned how to bring intense pain to the human body since he was a child. However, what Ebisu just said was actually not quite correct. These pain-making techniques can actually only be used for torture, and it is difficult to use them in actual combat. Because the vital parts that produce intense pain are the focus of ninja defense, and are generally hidden deep in the human body, protected by fat muscles and ribs, and difficult to hit accurately in fierce battles. For example, the kidney that Ibiki just attacked is close to the posterior abdominal wall, protected by ribs and other internal organs, and it is difficult to hit from the front. For this reason, Hideki combined the chakra tool series, the thumb Xiao Shang line and the acupuncture techniques he had used before, and created a special physical technique for Ibiki called torture boxing. In addition to wrapping fingers with chakra to enhance offensive and defensive capabilities, its biggest feature is that it can inject chakra into the opponent's body while hitting him. Although it is impossible to hit the acupoints as accurately as the Hyuga clan. But if the target is only those pain areas that are much larger than the acupoints, Ibiki, who knows the human body structure well, can still do it. More importantly, this boxing technique injects chakra lines into the enemy's body, which can be controlled to a certain extent. So Ibiki does not need to hit accurately, just hit nearby, and then use the chakra lines to attack the desired part. In this way, the torture techniques that their family has studied for many years finally have a chance to shine in battle. And the most interesting thing is that this principle can also be reversed. Because when fighting, the ninja's body will be filled with a lot of chakra, automatically forming a natural defense wall to resist the invasion of external chakra. So even the Hyuga clan ninjas find it difficult to kill the enemy directly by acupoints. It is necessary to block the acupoints first and create a chakra vacuum zone in the enemy's body to achieve a one-shot kill. To be honest, if you have this much time, you might as well just stab the enemy to death with a kunai. And this low-profile version of acupointment pressing is naturally less powerful. Even if the condensed chakra line created by the thumb's Shaoshang line passes through the layers of chakra in the enemy's body, it will be worn out and become weak and powerless, and it is difficult to cause much damage to the enemy's body. And the torture technique of the Ibiki family just makes up for the weakness of this acupointment fighting method. Although it is still difficult to really hurt the enemy. But this torture boxing can stimulate the enemy's pain-rich peripheral nerve area to cause severe pain to the opponent and temporarily weaken its strength. And Ibiki has no dissatisfaction with this, but is like a treasure. Because he was born in a torture family, he thought that how to cause as much pain as possible without hurting the opponent was the true essence of the art of torture. So under the cooperation between him and Hideki, this torture boxing method with little damage but strong pain was initially born. When he thought of how many ninjas would cry and howl because of this technique in the future, Hideki couldn't help but mourn for them in advance. As the initiator, in order to prevent his cheap ancestors from being asked questions every day, he also made up an origin for these acupointment pressing techniques. That is, he claimed that he got the inheritance from a predecessor named Dongfang Bubai who liked to use chakra needles to prick people. Just when Hideki was wandering in the void, the battle on the ring continued. That Midaman Toru was indeed the elite of the Midaman clan. Even after enduring the pain that was enough to make an adult man faint on the spot, he could still dodge and continue to deal with Ibiki, which showed his strength. Seeing that he had gradually recovered and was familiar with Ibiki's fighting style, the balance of victory and defeat seemed to begin to tilt towards him again. Now he had learned from the previous lesson and would never be easily touched by Ibiki again. With his hard power as an elite ninja, even if his physical condition was not good, his chances of winning were still high. And Ibiki on the stage seemed to realize this, so he no longer held back and decided to use the secret taught by teacher Hideki. Oh 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 oh! He raised his right hand and shouted, and the chakra that originally only covered his thumb began to cover the entire palm, while shining with blue light. In the name of the invincible Eastern School. My hand is shining and roaring, it roars for me to defeat you. Must kill. Chapter 149 Black Rock Shooter. After shouting the lines designed by teacher Hideki, Ibiki rushed towards the opponent with a flashing finger at a very fast speed. However, Midaman Toru was even faster. He suddenly sneered, then jumped off the ring at lightning speed, and admitted defeat. The referee on the side was stunned for several seconds before reacting, and raised his hand speechlessly and announced. The winner is Marino Ibiki from Class 5B. The little ninjas who were standing there in shock finally came to their senses, and couldn't help looking at Midaman Toru with strange eyes. Midaman Toru rolled his eyes at them. Go ahead if you dare. He's not a fool. Ibiki's thumb made him feel so painful, what if he was hit by 5 fingers by accident? This martial arts competition can only earn a few hundred points at most, what's the point of playing with him? Although Ibiki, the winner, won the game but he was not very happy, as if he regretted not being able to test the effect of this flash finger. Seeing him like this, Midaman Toru was even more glad for his choice. And the little ninjas began to discuss and study how to crack Ibiki's disgusting fighting style. The best way is of course not to be hit. It's no big deal as long as you can't hit. JPG. The problem is that Ibiki likes to play the trick of exchanging injuries for injuries. If you insist on not being hit, you will be restrained and give Ibiki an opportunity to take advantage. Sure enough, this fighting style is really disgusting. Everyone began to wonder who Ibiki's next opponent would be, and wanted to see how he would choose to deal with it. So they crowded in front of the bulletin board and quickly found the name of Ibiki's next opponent from the battle list. Akimichi Saidong. Oh, it's from the Akimichi clan, then it's okay, let's go. The little ninjas immediately changed their attitude and began to look at Ibiki on the stage with sympathy, which made him, who was still studying how to improve the acupressure technique, a little confused. A plump little chubby boy at the side couldn't help but pat his surging belly with a silly smile, thinking. Because I'm too afraid of pain, I'm really too smart. Hideki also shook his head and smiled helplessly. The torture boxing actually has a strong penetration, so it's not like the children think that simply having thick skin and flesh can prevent it. But the fat on the bodies of the Akimichi clan ninjas is used to compress and store chakra, which is equivalent to a more solid protective shield. So the idea of the little ninjas is also a blessing in disguise. With Ibiki's current chakra line level, it is indeed difficult to break through this protective shield made of chakra fat. So this kid can only stop here, ranked in the top 32. However, for Ibiki, who was born in the little ninja clan, this result is actually quite good. So after he stepped down, Hideki also came forward to praise him a few words. At the same time, he found that although Ibiki reduced the damage in the battle by being hit in advance and choosing the position to be hit by himself. But after several battles, his body was still covered with bruises. It's just that he is cruel to others and even more cruel to himself, and he still looks like nothing happened, so ordinary people can't see it. This gave Hideki a reminder. With this kid's not so top physical talent, if he wants to go on this road, he may have to continue this route of exchanging injuries for injuries. Then the next stage of training is probably to see how to enhance his defense. However, Hideki didn't have time to think about it, and soon he was pulled to another ring by Ebisu to watch another highly anticipated match. Top 32 Battle, Shiranui Genjian vs Uchiha Taihuo. Hideki smiled slightly as he looked at Genma, who was casually holding a senbon on the ring. He wanted to see how the Black Rock shooter would perform when facing the genius of the Uchiha clan. With the referee's order, Genma and Taihuo rushed to the center of the ring at the same time and began to fight back and forth. Hideki couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. He finally saw a more serious fight, which felt a bit like a martial arts competition. Although the reason why the previous two fights were a bit nonsensical was that he was the culprit. However, Genma, who was born in the small ninja clan, was still inferior to Taihuo in physical skills. He began to lose the upper hand and was gradually forced to retreat to the edge of the ring. Stand still. Genma knew that he couldn't continue like this, so he suddenly stepped back a few steps and said. However, he didn't say it to Taihuo on the opposite side, but to the audience around him. Swish! Dang dang! The next moment, two black shadows suddenly flew towards Taihuo, but he blocked them with a kunao as expected, and continued to move forward without slowing down. After falling to the ground, the real bodies of these black shadows could be seen, which were actually small stones the size of marbles. On the other side, Xianjian raised his right thumb and pointed at Taihuo with his index and middle fingers together. A few moves. Seeing that it was so difficult to do anything to the opponent, Xianjian had to choose to increase the dosage. Swish, 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 swish. He began to use both hands, and small stones shot out from the sword fingers of his left and right hands, flying at high speed towards Taihuo not far away. Dang 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 dang. Taihuo still blocked them without any injury, but was finally slowed down. Xianjian had taken the opportunity to detour away from the edge of the ring and get a little breathing space. The audience outside the stadium, who were still afraid to breathe, suddenly burst into cheers and encouragement. Well done, come on Xianjian. Yo, you are worthy of being the Black Rock shooter. Mike, stop pretending, take out your yo-yo and use your eagle wings. Although there were many jokes from the audience, most of the audience still supported Xianjian. In addition to liking to watch the underdog plot and disliking the Uchiha clan, Suanjian's moves are very fashionable, which is also an important reason. Even Ebisu on the side was muttering. Damn, Xianjian always gets the upper hand. I got a role like Mike in the movie before, but he has a lot of popularity. The new ninjutsu I learned now is much cooler than my incandescent technique. Hideki laughed dumbly when he heard this, and felt that this thing might depend on the appearance of the user. Then he looked back at the stage again, and saw Xianjian trying hard to use that strange ninjutsu to deal with the iron fire, and nodded with a little satisfaction. As expected, Xianjian Shiranui, who could temporarily tie with the Sand Village Jonin Maki in the future Chunin exam, has a good fighting talent. The reason why this child stopped at the special Jonin later was not because of his own talent, but because his family background was too little, and he only had some tricks to play senbon, which was not worthy of being in the upper class. So Hideki chose to help him start a new business. The middle finger middle dash line he designed for the children before was a meridian line that could accelerate the chakra line. It's just that the power of ordinary chakra itself is not high, so Hideki has been considering using it by incorporating nature changes. It just so happened that Genma had performed a ninjutsu called Earth Style, chasing the 1,000 blades in the original work, which could condense the Earth Style chakra into 1,000 blades and shoot them out from the mouth. So Hideki combined the advantages of both and designed a ninjutsu that could shoot rock needles or rock bullets from the fingertips at high speed, called rock handgun technique. In fact, according to Hideki's idea, these rock needles or rock bullets should complete the property change at the moment of shooting out of the fingertips to achieve the best acceleration and stealth effect. However, Genma's current level is limited, and he cannot complete the acceleration and property change work on a meridian line at the same time. So he can only use his index finger to make rock bullets first, and then shoot them out at high speed through the chakra line made by the middle rush line. And the index finger line can store at most 6 critical earth-style chakras, and each replenishment will take a certain amount of time. But even so, compared to taking out the shuriken from the ninja tool bag and throwing it, this ninjutsu is still much faster and more convenient, and the most important thing is that it is hard to defend against. If Xianjian could master it and develop a set of gunfighting techniques that could be switched at will by combining it with melee physical skills, then his hands, which were sometimes used for melee fists and sometimes for long-range weapons, would definitely become a nightmare that would give the enemy a headache. Of course, these are just later stories. Now Xianjian on the ring is more like holding 2 old-fashioned handguns in his hands. Although the power is good, it takes a lot of time to load and fire bullets, which is difficult to coordinate with physical skills. Even now that Taihuo is gradually familiar with his fighting style, there is no chance to load bullets. In desperation, Xianjian could only do a tactical roll in the opposite direction of Taihuo, taking the opportunity to load the earth escape bullets. But in this way, he also came to the corner of the ring, with nowhere to escape. The 6 bullets in each hand seemed to be his last chance. Alas, I don't like to lose. Xianjian murmured softly, thinking that it seemed that it was time to use that trick. Chapter 150 Times have changed? There is nothing in the martial arts world that is indestructible, except speed. Xianjian clearly remembered what teacher Hideki said. The reason why he was so impressed was that as soon as the teacher finished speaking, he raised his right hand and used the rock handgun technique, aiming at his temple and shooting. And at that moment, he stretched out his left index finger and middle finger, and instantly clamped the rock bullet that was shooting at him. But he didn't clamp it firmly. So the teacher's head exploded with a bang, and he disappeared in a ball of white smoke. It was difficult for Xianjian not to be impressed now. Look, as long as the rock bullet is fast enough, even if I am well prepared, it is difficult to stop it. This is the reason why speed is indestructible. Then the teacher's real body jumped out and said so. Xianjian doubted that if the teacher successfully caught the rock bullet, he would probably say something else. But speed is indestructible still makes sense, so he has been working hard in this direction, striving to make the teacher's head explode one day. There are 2 main ways to make the rock handgun technique faster. One is to improve the level of earth escape nature change, so as to produce rock bullets faster and increase the shooting speed. The second is to master the use of the middle finger middle line through practice, giving the rock bullet a faster flying speed. However, both of these are slow and difficult, and will not be effective in a short time. Fortunately, in order to prepare for the martial arts competition, teacher Hideki still taught him a more tricky method. It's just that he has not yet fully mastered this method, and the success rate is not high. But ordinary continuous shooting is obviously not enough for Uchiha Taihuo in front of him. Only rock bullets with faster speed and higher frequency can break through the opponent's defense. So Xianjian can only bet everything on it and try his best. At this time, in the corner of the ring, Xianjian was constantly firing rock bullets with his left hand to contain Taihuo in order to buy time and slow down his approach. At the same time, his right hand was placed on his waist, as if he was brewing something. Taihuo, who had been calm at first, became a little serious after seeing this and decided to end the battle as soon as possible to avoid any more twists and turns. However, the Uchiha clan's ancestral mentality of underestimating the enemy still made him a step late. Just when he dodged the last rock bullet in Suanjian's left hand and came not far in front of him, Xianjian was already ready. The left hand is just a supplement. He silently recited his teacher's teachings, pointed his right hand at Taihuo in the shape of a pistol, and placed his left hand on it. Rock hand gun, 6 shots. Then the gun rang out. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, a series of black shadows shot out from Suanjian's right-hand sword finger, gradually dispersing due to the subtle angle difference, and almost simultaneously attacked various parts of Taihuo's body. Dang dang dang. Taihuo's pupils suddenly shrank, and he held a kunao in each hand in front of him to block, while dodging to the right. But he was too close to Xianjian, so even if he used all his strength, it was still difficult to dodge all the rock bullets. Puff! Taihuo's left shoulder was hit hard by a rock bullet, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. But Xianjian didn't give him any breathing space, and rushed forward to attack fiercely like a tiger. It's a pity that even if his left hand was inconvenient, Taihuo who was serious was not something he could easily deal with. Seeing that several strong attacks still failed to expand the results, Xianjian directly raised his foot and kicked Taihuo, who was blocking with one hand, and kicked him back several steps before he could stand firm. Xianjian also used the reaction force to roll back and distance himself again. While loading the rock bullet, he secretly thanked his luck in his heart. Fortunately, it succeeded. In fact, his success rate of this rock handgun 6th Regiment was only 40%, fortunately he did not fail this time. The principle of this move itself is quite simple. Just like he shared the work of making and firing rock bullets with 2 fingers, this move also improves the effect of the move through the cooperation of the left and right hands. First, try to brew and compress the chakra in the middle finger of the right hand as much as possible to increase the flight speed of the next few rock bullets. But in this way, the right hand's energy is focused on compressing chakra, and it is difficult to successfully produce rock bullets. So at this time, the left hand is needed to assist and take on the work of making rock bullets. If the 2 hands cooperate well, the effect of doing so will actually be better than using the rock hand gun technique with both hands separately. Although flexibility and concealment are sacrificed, the speed and power gained by doing so are exactly what Xianjian needs most now. Xianjian has taken the initiative to come to the edge of the ring at this time, intending to repeat the old trick. He restrained with his left hand and accumulated with his right hand. Finally, he used both hands to break through Taihuo's defense with 6 rounds of rock bullets. Wait, that's not right. It's probably just like what teacher Heidke said the day before yesterday when he asked everyone to fight those rogues. Under the pressure of actual combat, the human body's potential can be most stimulated, and various techniques can be transformed into their own things more quickly. After successfully resisting the pressure and performing the 6 rounds of rock handguns just now, Xianjian also felt that he had been reborn. Perhaps he can now use a move that is more powerful than the 6 rounds of rock handguns, such as the move that teacher Heidke mentioned. After all, the opponent Taihuo is not a fool, and it may be difficult to work if he just repeats the old trick. In this case, it is better to bet on that move. As soon as he said it, Xianjian began to focus on Taihuo, firing rock bullets with his left hand to block the opponent as much as possible, and at the same time, the remaining chakra in his body began to focus on his right hand. He felt that he was in a good state now, and every rock bullet fired by his left hand could effectively stop Taihuo from approaching. Although the rock bullets soon missed, Taihuo was approaching him quickly. But Xianjian was not panicked, because he was ready, and the next step was to verify the results of his practice. It's noon. However, just when Xianjian was about to draw his gun and shoot, feeling that he had won, Taihuo suddenly appeared in front of him without any warning, and kicked him off the stage with a volley kick. Plop! Xianjian fell to the ground with his legs spread out, looking at the blue sky in front of him, listening to the referee's words that the winner had been decided, and he was confused. Who am I? Where am I? Why did Taihuo suddenly appear and kick me away, and he didn't even have time to use his fully charged big move? Xianjian's little head was filled with countless question marks. Although the little ninjas who were watching the whole process were also confused. But what confused them was that the iron fire had clearly arrived in front of Xianjian. Why did Xianjian not dodge or evade, but stood there stupidly to perform such a big move? Could it be, Xianjian was just hit by an illusion? Soon someone guessed, and other little ninjas also talked about it. Hearing you say that, it does look like it. But why didn't I see Taihuo's hand seal? Maybe it was because the hand seal was too fast and too hidden, so we didn't see it. You are indeed a genius of the Uchiha clan. That's right. Otherwise, could Taihuo have used the Sharingan to perform this illusion? Haha, that's impossible. Although Taihuo is quite a genius, it's impossible for him to awaken the Sharingan before graduation. The children gradually reached a consensus that Taihuo secretly used an illusion to defeat Xianjian. So the topic began to shift to Sunjian's big move that had just been interrupted. Everyone regretted not being able to see his true appearance, but also curious about what would happen if Xianjian really used it. Only Heidki was still looking at Taihuo, who was walking down the ring with a gloomy face, with his eyebrows slightly raised. Because in fact, not only the students, but even he didn't notice when Taihuo actually formed the hand seal. Although most of his attention was on, all of them were placed on Xianjian, who was about to use a big move, and he did not use perception ninjutsu. But being able to use illusion silently under his nose still requires considerable attainments, which is not something that a ninja school student can do. However, Heidki remembered that in the original work, Taihuo seemed to become a Jonin with 3 Megatama Sharingan in the future. So just like Xianjian can perform beyond his normal level, it is not too exaggerated for this child to have such performance. So he did not care too much and began to walk towards Xianjian to praise and comfort the child. However, no one noticed that a trace of imperceptible red light suddenly flashed in Taihuo's eyes, who had turned away.